Ice. The zapper feels like getting audited by Zeus. Yeah, obviously, if he doesn't pick shrimp in a space genocide spreadsheet, what are we even doing here? Shrimp Empire is mandatory content.
That's true. That's true, Frank. Very true. Welcome back, people. How y'all doing? Welcome back to Pringo. Welcome back to Hammer. Nice to see you guys here. Hope y'all been doing good. We're gonna get started here like pretty soon, I believe. What's up, Hulkflyer? Welcome back. Hey, Navon, what's the John? I feel like I've not heard anyone say that before. Got my official offer letter for a job based, so pretty good. Well, congratulations to Hammer. I know it's the internet, so maybe don't be too specific. But is it a is it an interesting job? Oh, I think I was moved. Oh, nope. It's just a SoyPill joining. Okay, 1 second. I'm setting some stuff up too. Looking forward to a good match. Let's keep it a clean fight, boys. I mean, me and SoyPill have obviously spoken before. So, I expect it to be fairly clean.
The lab.
Okay, one quick meme.
Agriculture.
Thank God we got John Fetterman here.
But you actually want to ban. Yeah, that doesn't seem.
Yeah, I just think I mean, as I'm a member of the agriculture committee, and I really stand.
Is the soy in the room with us, or he is indeed? Oh, well, I guess not anymore. Oh, now he is. Okay, well, I guess we don't know me. John Fetterman standing with the farmers against lab-grown meat. Stupid shit. What's up?
Oh. How's it going, y'all?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing good.
Welcome to the marketplace of ideas, gentlemen.
Yeah,
good to have you here. SoyPill, nice to meet you. I'm Kyle.
Hi, Kyle. Nice to meet you.
I'm James. Good to
Hi,
meet
James.
you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to have you on. We're just about to boot up our stream, and
Yeah, I'm about to go live in 2 seconds here. So
cool. Cool. Are you already live, non-fawn?
I am indeed.
All right. Well, hello to your chat.
Oops.
I don't say hello to non-fawn's chat.
They all said, "Who's
Damn.
this guy?" His name's Kyle.
That is indeed who I am. Everybody already knows who I am. Obviously, I'm rich and famous.
Obviously. What's up,
How you
Momentum?
managed
Welcome
to pull
back.
that off as
And
a
what's up
damn
north?
dirty commie, we'll never know. Russian funded, clearly. Of
All right,
course.
I'm live, so everything you guys say is now broadcast real time into the ether. So you know.
Incredible. I feel incredibly deserving of that honor for other Should we, people to listen to me.
Drop the low-hanging fruit joke of "Don't say any slurs."
Well,
Is
it's
that-
already dead. That
Is it
joke's-
so played out that I
feel
can't
like it
even
was dead the first
ironically
time
say
we
it?
told it.
Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, it's the double meta where you make the joke that you know is overplayed, and the fact that it's overplayed but you're doing it anyway is the joke. But you're telling me we're beyond that.
I think that one died already too. Yeah, it all
Okay.
died at once.
Never
It was
mind.
never
I'll
funny.
rescind the joke that I just made. I never told it. Don't worry about it.
All right, good. Didn't happen. Alrighty, we're going to boot up our stream, and then we'll play our intro music for you, and
Yeah,
then
we'll set the
we'll be a
tone.
real show.
All right.
I'll share that for you. You guys can tune in.
You seen this before, SoyPill?
I've never
It's,
seen this. I have no idea what to
It's
expect.
beautiful.
It's a work
Like
of
you heard
art.
sing.
Is it this black
Unfortunately-
screen? Is that what's happening?
That's all it
Yeah.
is.
if
We
I
came
can
up with-
be so mean, I don't know if they're familiar. Maybe not quite as good as Sarah the Raging Tomatoes intros. She had some real.
Yeah,
she has
with
some
the
real
AI
fire.
like For Honor 8-minute long intro. Yeah.
Do not slander us with
Thanks
AI,
for the-
okay? This was our. If you have
what
to
the
blame
fuck
anybody,
is
you
that?
don't blame a clanker, you blame us for our failures.
All right.
To bring up, I don't know what you gave me, but thanks.
Alrighty, we're booting up our stream.
Can you guys hear them all right? Are they quiet for you? Are they too loud?
And we are
Or am I too
live.
quiet?
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks for the sub. Sad night. I appreciate
Our
it.
forefathers fought for liberty, individual freedom,
What is that?
self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government
What is a
of the
jewel?
people, by the people,
Is it giving me
and
money?
for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person from any background can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Tell me that doesn't set the tone properly.
I don't know. We'll
It's
see if it set
wonderful.
the tone. I don't know what I'm expecting yet, so maybe.
All right. Well, good evening and welcome to the show where we evaluate our ideas based on our fake currency system, making all of our ideas equally worthless. The Marketplace of Ideas. I'm your host, Kyle Smith, and with me, as always, is a man who probably celebrated yesterday by sending a card to his dear mother, Russia, James Ilyich Vagabond.
Thank you, Kyle. Wonderful to be here again. Welcome to the Marketplace of Ideas, the show that is trying to match good faith and good fun in politics and debate, and discussing ideas of every kind. We have a wonderful show for you today. We've got a lot to discuss, and I've written out a dramatic intro. So, if you'll indulge me, SoyPill, non-fawn.
Sure.
Third guy. We live in unprecedented times, beset on all sides by chaos, unpredictability, hardship, and the looming threats of calamity around every corner. Yet the human spirit has made leaps and bounds in recent centuries, not only in material conditions, but in the human mind and heart and soul, raising ourselves from huddled masses yearning to be free, escaping the tyranny of kings and authoritarian religious institutions. But now we've become a people divided, and a divided people cannot stand. Republicans and the populist left are dominating the marketplace of ideas with big promises, but as of yet, no big results. Today, we will have a conversation with two cucked liberal NPCs on the future of the Democratic Party. Where can Democrats make meaningful change? Where has the far left committed itself to financially unproductive populism? Can Democrats win without engaging in sweeping promises to fix massive, complex issues? And most importantly, how can Democrats fix and help the working class? All right, so I guess that brings me to my first question. SoyPill, are you gay or bi or metrosexual or what? I can never quite get a read on you. You're always talking about getting cucked and that sort of thing, and I'm just wondering, is that
Let's just say, you know, being cucked is completely straight.
Okay.
But I kind of gave up that shtick. I think the cuck thing kind of got old after a couple of years, and Republicans dropped it too. I don't know. I'm at best bi-curious. I'm mostly straight, yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't actually want a real question. I just wanted.
Well, then what you shouldn't have asked then. That was stupid.
I know. But between calling out SoyPill for being a cuck, you called me third guy, which I didn't take very kindly to myself. Yeah, I feel like James, you've brought out the fighting words at the very beginning of the episode.
Well, yeah, I'm tired of sitting back with no backbone and letting people push me around as a communist, okay? We've got these liberals here, and I'm supposed to tear them to shreds on behalf of Lenin or Marx or someone. I forget. I didn't read up my notes.
Well, I won't be tearing them to shreds. I'm happy for once on the marketplace of ideas to have two left-leaning guests. We've had way too many conservatives on the show, and I think this is a cause for celebration. So SoyPill, very glad to have you on for the first time, and Non-Fon, returning guest for the third time now after last week as well. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy to be back. I'm glad we're lumping me in with SoyPill on the left already. What the hell? What the hell? I thought I was supposed to be epically owning this guy in a marketplace of ideas.
I thought we were on the same team. We've never fought before now.
About all the stupid... Yeah, it's true. We've never had any disagreements.
Well,
I thought it was going to be epically owned in this dude on some stuff.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
With any luck, we will have some nice, contentious conversations later. But James, without much further ado, shall we just jump into the first item of the evening? We've got a game to play to help break the ice and get to know everybody's perspectives a bit more. Unless you had any more opening statements.
Breaking the ice better than I did at the.
They asked me if I like men. Yeah. Hey, that's a lot of people in the Bay Area break the ice that way. We believe it was a bold
way. That's the most important thing to know about someone.
I mean, yeah. it's.
I just go up to random strangers and ask them, "What are you into?" You know. Yes, let's get right into the first game this evening.
Beautiful. So we've got a game that we like to play to get to know our guests. We want to get to know your perspectives and how you prefer to interface with these ideas that we trade. And to do that, we like to play something that we call, once I find the sound bit here, here we are, Straw Man, Steel Man. Now, the way we play Straw Man, Steel Man is we're going to have our two guests here, which I will display in the Hall of Debate Heroes. Once I pull it up, here we go. We've got, joining us for the first time, the SoyPill.
What is that photo from? I don't even know where that's from.
That's that is from the Google right there.
Presumably
As is
this happened to you, so
if I Google SoyPill, that'll come up. Oh, you know what? I bet that's from my Cameo.
Well, either way, I found a good use for it here as
yeah, there it is. Wow.
as a place for you in the Hall of our Debate Heroes. So with Straw Man, Steel Man, we are going to give a straw man argument that is geared towards you, or rather against you, and we're going to ask you to defend that, give a steel man of that take, and then afterwards you'll have an opportunity to say what you actually believe. Sound good?
Okay. So wait, someone's going to levy an accusation.
Yeah.
We have to say this is the most accurate criticism, way of representing that criticism, but then say what we actually believe?
That's the idea.
Okay.
And Non-Fon,
we're going to give you a hyperbolic statement, and then you're going to give your best good faith version of that hyperbolic statement.
All right. And who crafted these statements? Just so I know before they're said.
Neither of us. It was neither of us.
No, I didn't do it.
It was ChatGPT.
It wasn't me. It was ChatGPT.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's hit it.
I will not. I will take accountability for all of these straw man arguments rather. And so I'll give Non-Fon the first one here. If we could open the scroll of the straw man. Non-Fon,
my God, you've
if you
been
could.
working on these.
UBI is just a commie Trojan horse and would lead to everyone quitting their jobs, turning our society into a bunch of lazy slobs, and dooming the country to irrelevance. I guess.
What do you think now?
Probably, if you were to do UBI, probably you would have to tax a meaningful portion of the economy. You'd probably, I think taxes, if you include state spending, is at 30-ish% of GDP right now. Probably if you were to do a full-scale UBI, maybe you have to bump that up to 45% or something. And at that point, we're basically a socialist country, right? I mean, that's what even Milton Friedman said that. Oh, we're already 25% socialist because we tax 25% of GDP. And then obviously, as we all know from Conservapedia, the ultimate form of communism is unlimited inflation, as we also know from Venezuela. And UBI obviously is going to cause that as well. So I think it's accurate.
Yeah, you think
sounds great to me as a communist? That sounds great to me. Just destroying the capitalist economy at any cost. Beautiful.
That's true.
Is that what you actually believe? Is that what what are your real thoughts on UBI?
I mean, yeah, I think obviously it's silly to consider any type of redistribution, socialism or communism or whatever. I think many people who support UBI or at least some version of it are to some degree more libertarian. I mentioned Milton Friedman earlier. He supported a policy called the negative income tax, which is in an ideal world technically equivalent to some type of UBI, because he was worried about and didn't want a bunch of government bureaucrats controlling which welfare benefits people would get and what exactly they spend their welfare money on. But he wanted to give people more freedom by just giving them cash and letting them spend it how they please, how they think is most valuable. So I think it's just absolutely not in any way intrinsically aligned with socialism. And there's no reason to believe that UBI in and of itself would ever doom a country to irrelevance, because many countries already do something that is semi close to UBI. I believe Iran had a full scale pilot of UBI at one point. I don't believe they do it anymore. But
wait, Iran did?
Iran did, I believe.
Oh.
They at least had a very big UBI pilot. It might not have been literally everyone, but I mean, a lot of the Gulf, countries with their oil money have some type of sovereign wealth fund that gives payouts to people because they have the state-owned oil industries. But there's no good reason to believe UBI would be uniquely different compared to the welfare states that most countries already have.
Yeah, well, also just given the pedigree of the people who've supported UBI in America anyway. I mean, Richard Nixon, I believe, was a proponent of it at one point. It seems like a pretty far cry away from communism. SoyPill, I'm curious, do you have any strong feelings about UBI one way or the other?
I actually just talked about this, and I think, my ideal society is eventually we're just going to need it. There is going to be so much automation that replaces most labor that the productivity is going to go skyrocketing, and there's just going to be people who have nothing to do. It's not going to eliminate work, but it's going to eliminate so much of how we understand work today, and there's just not going to be nearly so many jobs. We'll have to either create them or we'll just have to pay people to exist. And yeah, I think UBI is going to have to be some part of that, but I don't know what that looks like, because the reason I think about this is because I read a book about the giant revolution turmoil from all the unemployment in the middle, where it takes the government 10 to 15 years to catch up bureaucratically. So
we might not be anywhere close to it. Maybe not as close as we need to be. But yeah, it does seem like at some point something similar to that may need to be explored, considering the advent of AI. SoyPill, are you ready for a straw
My
man
straw
for you?
man. Give me my straw man.
All right, opening your scroll of the straw. I gotta practice saying that properly. All right. Anyway, here we are.
Centrist and center-left Democrats are using the deep state to keep the far left out of power so that they can do their corporate overlords' bidding. Man, I thought I was away from the chorus article stuff, but if I had to say,
Did we not obfuscate that enough? I told James, like, we can't bring it up directly. Maybe if we just abstract the issue and
what
take
else would it have
everybody's names
been?
out.
What else could it be? Yeah, so the steel man is that there are people that were outside of the centrist and the center left tent of Democrats who might deviate at all from kind of what the party is like willing to accept into the tent, and those people do not have access to the resources that the DNC pushes out. They're not invited into programs. They will coalesce behind the scenes behind like Biden to kick out any or to excise candidates that aren't within this tent. And basically the idea that a lot of people think is that like this is due to corporate interests, that there are moneyed big pharma, big farmers, big anything is giving these people money. That's where all the funding comes from, and because of that, they're beholden to these people who would otherwise be subverted or have their corporate interests undermined by more leftist policy. I think that's like the steel man. My actual position is sort of similar, but not nearly so brain rotty. I mean, yeah, obviously there's a status quo. Obviously there are center Democrats. Obviously they're going to pick and help and align with people that are closer to them. If you look at 2020, everyone likes saying Bernie got rat fucked. And like, in what capacity? In the capacity that a bunch of people who had similar views decided, okay, well, we'll all work together. I guess. I mean, that sucks because I'm a Bernie guy, but it's like, you don't have that power in Congress. You don't have those friends. And so the people who like each other and have the same politics are going to work together against you when it looks like you're going to work against them. Whether or not corporate interests are completely influencing in the way people talk about it, I know that obviously money in politics matters. I think people are a little brain rotty with the idea of, oh, well, this person got paid by this and they changed their opinion, because I don't think that happens that often. Usually what you see is people who already support what this company wants are going to get more money from that company. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a bad thing when so much of this money is overwhelming what would otherwise be a popular idea. But if you are doing something that I think is in the interest of my company, and I think that's good, let's say I'm an environmental company. I'm like, oh, awesome, this guy's pro-environmental. I want to give you money. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. When you can see people changing their opinions, when you can see large AstroTurf campaigns, like you talk about like Koch brother money, you can read Dark Money by Jane Meyer and how they're able to completely change local politics by just buying out all the local ads, all the local radio stations. Like that's when it starts to subvert what I would want in a healthy democracy. But just the idea of like money coming from a corporation isn't necessarily a bad thing to me. I understand it raises transparency issues, but it's not just so cut and dry like people like to make it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a kernel of truth to the claim, but ultimately, it's not like a secret cabal like a lot of people seem to make it out to be. It's just people pursuing their shared interests within the political framework. Nanfan, what do you think about this idea of?
I think this is absolutely true. This is a direct quote from me, and it's based. I think like. It probably, depending on what you mean by the left or whatever, or far left, I think a lot of times they're like people within certain institutions and certain administrative agencies actually tend to be like relatively more left leaning than maybe like the general populace or potentially even median Democrat voter. If there is such a thing. Like part of the reason Biden had a open border or whatever, was because there were people within his administration who were just like more progressive on that issue. And, I don't necessarily disagree with them on that, but then like even Biden himself was, or then potentially the median Democrat voter was. Part of the reason the American Rescue Plan had a lot of like progressive stuff in it and was as big as it was because there were people like from Bernie's team like writing that bill and giving advice on it. And I also just think that to the extent that it does exist, that there is like a status quo that is, there's some organized effort to protect or whatever. I don't know. Some of that stuff is just good. Okay, some of that stuff is just base. Like, I think one of institutions and like the protection of like rule of law and property rights and stuff, I think are like really important. They are part of what makes developed economies generally really good, really stable, and there needs to be some framework, some type of effort, even consolidated effort, to keep those things in place. Now, I don't think like Bernie Sanders is like, imminently going to erase all property rights in the US or anything. So like, I don't know, maybe you can argue that they shouldn't fight as hard against him or whatever. But certainly there needs to be some type of sort of institutional arrangement that protects those things from even the whims of the evil voters.
Well, it seems like the opposite seems more true to me, where I don't see a lot of organization on the Democratic Party. Like, there seems to be a certain amount of uncertainty as to what the Democrats currently stand for. So I almost wish that they were meeting in back rooms and for all those accusations about Hillary Clinton going to the Bilderberg building to drink like baby blood or whatever, that doesn't mean she'd be a bad president. I'm just saying.
True.
Maybe you'd make her a better president because she's so invigorated by the baby blood.
Right. Yeah. It makes her
you get magical
virile.
powers from that. If
I'll
you
say
turn
it.
up
She can have my baby if she needs it.
There we go. That's what an exciting breaking news here on the Marketplace of Ideas. SoyPill is going to be offering his baby
Firstborn
to
child.
be consumed by Hillary Clinton.
by
Well,
the adrenochrome. progress.
Liberal commentators are going to the Bilderbergs and donating their babies.
love it. But by the way, quick shout out to Tim Heidecker for taking over the InfoWars. Now I can actually admit to watching it. Anyways,
For about the same reason too. It's hilarious. It's ridiculous. Bunch of conspiracy theories. Not much is going to change on there, other than not hurting the victims of tragic events.
Non-fun. Speaking of ridiculous things to say, shall we give you your second straw man?
Let's hear it.
Beautiful. Here you go.
Giving moral consideration to an animal like shrimp is philosophical wankery at best, and just another example of wokeness running amok at worst. It's funny because the ultra woke position is actually against giving them moral consideration. It's actually you're privileged if you are vegan and give consideration. But I mean, I think there is some. You should give some consideration to the baseline intuition people have that like it's just a shrimp, or it's just these fucking insects that I also care about, right? There should be some consideration for that, and maybe there should be some consideration for the cultural norms as well, right? Maybe that makes certain things less bad if you're really that type of cultural relativist. And obviously, I think you guys seen the meme of the moral circles. It is obviously the case that all these leftists are trying to expand everyone's moral circles. They're trying to get rid of the family unit. It's probably to the extent that leftists argue that I say leftist, but to the extent people argue that you should expand your moral circle and you should give consideration to more and more people or more animals, probably that comes to some degree, at least, at the expense of your closer connections, like your family or like your church group or whatever. Probably there's a kind of a opportunity cost of doing that. I guess
is moral consideration a zero-sum situation? I mean, if you give moral consideration to shrimp, does that mean you have less moral consideration for your own family?
No, I don't believe so at all. But
it's not. But Non-Fun promotes the Shrimp Welfare Project, and money is a zero-sum thing. And if you could donate $100 to shrimp welfare, which would help more shrimp, it wouldn't necessarily be better than donating $100 to help one child. I might say
that's true. That's real.
Shout out
I mean,
to
it's not
program.
a zero-sum game, but like there is going to be an opportunity cost to things. Like to the extent I'm buying Shrimp Welfare Project merch, I'm spending less money on I don't know, my mom's Mother Day gift or something, and maybe
shrimp.
I'm making the wrong, utility calculation there if I should really grant my family a lot more weight than other people.
Nonfon cries at dinner, like at the end of Schindler's List, and he's like, "This potato, that could have been another shrimp, and this car." And it's like, Nonfon, we're having family time here, all right? Like, can you calm the fuck down? Like, so I think it is a zero-sum game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But if I'm talking about what I actually believe, it's not a zero-sum game. I think again, it's funny because once you go far enough woke, a lot of people are like, oh, actually, we can't do it. There's no individual responsibility to be vegan because all consumption is unethical under capitalism, stuff of that nature. So I think that the critique there is just kind of backwards. But it's not a zero-sum game, and your like sort of baseline intuitions, I think, are just kind of bad at deciding definitively what should be within your moral circle and what isn't. I think there's very clear reasons why, like, evolutionarily, we might kind of have an in-group bias. We might favor people in our own country, in our own tribe, in our own whatever, over the well-being of others. And that applies even more to animals, and that applies even more to animals that, like, don't have any sort of cultural significance like shrimp do, or shrimp don't. And then, animals that aren't very cute, supposedly they try to tell you the shrimp aren't cute, and just are not very culturally acceptable to eat, and just no one gives consideration to them in like day-to-day life. So I think it's clear why your intuition might be like making an error there initially.
Yeah, SoyPill, do you have strong feelings about shrimp or giving moral consideration to animals in general, be they cute or not?
Well, I think veganism is just the morally correct position. I mean, if you're going to consider any and all pain and suffering in this world and pretend like you care, like, yeah, animals suffer. Animals feel pain. They feel loneliness. They can be tortured. They can be abused in every which way. And that's what the current industry for all like dairy, eggs, meat does. Is there ethical ways to like take an egg? Probably. But when we get to shrimp, there does become a comparison to me where it is a zero-sum game. For example, like, even though I don't think it's moral to kill someone unless they're like trying to kill you or whatever, I do think if it was like the only option to eat animals or the human race wouldn't survive, I think that would be fine. Like, there is weight that I'm like, okay, I do value humans more than I value cows, more than I value pigs. They're not all equal to me. So there are situations where I could say, like, yeah, like, jillion shrimp on the train tracks versus one human, whatever, like, run the shrimp over. But that's not usually the case, and therefore I think we should take every opportunity we can to mitigate the suffering of every animal that exists. Nature's not going to do that, but that doesn't mean we have to go out there and like save every antelope from every lion. It just means that we can reduce the harm that we cause, and I think everyone should.
What about 10?
Oh, wait, and real quick, Josiah wants to know, does Nonfon support packing the Supreme Court? He's everywhere.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Josiah.
Well,
I don't know. I'm mixed on that. I think when it comes to like things along those lines of like Democrats like pushing back or fighting back or whatever, I think that's like probably like the strongest argument for like gerrymandering, which unfortunately it seems like that route might be closing a bit. But I think there's like the strongest argument for gerrymandering. I think there's probably a stronger argument than packing a court for like ending the filibuster and stuff or whatever. Packing a court is probably the one I'm like most conflicted on. I could definitely see worlds in which I would support it, and I would not have any strong opinions on it now. My intuition is against it as of now, but I very much I feel like if I was in a VC with Pete Pisco for 5 minutes, probably he could change my mind on that. But I would not have any
with shrimp.
That'd be
and Josiah says he is screaming, and this is pejorative, I'm assuming, screaming quotes negative at the monitor right now. So you need to get on a call with Josiah so he can yell at you.
Oh boy!
Absolutely.
Oh damn!
Shout out to Josiah, presumably of Pondering Politics.
Absolute king, Josiah.
Yeah, very, very fond of his content. And as far as the court packing topic, I definitely want to get more into that later as we explore the current state of the Democratic Party and where we should be philosophically and practically. But before we do that, SoyPill, if I may, I've got one more straw man
Let's do it.
close out this game. Here's your last one.
Wait, I thought this was supposed to be a straw man. All Republicans are evil, traitorous cultists who are so stupid that willfully abandoned every core American value to suck off a pedophile king.
Whoa, little girl.
So the straw man, the steel man of this straw man is that people have so willfully embraced and are unwilling to reject someone who has so clearly demonstrated himself to be of compromised character, who is willing to fuck over democracy and try to steal an election, who will absolutely throw anyone close to him under the bus. It is, insane and ridiculous. Now, my actual position is not all Republicans, just most of them. And Josiah says this is true. Thank you, Josiah, again.
Beautiful.
No straw man, just pure steel. It was built right the first time.
Yeah, well, a nice softball one to close it out. Keep it nice and tidy as we go into the next section. Non-Fun, anything from your perspective to add to that?
No, I agree. It's only 99% Republicans, but I agree.
Well, we have to make room for the good ones, of course. What a great game of Straw Man, Steel Man. Gentlemen, thank you so much for participating in that with us. And while we move to the next segment, if you're watching on either SoyPill or Non-Fun stream, please consider coming to our YouTube channel, giving us a like and a subscribe. We have a Discord. Go back to
go both. Do both. 2 taps.
Do it when you rewatch this, okay? Rewatch it on our stream later.
Help us all cross-pollinate, and so we can all stand out in the algorithm.
Bring the fruits of liberalism to every corner, okay?
We have a Discord server as well. If you come to our YouTube video, you'll see a link to that in the description. We'll also be handing out some links later as we take call-ins later in the show.
Ooh, call-ins. Guys, you hear that? You always want to spam me, go on their show and call in and harass me.
We've got one person in our community chomping at the bit. Lethal Lance is in the waiting room. Lethal Lance, by the way, the self-made whale of liberalism in the marketplace of ideas, fake stock market, which we'll talk a little bit more about later tonight. So we will have that available as well. While we're saying these sorts of streamer things, Non-Fun, SoyPill, do you want to...
I have one last... I just want to ask you guys, just get the crowd. No one look at my stream. I have 200,000. I just broke 200,000 subscribers. How many people do you think are watching my stream right now?
I don't know. Let's give it 2K.
Okay. What about you, James?
I'm gonna guess 100.
Oh, okay. Not fun. You might
250. I'm guessing roughly
100.
that.
It's 100. I'm not upset about it. I like it. I
go.
know almost everyone in here, and we love them. We love every single one. I'm not a streaming channel. I'm not, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're of course a video
video
logger.
essayist. I'm a dirty, prepared, scripted man.
It's good stuff. What are you working on next? Do you?
I'm writing a video. Trying to get it out by the end of May. In fact, I'm contractually obligated by big corporate money. Called Woke 1 versus Woke 2. We're going to compare the two wokes.
Ooh, sounds interesting.
Subdivision.
I'm working on my first ever video essay, and it's going to be called "Nobody Loves P.F. Jung More Than I Do." I don't know if you're familiar with the way he titles his things. He uses those sarcastically, and I'm going to do that to him. I'm going to take him down.
Oh boy, I was not aware of
his entire career.
My goodness. Well, that sounds quite incendiary.
Could be.
Looking forward to that. Gentlemen, seeing as we are all members of the left at various points along the spectrum, it seems pertinent to discuss this ongoing issue that's being discussed online. Where does the left stand philosophically? To what degree do we pull in either the moderates or the far lefties? And who in the Democratic Party is currently doing it right?
Yeah, do you not see
wrong?
the Minecraft?
So, to start things off, let's go with SoyPill. Since you're our first time guest, where do you think the left is philosophically in America right now?
Man, this is so complicated. We talk about this all the time, though. I think there's like this weird phenomenon going on where Democrats as an opposition party are doing really well because Trump's doing really horribly. We're polling really well for the midterms. We're probably going to win, even despite the gerrymandering stuff. But you look at this, and despite that, Democrats don't poll well as a party. Individuals do, but Democrats don't. And that's because I don't think there's really a coherent message, and they're not sure where to take everything. There's a lot of populism stuff. You see the Mamdanis, you see AOC type stuff. Then there's all the like moderates, like, hey, we can, try to work back in. We still got the Schumers and the Jeffries of the world. I don't think there's like a huge fight between lefts and libs as people are playing it up. But there is kind of this like populism versus moderation versus like practicality versus liberalism like thing kind of happening in the party right now. It's hard for me to point to a specific person and say you're doing it right. But as a progressive, I can look at someone like Mamdani or AOC or these people who have my politics. They spout my ideals on the campaign trail. And when they get into office, this loses them some of their base. Not me, though. They'll moderate. They moderate and they say, okay, I'm going to work with the people to my right. I'm going to work with the people in Hochul, or I'm going to work with Congress who is not aligned with me. They are to the right of me, but ultimately want the same things. I can either pull them left, or I can tone down my populist rhetoric to try to make sure we can compromise on stuff. And I think that's really the only way forward. I mean, like you see a lot of Justice Democrats that are more idealistic than this running right now. And some of these people I like. I really do like a lot of their stuff. Actually, Non-Fon, though, me and him might agree. There's some of these policies, like populist brain slop. And can you run on that and stay that way in Congress? I don't know. I met Jamal Bowman.
I don't know either,
I don't remember how populist he was.
6 months.
But he got kind of excised. Now, part of that was because of the fire alarm thing.
Membership,
which was
same thing.
Pretty cool, in my opinion. But the idea that like you can just stay as this kind of outside the tent, outside the Overton window person and pull everyone, that's never going to happen to my knowledge. I think you really do have to like moderate and then drag everyone with you. And it seems like the populists that I like are doing that in a way that's smart. But yeah, like I can't say a specific person. I also like what J.B. Pritzker's doing. I like in Virginia, oh my God, Spanberger's doing. So it's a mixed bag. I can't say like this is what everyone has to do.
Yeah, I mean, well, there is a clear need to broaden the tent in one direction or the other. It sounds like, to summarize your point there, would you say it's a fair summary to say maybe we need to aim for more populist, harder left-leaning politicians who are willing to moderate themselves and do what's necessary to compromise once they actually get into office, as opposed to making overtures to more moderate voters, more right-leaning voters in the elections, which might alienate the bigger base that we've got as far as the more populist left?
I can't say for sure. I mean, I'm not a policy advisor, and I don't know where the polling stands exactly on this. I know far left politics does not poll well. Like Mamdani doesn't poll well nationally. Now he doesn't. No, most people don't know what he is. Or who he is. But the idea that like, well, let's just move to the right as the country's falling into this like fascist right backslide. I'm like, no, I don't necessarily think so. If that was the only way to meet the people in the middle and kind of try to drag them back, maybe. But I think people are looking for a coherent message. People are looking for fighters. And if you look at the reception to like this gerrymandering stuff, which is like, Democrats hate gerrymandering, but when Gavin Newsom stood up and was like, fuck you guys are stealing seats in the middle of a census period, we're going to put a democratic referendum and we're going to steal stuff back. Like that sort of energy is what people want right now. And I don't think that requires some sort of moderation. It requires a thing that we're striving towards, fixing the country, fixing cost of living. It could be populist, it could be liberal, it could be left of center. It's just about the messaging and whether or not you're going to be improving people's lives. Yeah, that's kind of where I stand on that.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that?
I don't know. I struggle a bit just because I think probably the populist type messaging is just like kind of what does well. And I think it's hard for the type of policies that I would prefer to do particularly well with that type of messaging. I think there are like some ways you could do it. And I think like John Ossoff is like he's not a centrist or anything, or should I even say that word? But he's
Don't say that word.
not necessarily a super progressive dude or anything. But he's I think probably not quite moderate or anything. He does like he fights on the corruption a lot, and I think like that messaging is fine or whatever. I don't like that but like if you watch like the recent ad he did, that like it was a really great ad messaging wise, about, trying to take on Trump, take on corruption, he touched on a lot of affordability issues. I just think like every single policy attached to it was like basically bad. He talks about when he talks about corruption, a lot of times he mentions, like pharmaceutical companies and like the evil lobbying they do to keep drug prices super high or whatever. And I think me and SoyPill have kind of touched on that before, but I think, probably the cost and innovation from negotiating drug prices probably just makes like any type of negotiation there not worth it. And there was, there were just a bunch of other things that like even like this semi-moderate dude, like not squad Democrat progressive guy or anything, is like pushing, and it's frustrating. I don't know how to fix it, so I'm not gonna have any good advice for you, but that's where I stand.
Oh well, thankfully the advice wouldn't apply to me anyway. I'm just a guy with a microphone trying to get a little piss shit YouTube show off the ground. So hopefully,
hey, I was gonna say, so far, guys, this is a great format. I'm having a fun time. This is awesome.
I mean, when's the last time you were on a show that had production quality as good as the game we just played?
I mean, other than Raging Tomato, I can't say I have. I mean, Wick's got to step his game up, really.
We're coming for you, Tomato.
Wick is watching this show and he's shitting his pants right now, seeing the storm
he's
that's coming.
He's downloading several MP3s and putting them all into OBS right now for all his transitions.
So.
Real quick though, speaking of low budget, I need to ask.
Wick is a king. I will not have him.
No, I like you. I know. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to bait him into the competition. This is the free market that Non-Fon's talking about, right? Like we got to get you guys to compete and improve.
Damn right.
No, James, are you in your like your lobby of your house, like so that like I don't know what, so like if you get swatted, it's over faster? Like why are you so close to the front door?
Because I'm poor and I live in a Harry Potter closet.
All right.
More or less. There's no good answer. There's no good answer.
I don't know if that's true. You say you're poor, but based on that poster, you've got like a 40 grand net worth in like anime figurines, I'm gonna guess. So
possible. But yeah, but those are priceless. Those aren't commodities. Okay?
Those are collectibles, Mom. They're accumulating value.
They're important to me.
James, as the self-acclaimed communist and just recently affirmed poor, where do you stand on these on the where the philosophy of the Democratic Party is and or should be?
I understand where a lot of the far left people come from when they say that a sort of middle of the ground attitude is why we keep ending up with Republicans that seem just as good. But I don't fall for the populist brain rot that blames them. There's a political reality. When we got Biden, we lost the trifecta pretty early. Obama the same thing 2 years in, and we lost control that we barely had in the first place. There's just a reality on the ground that we have to deal with, and if people do want like farther left politics, supporting the working people, etc., then we've got to get out there and vote and make it happen. And that means, work hard in the primaries for the candidate you really want, and then when it comes to hold your nose and vote for Hillary Clinton, then we need to fucking do it this time.
At least you're not anti-electoral. I'm on board with that.
Yeah. As long as
all right, guys, call off the SWAT. Guys, stop swatting him. Guys, stop.
We can call the boys back, okay?
Yeah.
We can call him back. He said the right thing. Well, okay, that gets us onto a conversation that's been had a couple of times, but I did want to hear your guys' answer on it. Where exactly have you guys been drawing the line of where's the end of the far left liberal alliance? Who's
right
too
there.
far on the
You just
left?
said it. I don't even care if you're like I want the fucking Maoist revolution where we're gonna like string out all the landlords. Like, no, I'm never gonna let you get power. But if you're willing to fucking help me in the meantime, like, no, I'm not gonna give you speaking events where you get to profess your insanity. But I'm not gonna say you can't help me fucking canvass and tell people, like, hey, go vote for Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris or whatever. Like, I'm all about the winning the election part, and then past that, we'll fight on the nitty gritty in the meantime. If I can let never Trump Republicans in, I'm going to let, even the craziest leftists, as long as they're electoral.
I don't know. I'm probably I don't know exactly where I draw the line or whatever, but I am obviously concerned with any of the sort of longer term consequences of kind of rewarding super populist or like super progressive rhetoric. I'm not.
I want to, well, to agree with you here, there is absolutely a danger in accepting bad ideas for like short-term gains, because then you start to transform the party into this like, okay, like, wait, hold on. Now 10 of my House candidates are all just believing this thing is just not empirically true because I wanted their help and they happen to like, coalesce and here. I understand there are long-term consequences. You're going to brain rot a lot of the country and you do need to avoid that. So it's not just so simple as like, are they electoral or not? What I mean by that is like, who am I willing to not just completely write off? Like these people might have terrible ideas that you should be constantly combating if they are like, bringing them up around you. That doesn't mean that you need to excise them if they're willing to help you win elections. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. I'm not sure there's like almost anyone that I would like completely 100% totally excise or whatever. At least not like with any either political power or media presence that's big enough to be worthy of consideration right now. It's just and Republicans to a growing extent do this too. I don't know how to avoid rewarding people who I think just like either lie or use populist rhetoric that is like pretty, I think, kind of close to lying, and just have like a ton of like bad policy attached to it. Like we see like both Democrats and Republicans are both on this like train of like fucking no taxes for fucking pregnant 65-year-old woman. We need to exempt boat loan tax interest. We need to get rid of sales tax on pet food. It's just like such
non-fun. Are you with me here? Pregnant women should pay double taxes because they have a child inside.
Because they have
that's downright logical.
Yep.
I think they should actually get a child tax credit at the moment of conception. That's my opinion. They need the $6,000 tax credit immediately. Yeah, but like they're both on like that train now, and I'm not certain how much I want to try to reward that rhetoric. Now, I don't know if there's any sort of institutional conspiracy pushback that people could do that would prevent that type of stuff, while also keeping it such that like people still feel like they have a significant say in what their politicians do and stuff. So I'm not exactly sure what the solution is there, but it's just something that makes me like generally more hesitant to support people engaging in that type of rhetoric. Like I think there's probably if I was in California, there's probably some district out there where like at the state level I might support like voting for a Republican just because if they're like a semi-reasonable Republican dude, and a Democrat is engaging in a lot of that like stupid rhetoric stuff and it has a bunch of bad policy attached to it. On a federal level, I don't think, so Phil is disowning me. On a federal level, I'll say I don't
scratch a liberal and a fascist, please. That's what I'm hearing right now.
On a federal level, I'm not sure that's ever going to be the case right now, just because like I think there's probably some need to investigate Trump and essentially everyone in his administration, and no Republican in Congress is like ever going to vote for that stuff. So I think that like disqualifies basically any of them on a federal level. But I am wary about that type of rhetoric, those types of policies in general, and those are things that do push me to maybe one day there'll be a good Republican guys, but potentially supporting some of the more hopefully reasonable factions of whatever
on the
party.
Local level, have you ever found anybody on your local ballots that you were like, that said R, but I looked into it more, and this is not that outside of my politics. I've always found when you look, closer to home, the more reasonable, the less the dichotomy matters of the R versus D.
Yeah, the issue is, I think that's probably generally true. The issue is, on like the local level, most of my elections are nonpartisan. Like the school board is like technically nonpartisan. Now, if you read, the op-ed things they put out in our local newspaper, you can clearly tell, which ones are woke and which ones aren't, which appears to be the only issue that the school board debates. And then like on the state level, like last time I voted, which, the 2024 election, literally every single like state level race except for governor and attorney general were just uncontested Republican. So I just did not vote in any of those because, it did not really matter.
Yeah. In that instance, your vote actually did not matter because there was barely an election. It was just one person.
There was a local uncontested election for water and soil commissioner as well, but it did have a write-in, and I wrote in Joe Biden. So I'm still waiting on him to be inaugurated into my county soil and water commissioner. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be such a great thing to have Joe Biden as your local soil and water commissioner?
Well, I hear he's
unemployed
right now.
Dirt here's wet. Dirt is wet.
It's probably how it would go, and hopefully it would be a good thing. So, as far as trying to pull in people from the further left, it sounds like Non-Fon, you're less willing to entertain that because of the policy concessions that you might, or that the Democrats might have to make in order to achieve that, and that would be counter to what is normally done with the Democrats, or at least what they're accused of doing, which is trying to appeal more to moderates and in the eyes of the far left, or maybe even the whatever the not center left is, anything left of that. There aren't many policy concessions made in that direction. What policy concessions towards the left would you be willing to entertain? We talked about court packing earlier. I don't know if that's necessarily a far left or a more left position, or if it's just
that's a resist mom position.
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
So,
sure. Yeah.
That's like that's like a liberal, like, I don't want to say classical liberal necessarily, but protect our liberal democracy position, resist lib, as opposed to like what I would consider really like necessarily a far left policy or whatever.
Right. Yeah. It's more just a big swinging move. But yeah, if you could, what?
Yeah, I'm not certain there's anything like court packing that I would necessarily be unwilling to at least like entertain or whatever. I think packing the court is probably the most, not to say it is in and of itself extreme or anything, okay, but like probably the most extreme of the kind of like resist lib policy things. I can't think of anything else or that would be like more extreme.
What about like, okay, $25 minimum wage? Obviously, I think the people that try to implement this are like, well, and here's all the concessions that we'll make for all the different counties where this wouldn't make any sense. But that is, that framing, that rhetoric is going to be a concession to the left, or Green New Deal, or tax the rich.
Yeah.
There'd be some
student loan forgiveness.
Yeah, there'd be some stuff on that I would. Like, it'd be hard for me to say like any one thing is sufficient to like write everyone off completely, but I am very hesitant to like endorse what I think is I say extreme pro-labor policy or whatever when it comes to like unions and when it comes to minimum wages and such. I think probably if we are to keep growing at the rate we are growing at, if we are to keep being to some extent the world leader in innovation generally, especially in tech innovation, companies need to be able to lay off people, and I think that's something that a lot of Democratic administrations would just like prevent to a non-negligible degree with any type of like labor regulations that they impose or any type of protection of unions that they impose. So there would be a degree to that maybe I would consider sufficient, and the I don't think the issue with the wealth tax and stuff is, I think probably a lot of that stuff would get struck down as like unconstitutional. So I'm not certain what exactly to how exactly I should factor that type of thing in. There do seem to be constraints on what Democrats could actually do with regards to many of the most populist policies. So I have to weigh that as well, and I think probably I'm not that concerned about certain senators supporting a wealth tax for that reason.
SoyPill, what policies do you think the Democrats should be running on? We talked about court packing. There have been some allusions to tax credits, things of that nature. What's something that you think the Democrats should put in their policy position for the midterms?
I could definitely see an argument for some type of public insurance company,
it's just
but
cost
why on
of
earth would
living
we?
And the policy,
why would we do
this
this?
sucks, does not matter nearly so much. You can talk about how you're going to do it, whether that's through welfare programs,
Also, what's
whether
up,
that's
Base
through
Guitar? Welcome
taxes,
back.
like whatever they're going to do, it doesn't nearly matter so much as the fact that people hear, hey, I'm going to fix the economy, and the economy is not doing well. I'm going to lower gas prices. How are you going to do it? Doesn't matter. You just say you are. And now, obviously, we could say, well, we're not going to continue the war in Iran. Like, this would help if you could show the direct correlation for why this is happening. But people don't, like, really hear much past that, the voters, I think. And that's why I think Democrats could pretty much do nothing riding into this midterm and still probably win. I'm not quite sure what policy would be the best, like, literally and also rhetorically. But
well, maybe it wouldn't be an individual policy. Maybe it would be like an overarching. So like this message on the messaging on affordability. It
Yeah.
seems like affordability might have overtaken equality as the core of the democratic culture. Do you think that I'm right about that, or do you think I'm off on that assessment?
Explain a little bit more. It's like the core of the democratic culture is affordability, or
I mean, so if we're going back to the 2010s, the big criticism of the Democrats and the way that the left had a stranglehold on the culture was that it's too woke and people are too concerned with intersectionality and equality and things like that. Whether or not you think that's true, I personally don't. But that was the big concern coming from the right, and there was a lot of support from the Democratic base for policies that promote equality, trans rights, things of that nature.
Yeah.
That was sort of the cultural cornerstone of the left at that time. Have we moved away from that culturally as
sort of. This is actually
Yeah.
what's going in my new video, which is like the reason we were able to do that is because we all operated from the same premise of civility and that everyone wanted the same thing of like, hey, like we're ending racism, we're getting there, there's things we got to overcome, right? So we got to start like promoting equality, and we bring in this academic language of like, and this is how we can end gender roles, and this is how and it turns out there's a bunch of fucking people, Republicans, who do not fucking care about any of that. And there's a bunch of liberals who don't understand it, who might think you're right if you took the time down to sit with them and explain it, but they just hear like, oh, blah, blah, blah policy, and it's like, whatever, this doesn't really affect me, or you're being annoying. And so now the ground has been ceded completely to the right. We don't have time for that. There's no like, hey, let's do this amazing fucking DEI policy and you're going to run on that. It's going to be popular. It's let's uplift everyone. In the meantime, you don't have to say this, but it is going to uplift everyone. It's like, rising tide raises all ships, or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't think there's room for that right now. I think, dark woke is, really quickly say, fuck you, put the pronouns in the bag. And also we're going to fix the economy. It's not, we can't run on this like virtuous, look how good we are, because our enemies don't care. They want to see trans people eradicated. They want to see mass deportations. They want a white ethno-state sometimes. And it's like, okay, well, I can't signal to your base, hey, don't you want to be nice to people? No. It's not going to work. You got to just kind of run on the things that make most people's lives better, and make sure you don't abandon anyone, but that can't be the primary focus. That era's gone until we have Kamala for the 12-year Reich or whatever.
Well, looking forward to that. James, what say you on this issue of equality versus affordability being the new cornerstone of the cultural left?
I mean, that's a big question. You could sort of say that since the 50s and 60s, that's when that really established itself, and it was in a time where that was a much more meaningful fight because we had such serious discrimination and racial issues, and we've kind of gotten rid of all of the easy wins in equality, and so like Soy was saying, now it's about pronouns and more micro issues that affect less and less people. So I think it's hard to come together as a party for those more minute equality issues, and so I think it does make sense to reorient the party around that sort of thing. It's tough to say if some people got mad at Newsom for throwing trans people under the bus, whereas he really just kind of agreed with where the majority of Americans were already at on a very tiny slice of that issue, and it was disappointing to see how far people overreacted to that. But I think now that we see what's at stake with the second Trump administration, I think more and more people are going to be less and less annoyed about defocusing on these more specific social justice issues, and they'll just be happy to see wins of any kind. which we desperately need. I think they'll be able to do it, but the question does then become, how much are we going to end up backsliding on those types of issues when they're not the focus? And I think that's a fair question to ask, but kind of doesn't matter to me as much as not starting World War III and not just like grifting trillions of dollars into the wealthier classes that don't need the help. Like this is we're going to start doing generational damage if we keep adding bad policies onto the fuck ups we've already done in this
It's already done.
Period.
Generational damage is done.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
yeah, but like crippling generational damage. We're getting.
I don't know. I'm kind of there. I'm doom pilled on some of these institutions being vetted, but yeah.
Yeah, as far as the damage that's been done to the institution, but I'm talking about like permanently destroying America's place in the economy, in leading the world. Like obviously, plenty of damage has been done to that, but like at any point it could be the final nail in the coffin of the greatness of the American system. And so I mean, as someone who has been queer identified before, like it seems so much more important to me to stop the bleeding than to worry about the minute social justice issues.
Wait, queer identified, is that like if someone calls you gay? Because that means I am too, but I don't know how that works.
It's really about how you feel when they call you gay. If you're like, well, fuck you, but also based, then you might be a part of that crew.
All right, okay. All right. I'm getting you. I'm seeing what you're putting down.
What if they just call you the F slur? Does that still count?
I couldn't tell you.
How sassy were they when they used it? Because if a gay person says it, it's fine, is my understanding.
Depends on the tone. I don't think this panel is queer enough to really get into this. That would be against my values to really discuss this with you guys.
Well, maybe look. One thing I will praise AOC on. Okay, very rare for me. That related to this issue just within my econ niche. AOC is the only fucking progressive out there at this point that's insisting on having I think she used the words, fair tax system where everyone pays in equally, rather than doing all these stupid nonsense exemptions for random people, random fucking students, or random people over 65, or yada yada yada. She's one of the only people out there championing the broad tax base. I do think if we got to talk about generational damage, though, probably a lot of the other policies AOC and the progressives would cause some amount of that, but regardless.
Name one. Also, do you pay taxes, non-fun?
Well, I mean, yeah, at least some.
You have an income large enough?
Technically I should. Isn't it like under, I think it's like under $600 or whatever. You don't. What? I thought it was under
10,000. You don't pay income tax. Basically.
Oh no, you're talking about that's an independent contractor.
You're talking about your YouTube
which is
stuff?
like what I I don't pay taxes on my YouTube stuff.
I think you're fine. But the point is you don't pay taxes. But no, yeah. What's a generationally
there might be some
policy?
minor evasion there.
We like to commit a little tax fraud here. I mean, we all commit a little tax.
Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to judge you.
I think. Broadly, the sort of regulatory states that she supports, the type of labor market regulation that she and the progressives support, and this is maybe less of, I'll consider this generational damage. The healthcare policy that she supports are all things that are going to severely constrain our economy and the amount of innovation we do. So, like, I know, for example,
yes, we saved lives, but number not go up as much. Yeah, all right.
Well, I mean, obviously there are trade-offs there that we should consider. Like GDP growth is correlated with just a ton of really good outcomes, and probably the rate at which the economy grows will lead to more or less happy people in the future, which I think you should also consider, or the people currently existing also being happier in the future. Yeah. And I'm just not certain how many, how is I don't know, how is for super harsh antitrust policy, that's not really saving lives or anything, but I do think that will constrain innovation to a non-negligible degree.
Why would a trust support innovation if this trust has no competition to force it to innovate? It doesn't need to. It has a corner
Well,
on
I
the
think
market, right?
so. The issue typically is not like antitrust in principle is anti-competitive or anything, but the ways in which it's applied right now, especially like under Lib Econ prior to that, this administration, obviously tend to be just, I think, how do I put this? How do I put this a little nicer? I think they tend to be, somewhat stupid. So, I mean, you can look at like the Spirit Airlines mergers and such. They're not, typically they're considering the market that they're analyzing at a like very small scale. So they're not really considering, is Spirit Airlines merging with Southwest gonna increase competitiveness in the airline industry overall. They're really only looking at a narrow segment of like, the market, the budget airline industry, and they don't focus enough on consumer welfare. And I think they focus too much on sort of arbitrary thresholds for what is a dangerous amount of like market concentration, without understanding or without giving regard to the fact that like obviously some degree of market concentration can enhance consumer welfare, and oftentimes you expect concentration to increase when consumer welfare goes up, because just generally concentration will go up insofar as you have a more allocatably efficient economy. So like if you just think of like just one brief example, so to get the concept, if you imagine like there's a bunch of restaurants in a city or whatever, and DoorDash comes in and they essentially they reduce search costs for the consumer. So rather than consumers having to like physically go to a restaurant, they can simply open the app and they can easily switch restaurants by just switching whichever restaurant they want to choose on the app. Now you would expect concentration to increase because consumers are more likely to buy from the restaurants that they actually like the most. And that's going to, some restaurants are going to struggle because of that. But at the same time, you're increasing the competition between restaurants. You would probably expect like markups, for example, to fall, because now companies, the food companies aren't just competing on location. They have to actually compete on the price, because it's so easy for consumers to switch between companies there. So there's a lot of issues with like, for example, this, how do I make the, how nerdy do I want to get? For example, in some cases, they just regress. They just regress. They see how much like market concentration correlates with prices. And I think that's just like a very flawed methodology, because those are both ultimately, I think, determined by the same like market structure. And it's just a much better metric to try to look at consumer welfare than do these funny games of doing a regression of HAI on price.
Okay.
That was far too intelligent for me personally, but I
I'd
appreciate
follow, but there
was a lot of economic words in there, and I'm a communist, so I don't believe in those. So
that's real. Well, okay. I want to see for SoyPill, maybe you guys as well. Do you understand? Let's like think about unions for a second. I guess do you understand how, essentially, mechanically, if you increase the cost of firing someone, you probably make it more difficult for companies more hesitant to hire people, and companies more hesitant to like innovate, because just like mechanically the expected value of the investment is lower now, because if whatever investment I'm doing fails, I have to pay out more to people when I lay them off. Do you understand how that like could potentially negatively affect?
Sense. But like if you look at countries where this exists, like Germany, it's really hard to fire people unless you have a really good reason.
It's like crazy hard to fire people in Germany. It's insane. They like you need like
I would say maybe even goes too far. So is this country like stagnating economically? Is it like
Germany low key kind of is right now. But like obviously
is it?
I mean, if you look up, Germany,
like top 6-7 economies,
I mean, it is still like, one of the richer economies in the world, obviously. But I think if you look up Germany real GDP per capita, it has been pretty stagnant since like 2020, I believe. Yeah, it's basically since 2019.
It's not like they're doing poorly, are they? They have good innovation. They have a good economy. Their populace
I think
is
they
happy
have significantly
and
less
thriving.
innovation than the counterfactual. So like,
But who
this
cares?
is not the easiest.
Who cares if their innovation isn't as high if they ultimately have a better standard of living for everyone and they've slowed productivity for that maybe?
Well, I think, productivity is kind of the thing that drives increases in the standard of living over time. So I'm
right,
not.
but if you have
I
an
don't
acceptable
believe
standard and spread it out to more people, isn't that better than harming that standard in the meantime just so you can get to a higher standard faster if you're able to actually help more people while you slow it down?
Yeah,
I'm not.
that argument.
I wouldn't
holds
believe
up.
that's always going to be the case. Certainly, there's like a
Not
sufficiently
always,
high
but clearly,
amount
I
of-
would say I think people in Germany are just doing better. I mean, I've lived in both countries. I can say that for sure. Like, if you look at like the standard of living and how much poverty there is, and like deaths from health-related incidents, and like social welfare, like it's doing better, and they clearly have less innovation. That seems like a fine trade-off to me.
I bet there'd be like, I don't doubt there's lower poverty, and there might be like, fewer deaths for certain medical, not being uninsured or whatever, because it's probably pretty hard to be uninsured in Germany. Although I don't know how good of evidence out there is with regards to how much like public insurance reduces mortality. I'm not convinced that there is like a massive effect there. But
you can have private insurance in Germany, by the way. It's two-tiered.
I'm probably familiar with how the Germany system works. It's not a single payer or anything. It's a public option. But like
you can opt out.
we can look at like how countries are doing it and just like look at the policies in those countries. And I think that's like there are some cases in which that's kind of like a fine like vibe check or whatever, right? But like generally, this is the issue with all these populists. Okay. On both sides. I think you should always be trying to compare to the counterfactual. I think you should always be trying to look at the best identified evidence. So, like, for example, this is a kind of cleaner example. If you want to understand the effects of, like, public insurance on, mortality outcomes or whatever, probably you don't just want to look at countries that have public insurance and countries that have private insurance and compare life expectancy or compare other health outcomes, because there's clearly many other things that could be affecting those things. And when you do studies that are more,
because they walk all the time in Europe,
obesity does play a big role, and probably the fact that we cars are horrible, because cars both A, make us die in car crashes more often, and B, make us all fat. So like that is a both of those are non-insignificant reasons why like life expectancy in the US is lower compared to those of other OECD countries, other European countries, right? I say other European countries, but we're not in Europe. But like you can look at, and there are like also decently identified studies that find the opposite. Okay, so I'm not saying this is necessarily the end all be all, but you can look at seniors who are pushed out of Medicare Advantage for reasons that are like plausibly random. I forget the exact reason why they're forced out of it, but reasons that are plausibly random, not related to like any specific health condition they have, and compare the quality of care between like those seniors the 2 years before they dropped out and the 2 years afterwards, or compare them to like seniors who didn't get pushed out of Medicare Advantage, and you see like low to essentially zero impacts on like mortality in those cases. You see like in some studies you do find like increases in self-reported quality of care, but in other studies you find essentially zero increases in self-reported quality of care. And you see like more more consumption of healthcare under certain publicly traded or publicly funded plans, but it doesn't seem like that actually has any big effect on mortality. So you could argue that some of that's probably not actually worth it, and people just do it simply because it's cheaper for them with that government subsidy essentially. But I don't know. I wish I knew like the exact identification strategy of like these studies off the top of my head, but you can try to do similar things with regards to essentially trying to test how much innovation European countries would do if it weren't for the unions. And I can cite, I haven't read the studies, but I've seen them cited in a blog post that is written by someone I consider smart enough to not be making this up or whatever. I'm trying to find one with exact numbers. But this one study found that switching to U.S. style labor laws would increase R&D intensity in France by 54%, Germany by 33%, the Netherlands by 32%, and Italy by 41%. So like I don't think these are like negligible amounts of innovation that we are talking about here, and they are things.
Quantify innovation. Like, what does that mean?
There
we have
are
33% more inventions. What do these inventions do? How does this innovation help the average cost of living, the average person's life? Like, versus the trade-offs of, do these worker protections being eliminated fuck with people's lives way more? Like, that's what I need to look at. And I'm not convinced that the innovation that I'm seeing come out of America, where we don't have these labor protections, is so great that I am appreciative of the way that people are treated here and the standard of living here.
I mean, so I'm not sure off the top of my head exactly how they define innovation. I'd imagine they say R&D intensity. I imagine that's going to be
difficult thing to measure, even if you
right.
Even if you had
there's going to be
studies on these things.
There's always going to be disputes about what exactly the best measurement is, right? Because plausibly there are a lot of other things that affect patents other than just labor protections, and plausibly a lot of patents are not actually truly innovative. So how do you account for the fact that like maybe probably the top 20% of patents are like 80% of like the consumer welfare gains from patents, and the rest of them just kind of sit around doing nothing, right? So
I'd say Non-Fawn's position is let them eat R&D innovation. That's what I'm hearing.
True.
Delicious.
Yeah,
but quite obviously, I think like if we care about like the standard of living and such or whatever, and like clearly, I think over time, just like long run productivity growth is like causal to like all of those things, right? Like that is the mechanism by which we increase the standard of living, and it's good to do that faster. And then there are clearly tangible
productivity is measured in every sector, right? Okay, there are productivity gains in Best Buy, where they're doing a better job of selling you a TV, maybe. And you weigh that against productivity gains and cancer research. Like these are not the same thing, but they're equally productivity gained, right? Like what actually is going to be making people live longer?
Like you value the output in dollars, so like you are taking into account
but
this sort of dollar value.
Too big of a metric to measure whether or not people are doing okay, whether or not society like how much
that
faster
alone,
do we accelerate? And it's like, hey, like everyone today needs to suffer more because 3 generations from now we'll have a better standard of living. And it's like, well, hold on.
I'm not even certain when you say like
that out over 5 generations and everyone does better today. That's kind of what I'm like looking at the trade-offs here.
When you say like everyone today is going to suffer more, I'm not even convinced that's the case. Certainly, if you had more like union level protections or whatever, probably you would see more unemployment. It seems like there's some evidence of that effect. Probably you would see less investment. There's at least some evidence of that effect as well. So like you are going to be directly hurting people today as well, and people that are alive today for the next 20, 30, 50 years of their life, beyond just people far in the future, people 100 years in the future. It's not clear to me many of these.
This is not empirical at all question, but not fun. What would hurt more, unions or like taking away labor protections? Like more people would suffer from this in the short term.
I mean, there's going to be a margin to things, so you'd have to specify which like country you're talking about and which laws we're talking about.
Germany, which we both agree probably has a little extra restrictive labor protections, would more people be harmed in that country by what is happening, or would it be better for them in the short term to switch to like American style labor protection?
I think for Germany, probably at least getting significantly closer to American labor protections would be good for them, even in the relative short term. Like you do see, the real GDP per capita has not gone up since 2019.
What does that measure? What does that number, real GDP per capita? What does that mean for each individual living in that country on the daily basis?
I mean, that is equal to the income per person, right? Obviously, that might not necessarily be
power, right. Like, what's the like?
It's real GDP, so it's adjusted for inflation.
Like, so it's flat. So yeah, right. So it's stagnating, right? But like the spending power, right? Like, do these people now struggle more? Is there more poverty? Like, is that if you show me and you compare these numbers, like I'm not entirely sure that because you have a stagnant GDP per capita that this means the country's not doing as good as it could be, or that it's suffering, or not just that it's not. Their paycheck isn't going further every year, right?
Well, like you're probably, I would imagine, like insofar as you're decreasing productivity, you're probably or productivity growth, you're probably decreasing wage growth as well, right? That is what's responsible for wage growth in the medium. I mean, even the short run to some degree. But
right, you said the real GDP per capita is not changing; it's stagnating, right, or is it decreasing?
Yeah, it's well, I mean, it's bumpy, and COVID is messing it up to some degree as well. But I believe it's I looked up. I believe it's like slightly higher than it was in 2019, but it's pretty stagnant.
Well, maybe this is commie gobbledygook, but I think GDP doesn't always have to go up if everyone's doing a good job or everyone's doing fine.
With that said, non-fun.
I mean, I agree. Just to be clear, like GDP is not the only thing that matters or anything. I think it's going to be like typically one, highly correlated to things that we do care about, and two, the reason it's kind of correlated with those things is because it like indirectly or more or less directly like measures those things. Like when it comes like actual individual consumption, right? Like that, I can see the case for caring about that more than GDP for to some extent. And that most of that stuff is like literally just included in GDP, so just mechanically it's going to be kind of be reflected in that. And then
what
just
I'm saying is, if you're looking at the metric as it could be better, and I don't disagree, and you ask me what are the trade-offs, if the current standard of living is such a good thing that the trade-offs wouldn't be worth that standard of living decreasing, then I don't mind real GDP stagnating, is what I'm saying. Now, if you could show me that, hey, actually, because of this stagnation, welfare programs are going bankrupt, and I know to an extent Germany is facing some of these crises. I don't know the exact reason. I don't think it's labor protections, but we'd have to see. Then I'd say, it turns out that this is too restrictive. You need to loosen some of these things. We need to have more innovation. That's kind of what I'm getting at, if that makes sense.
Sure. I mean, probably, Germany might have more fiscal space insofar if they were able to increase productivity and long run growth. I'm not certain exactly right now what their reasons for their shorter, really. Maybe what the reason for the short.
Their medical system was too good.
Maybe so.
They have too many. They might unironically have too many like unfunded like healthcare plans and retirement plans for people. I bet that.
Oh, I'm not joking. It's literally the aging population that won't die. Like they're that's actually what's happening there.
That's true. Let's go. This is why socialized healthcare will inevitably result in the evil death councils.
It saves too many people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But let's just
what was that Norse tradition where once they got old enough they would walk them off a cliff? Do we need to bring that back? Is that where we're headed? Edenstoop.
As it happens,
can I just want to read like some of the maybe this won't strike people as insane as it does me. I just want to read like some of the things in Germany that are required for employers. It's crazy. In Germany, a worker who is fairly dismissed due to business needs is entitled to law to 15 days of pay for every year they have spent with the employer. That's someone who has met the standard of being dismissed fairly for a business reason, and those standards are also impossibly high. Employers cannot choose who leaves.
Days per year is not that crazy.
They must rank that. I think that's equivalent to like if you just look at sort of the average firing cost or whatever of employees. I think in Germany it's something like 30 months of it's 30 months of pay to fire a worker in Germany. In the US, I think it's like 7 months.
Don't you think this causes companies to be very strict and careful with their hiring decisions?
Yes, that's bad. That's bad for both innovation and probably for many workers as well. I mean, just like the intuition behind it, like you would not. I'm stealing it from Brian Kaplan, who's a libertarian economist. Okay, so nice libertarian meme we're getting here, right? Like if I said like you have to, marry anyone you go on a date with, yeah, you're probably going to be much more selective with who you go on a date with, and you're going to stay with them for longer because you're like legally married to them. But that's not good. You want to be able to explore multiple people, right? You want to be able to switch jobs easily. You want to be able to.
And you fire them within 2 months. You're not giving them that much money, right? You're not. This is a year's hasn't even happened yet. Versus like, hey, this guy's been on my team for 10 years. He's been a loyal employee.
But like
and I fire him out of nowhere because I don't know, he got dementia and fucking punched the coffee machine. Then it's like, okay, but you've been loyal and we're going to reward you for your loyalty. I don't think that's that crazy to give him 150 days paid leave after 10 years of service.
Well, I think in comparison, I don't know. It strikes me as crazy the amount to which that they are entitled to, especially when that's again for someone who is dismissed for like fair business reasons, and that's again employers can't even choose who they fire. They have to rank employees by age, years of service, family maintenance obligations, degrees of disabilities, and then they have to prioritize dismissing the ones with the weakest like claim to the job. Disabled employees can only be dismissed with the approval of a specific integration office. Workers who are caregivers for other people cannot be dismissed at all for up to 2 years after they tell their bosses that cannot be dismissed for up to 2 years after they tell their bosses they fulfill that role. So like, I don't know, a lot of that stuff strikes me as like well beyond the like, we're just like kind of being nice here and giving workers.
Oh no, it's super worker protectionist. I agree.
Yeah.
What do you think the minimum vacation day should be?
The minimum, like mandated?
Yeah.
I'm not certain. I'm not certain that matters that much, honestly.
I'm just curious. It's not like a bigger factor. I know what it is, and I was happy with it there. But I just want to know what you think.
I'm not. I don't know. I'm not sure I see the case for it, honestly. Just because I think like probably. So employers have an incentive to. Employers care about the total cost of hiring an employee, right? They don't really care whether or not they're giving benefits to people in health insurance or in wages or in company car.
Well, they care
or
about
whatever.
vacation days because that's expected value you're not getting because those people are not going to be at work those days.
So that's a cost to the employer, right? And I think the employer has an incentive to hire workers for as little as possible, and that includes essentially meeting the workers' preferences for how much they value vacation days versus how much they value health insurance or regular wages or whatever other company perks. So I don't know. I'm honestly not sure like vacation days is particularly important. I think employers probably have a big enough incentive to give their employees vacation days if they would rather have vacation days than higher wages.
Well, why don't they do that here then?
I mean, there are a decent number of companies that do so, but I think probably there are a decent number of people who their revealed preference is essentially to prefer taking higher wages and other benefits as compared to more vacation days. I think if you just look at the number of hours people spend in leisure generally, that is higher in America. I'm not certain if you look at like
because they're not mandated. Because people can't afford to go on vacation as much, and they take the higher wages so they can keep surviving. And they're like, I'd rather have the higher wage. But it's not like they're giving up vacation days for the higher wages. It's because the government doesn't say you have to give a certain amount. And a lot of companies just say, fuck you, you get the bare minimum. Or if they're a tech company, they say unlimited, which really just means not that much because we are allowed to say no to you at any time.
Well, no, but you understand like for employer side payroll tax, like it's not like, really, the corporation paying that tax, right? That is money taken out of wages essentially because exactly. Because again, they care about the total cost of hiring an employee. They don't care about what specific things are going to what specific type of benefit or whatever. So what I'm saying is employers have an incentive to align as closely to their employees' preferences as possible with regards to how much vacation days they prefer versus like how much in higher wages they prefer.
How does this follow? This is breaking my brain. Employers have the highest incentive to align with their employees' wants for vacation. I don't see how this follows at all.
If I want to minimize my cost of hiring an employee, right? Mm-hmm. I have an incentive to say, hey, if this worker values vacation days more than typical wages, right? And that makes sense to me.
You're already at a flawed premise right there. What workers are able to calculate, for the most part, how much a vacation day is worth to them?
I don't think they
just
need to
vacation.
Sit down and do the math,
they're not
right?
Putting a dollar amount on the day of a vacation day. So when you hear, I get 30 days vacation at this company, awesome. They're not
necessarily like sitting down and doing the math or whatever, and nothing is ever going to be like a perfect comparison. There are going to be differences that exist in the labor market no matter what, right? But like they are implicitly, if a worker is saying, oh, I prefer to take this job that offers slightly lower wages but more vacation days as opposed to another job that offers slightly higher wages but less vacation days, implicitly they are putting a price on
that's only because those are the
days.
two choices presented to them. And if there's a bare minimum, obviously, yes, you're still going to take into account, is it the bare minimum or is it more? This matters. But you're acting as if this is the employee's desired number of days and not, we have now no minimum or an incredibly restrictive minimum, unrestricted minimum. Therefore, they're just going to, fuck over employees and just say, hey, take the best you can get and not what they desire, right?
Sure. Well, obviously, every employee is not going to get literally their ideal amount of vacation days,
I'd
right?
say most don't.
Probably most don't get like literally their ideal amount because there's probably just too much like transaction costs involved in sorting that out, and then obviously many workers do have to take what's given to them to some degree, right? But I think the types of jobs where people are likely to do that,
at least
probably,
especially in my experience, there's never this like negotiation and trade-off of wages and vacation days, because either there's this implicit understanding of you get vacation whenever I want you to have it, which is maybe never, if it's an unlimited kind where it's like, okay, maybe we'll give you a week or so, or it's here's the bare minimum, you can take them when you want them, and this is no bearing on whether or not you're able to negotiate your salary. Like, to me, these things are almost completely uncorrelated. But that's just my experience,
right.
too.
So I
maybe
think
there's more like macro level studies on this.
Well, I think, individual workers are probably, for the most part, you're right, like not literally negotiating with employers for their exact amount of vacation days, or like for much at all in at least the lower end type of jobs or whatever. But they do have some amount of choice in the labor market, and employers will compete on the best deal that they could offer to employees. And given that employers have an incentive to minimize the cost of hiring workers, the total cost of hiring workers, I don't see why, like, more broadly, you wouldn't expect the amount of vacation days they offer compared to the alternative of higher wages that they offer to not align with what is close to like the median worker's preference there. I think probably those
now
two
I'm
are
starting to feel like libertarian brain rot, where it's like, yeah, maybe in a vacuum, but this is not how like the competition of the labor market works right now. It's like so many people have so few choices. It's just so many people are just taking what they can get, that there's not this like vacation incentive. Obviously, salary incentives are going to play a huge factor in that, but I don't see like, I don't know, maybe I'm just bad at winning jobs and I hear bad stories, but I'm not seeing these people like really getting out competed into their idealistic vacation scenario. So many of the options are either, we tell you what the fuck we're going to do, or it's just, I'll take what I can get. So this idea of like idealism,
well, but I mean, I think the fact that they
restriction of choice,
the fact that companies have like a decent amount of differing, I mean, it's obviously fast food jobs are not going to compete heavily on this, right? And it's not going to apply to the same extent, but like, a decent number of jobs at the mid to higher end, like have fairly differing options in how many vacation days you get and how high your wages are. I think that is all evidence of them competing on, the benefits they give employees. If they, wasn't that much competition in the labor market or whatever, you would kind of expect to see them all kind of either explicitly or implicitly collude on those things and have very
not
similar
collude,
offerings.
But there's kind of a race to the bottom instead of a race to the top, where because people need to be more choosy with their jobs and it's a shitty economy, there's not as many people being like, oh, like I have my 6 jobs I'm picking from, I'm going to pick the one with the best benefits and the best salary. It's I have 2, maybe 1 things open to me and I'm going to take what I can get. And if there's no minimum, then the level of like where this is negotiated, the spectrum on which this falls, is going to just shoot way lower than I think what most people want, which is why Germany has that minimum.
But I'm just not sure, like, I understand obviously the workers are constrained, right? Like it is true, they don't have infinite choice or anything, but I'm just not sure like why on the broader aggregate level, like I would expect employers to like systematically fail at delivering close to what the sort of
fail?
I mean,
like,
as
look at like this maybe is a bad example. Like, do you think restaurants are systematically failing by making so many people subsidize their wages with tips? I'd say yeah, kind of. Like, I don't think this is how people should be paid, and yet this is the standard, and so like more and more people are competing for shitty waiting jobs, industry service jobs that require the subsidies from tipping. And like, yeah, sure, they're competing within those margins, but the scale is so off that none of these people are in the scale of, hey, should we pay any of these people like a good amount of money? Because the entire system, the entire industry is like so slid in one negative direction. That's how I do like the American like benefits.
When I say systemically fail, I mean insofar like again, I think the employer has an incentive to try to hire the worker for the lowest wage possible, or the lowest total cost possible, rather. And that implies trying to match their preferences with regards to vacation days and such. I think, like, I don't know why I would expect on a broad scale employers to consistently fail at getting close to what workers prefer to have with regards to compensation.
I understand what you're saying, but like
wages.
my whole point is that like what workers prefer is so skewed because of the expectations of our culture versus all of these European places where the working standards have always been high. Germany, 1850 Germany is built on like worker rights, and it builds up and it maintains all the way to today. Or the I don't know, like welfare for like artistic people in France, or the the labor union laws in France that we're talking about, like the reason they fucking go and like burn down parliament when things don't go their way. Like some of these stuff are anti-innovation, they're anti-economy, they're kind of brain rotted, but like the standards are so skewed in America that no, the system isn't failing to try to like find the market middle for vacation days, but the standard is so skewed that even the cap of this spectrum is not really in a good spot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, then I might be a little confused at what the critique is at that point. So I don't think insofar as like our culture or whatever and our history influences what workers prefer, that we can then say like the government kind of ought to enforce what we think they should prefer in them. Like, so you can imagine, like, let's just imagine someone who, for whatever reason, for all the fucked up American history reasons or whatever, like just like really prefers wages to vacation days. Like they fucking hate vacation.
Let's make it easier. Harry Potter, you know how all the elves like being slaves? They love it.
I have not watched Harry Potter.
There's house elves, and all of the house elves don't want to be free. They love being slaves. I don't know what this says about the author, but this is the conception, okay? They don't want wages. They do not want to be paid. Should we pay them?
I mean, if like truly their pleasure is maximized by not being paid, then probably not.
But what if the only thing keeping them from that is that they don't know that it could be better? It's just what they know. It's the system they've lived in. It's the culture they've grown up in. Is it still morally ethical to operate within that culture? Like, I'm not giving you more vacation days, even though I could afford to, and it wouldn't super hurt my business and it's my cost of employee. But I know you don't know that I could do that, and you don't know to expect it, so I won't.
In a hypothetical, if like I know for certain that they would actually prefer this thing, it's just that, as of right now, they don't know that they would actually prefer that thing. In that hypothetical, I would, be okay with mandating whatever or telling them whatever to give them that information.
In the reality, absolutely people want more vacation, right?
But insofar as people already want that, I don't understand why I wouldn't expect employers to, again, be pretty close to what workers prefer as a mix of compensation.
What do you mean? What because they don't have to. Why would they? If no one in the industry, if the culture doesn't. So what? People are gonna get the job they want with a good salary, and if the employee says fuck you, or employer says fuck you, like this is the standard, I'm not giving more than that, they're still gonna take the job. And so the idea that like, oh, this is landing in some ideal, and I'm expecting them to shoot correctly, I just don't understand. When we can clearly look at countries, and it's not like these are different species. These people are much happier with more vacation days. Why is it that you just expect? Well, no, it's actually like really what people want is over here, or what my framing, which is the expectations are set so short that the employers are allowed to negotiate at such a lower level on that spectrum. They don't even have to offer the bigger thing, and people take what they can get. This is the entire system. So there's not enough competition. Maybe there's some employer out there that's like actually granting people unlimited days, and they're fucking killing it. I don't know how Costco works, but they seem to like employ shit ton of people and pay them really well. But like, why is it that just because people can negotiate, and just because there is some sort of ideal that is below the median in my opinion, that this means it's doing well if the expectations are so short of what they could be, what we see everywhere else?
Okay, so I think because the incentives in line in such a way that the optimal strategy is likely to be sort of matching what employers or employees want with regards to the mix of compensation between wages and non-wage benefits, I would expect the dominant strategy, what actually dominates, to be pretty close to matching employees where they're at with that, right? So I think
why would you expect this? I'm not sure I follow.
Because under a market system, right, where profit is what matters, and employers care about the total cost of hiring an employee, probably on average, the companies that do the best at approximating what their workers prefer with regards to vacation days versus wages and such they're going to be the companies that succeed because they're able to hire more workers, they're able to do more things, or do the same amount of things.
This is like my primary contention with you that we ever have. This is like this idealistic economic brain. If there was no minimum wage,
I don't think it's
do you think wages would be better than they currently are right now? Or in places where the minimum wage is like $7, do you think it would go below that? Because if enough people just say, I want to save money, and the system trends downward and sort of this like race to the bottom, then no, the employees aren't being incentivized to find the best thing here. There's limited opportunity. They're in a place where the wages are different from a different state and they can't afford to move. Why would it not be the case to maximize profit, to drive those down, make people choose the best that they can afford to, but not where they could afford to pay, even if this would reduce my profits because I don't need to. No one else around me is doing it.
I might have lost track there. I don't understand.
I was a little verbose, but I'm saying, like, let's say there's no minimum wage. There's no minimum wage, okay? We get rid of it. And then somewhere where it's $7, now a bunch of like the companies there are like, well, hold on, there's no law mandating that I have at least the minimum here. So I'm going to start, like exploring below that. And so everyone starts doing this because it's more profitable. This is what the market incentivizes these companies to do. It's like, hey, like if I don't have a legal mandate.
That would probably require some type of explicit or implicit collusion, because firms because
everyone's incentivized to save the money, right? So why wouldn't they all start doing it?
But if they act collectively, that's true. But if they're acting as individuals, which is more likely to be the case generally, then on an individual level, they have an incentive to hire the worker for still as low as possible, but more than what the other firms are, because they would rather, if they are truly competing for laborers, they would rather have that worker and pay them closer to what they're worth, closer to their margin of productivity.
You're also expecting perfect competition and perfect choice between all these people, right?
Like,
if you had the immediate ability to teleport anywhere, you're talking about this DoorDash example, right? That
doesn't require perfect competition. That requires some amount of competition, but it does not at all require perfect competition for firms to still have to compete for laborers.
But the idea that the laborers will definitely go where
Thanks,
they're paid
Leanne, for the donation.
right?
I really appreciate
it.
Hell yeah,
what
brother.
If the incentive of the profit motive, where it's like, hey, I'm going to save money and be able to outcompete you. I have enough people that will come work for me that by saving all this money, by lowering the wages, I'm going to drive you out of business. And so you now have to compete with me, not on trying to acquire the employees, but trying to be more profitable than me. And I'm going to drive my wages down. And we're going to have a race to some weird middle that's $4 below minimum wage. Why is that so unbelievable?
Because that would require certainly that there were oh, sorry, I was responding to a donation. I didn't know it's muted. That I'm not denying that is possible, and there are probably local labor markets where something like that has happened / is happening. But I think even in the case of imperfect competition, or even in the case of you wouldn't really have monopolistic competition in the labor market in the sense of how economists use the term monopolistic. But you don't need genuinely perfect information. You don't need genuinely perfect strategy for the sort of surviving firms or to end up paying workers close to what they are worth, or paying workers in the best mix of non-wage benefits and
maybe we can cut to the chase. Why should there be a minimum wage? Or do you not think there should be?
I think there probably should be. But before we get to, I just want to.
Why? Okay, sure.
Do you think I wish I had more of these models kind of more clearly memorized or whatever. But even if in a free market system, even if every action is taken purely by either random chance or by just imitating what others do, they tend towards the efficient outcome, because the market kind of operates as a selection mechanism where it kind of selects for the firms that are making the right decision, insofar as the right decision is what maximizes their profit, and or overall it's maximizing consumer producer surplus, total surplus. So even if employers are making collusion could influence this to some degree, I acknowledge that, but if employers are making and employees too are making uninformed decisions, to some degree, maybe even like irrational decisions about what type of compensation to take or how much to pay their employees. Still, you would expect
or there's
the
just
sort
a
of
million other factors that could be involved.
sure, but you would still expect
to
generally
reach this job with better vacation pay and just there's a
right.
million
But I'm saying obviously there are many things in a labor market. This is like, arguably like most of the case, right? Because there's so many features about the labor market that make it like less than perfect competition, obviously, right? But to the extent that happens, still probably you expect the sort of dominant firm to be, in most cases, the firm that gets close to paying the worker's marginal product and gets close to paying the mix of non-wage versus wage compensation that employees would prefer, because even if every employer was literally making decisions at random, over time the free market, the profit mechanism, would select for the firms that are getting closer to the sort of optimal outcome.
Again, I understand all this in theory. I'm just so confused. Like, if we look at like Walmart, do you think this is like, because they employ so many people in America, is this the ideal like spot for compensation and benefits because it's the one of the best performing?
I'm certain it's not like literally ideal, and Walmart probably, because there is not perfect information in the labor market. There is transaction cost. There are
is there ever?
Walmart is like no, it's not like ever like literally perfect competition in the technical textbook very basic sense, although there are models of perfect competition with like only two firms, but regardless,
Maybe,
requires
sure.
like a number of firms approaching infinity, right? And obviously that's not like literally possible, right? But I'm sure with Walmart specifically, one, they probably operate in like rural areas where there aren't many employers, so they might have more market power in those areas. And then two, because they are so big, they probably have some company-wide policies that are not going to be the optimal mix for every like local area they operate in. So I'm sure those are factors that constrain exactly how optimal it is. But like generally, insofar as the sort of dominant market strategy overall is to, hire the most workers at the lowest cost, or really hire the most, employ the most efficient mix of labor and capital at the lowest cost, and try to push some of those savings onto consumers and grow your company over time. Walmart probably pretty closely approximates what people at the wage level that Walmart hires, their preferred mix of wage versus non-wage compensation.
Do you think, so, again, you understand this economic stuff way better than me. You spend all day on it, but it just rings so hollow to me when you can look at a company like Walmart and say, this is really close to the ideal of what should be given to the employees. When I know for a fact these employees are abused to shit, they can't afford stuff. They're like sometimes working two jobs. They don't get good benefits. They have no protections. But that's different than so much so that like in Germany, Walmart just failed. And like, yeah, because their protections are really strict, but it's like, hey, if you're going to treat people like this, you're not allowed to operate here because this is going to harm them materially and their lives. And to look at this and be like, well, this is ideal because this is where they have to settle. You have a company big enough that they're able to employ entire towns, that there isn't a lot of competition. I just don't understand like why then this is what we should be okay with or striving towards. I know I'm diving into like populist brain rot, but please
with regards to like vacation days specifically, I think like the case you would have to make for them, I mean, there might be some other things I'm not seeing here or whatever, is that, for like workers are currently either not choosing the best option for them or are constrained in some, because again, workers generally are going to prefer firms that give them the best mix of wages versus you can imagine someone who just like really, really fucking loves wages. They hate vacation. They never want to go on vacation. Insofar as we're given we're giving a policy that mandates vacation days, this worker is going to lose out on some amount of like wages for vacation days they don't want, right? Absent the government regulation, they would probably prefer to take a job.
But that's because they have to choose, right? Absent the government regulation.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying you understand how the government regulation to them is a cost because they can't meet their preferences because the government is mandating preferences on them, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think the case you would have to make for vacation days is that there's more people who, for some reason, are either taking jobs that don't meet their preferences or are like making a decision that actually is not rational. They actually, if they had the information or whatever, would prefer more vacation days as compared to more wages. You have to make the case that the amount of welfare gains to those people would outweigh the welfare losses to people who would be losing out because of the added vacation days to potentially the people who probably vacation days mandate would not affect like hiring that much, but to some degree,
but let's just say like the idea that like, well, if we add too many vacation days, we might hurt the people who want to work more and get higher wages. Like this rings so hollow to me. Like it's like, okay, obviously more people would be happier with time off from work. This is just intuitive, and maybe I'm stupid for saying it.
Well, but like I think that can be a real gain, obviously, but I think that fits into, again, the kind of more specific claim that I think you probably have to make, is that the welfare gain to people who are for some reason making the wrong decision or making an irrational decision is greater.
Well, you keep saying for some reason or irrational. Like, we both acknowledge they are constrained. People don't have perfect information, and sometimes like they can't choose something better. And the idea that like, well, all of these people have this perfect amount of information and are choosing the best.
But I've never, but like I've just like never claimed that. I think like generally the dominant strategy
but I'm saying that just
be...
never happens. So it's like it's not like, oh, for some reason
but you
it's
don't
irrational.
need,
It's like,
again,
this is just how.
You barely even need like rational actors. You don't need perfect information or whatever. There are mechanisms by which the free market generally selects for essentially every factor getting the sort of appropriate payment, well, appropriate by capitalist metrics of appropriate, the appropriate payment to it, just because like there's selection mechanisms. So even if actions are taken at random, you can still expect good outcomes over the long run, right? Or even if they're taken by just
I feel like we could have a whole. I see a hand up. We could have hours of this. And just so you know, Chad, Nonfon's not a libertarian. Just so you know, he's a liberal. He's a neolib. Okay, so.
True.
This has been an interesting conversation. I didn't want to interrupt it, but we do have other segments, and it would be nice to tie a bow on this. So if either of you have any final thoughts on labor protections, and by the way, I'll just say we've got Magnus, an actual German in our community. He's been listening to this show, and so I can imagine he's overjoyed to hear all of this discussion about his home country.
His homeland spoken of so fondly.
He might even call into the show. I see him in the waiting room. We'll have to hopefully talk to him later, but
we'll decide if he can be good.
well, we'll see. We'll see. He can be. He can say some things for sure.
There was this German girl that I used to exchange nudes with a bit, and she found out of my takes on German labor laws, and she said, I don't know if I can morally justify sending nudes to someone who doesn't support the workers. So.
That's a shame.
It's Silver. It's Silver.
Is she single?
You'll have.
Probably. I believe so. I hope so.
Gonna try and move in on that SoyPill?
No.
Meanwhile, Non-Fun, hopefully you can find somebody who is lascivious enough to trade nudes, who is just as passionate about moderate
keeping
economics
the working
as
man
you are.
down.
Indeed.
One day.
Yes, exactly. Final thoughts on labor protections before
My final thoughts are, in the past I tried to get Non-Fun laid, and now I think the market will evaluate.
Let's go.
That he will find the ideal woman, that she'll be driven to him through all of the choices presented and have perfect information. So I don't need to help. The free market will push it.
I'm playing Minecraft in the background because I ADHD brain and such. I was playing there was a girl in this world when I started. She left because
Is she hot?
It's late by now. I think so, fairly, yeah. Regardless.
She's got all the right cubes in all the right places.
Exactly. Let's go. Final. This is a little bit of middle ground. Okay, there is probably the world equilibrium that maximizes total welfare is having some mix of like cutthroat capitalist countries that are like America and do all the epic innovation and fire all the workers all the time, do all the layoffs, right? Do all that type of stuff. And countries like Germany, which have all these stupid protections, all right, and just free ride off our innovation. Okay, so probably here's the Non-Fun concession. Probably global welfare is maximized by at least some countries not doing what I want and instead free riding off of the innovation of countries that do
that's
what I want.
competition. If you don't like America, you can move to Germany and get your
let's go.
15 weeks of paid vacation every year.
Yeah.
Glorious.
Well, perhaps that's the messaging that the Democrats should be running on in 2020.
Move to Germany.
Indeed. Excellent. Well, that was a spirited conversation. I don't know that we solved the issue of how we move forward on the left as far as pulling in people towards the right or from the left. But it seems like we found an important distinction between the two philosophies that hopefully we can reconcile as we move closer towards these elections. With that said, we've got a few more segments that we were planning, but I don't want to take it for granted that we've got either of you for the entire night. Do either of you have a hard out that we need to be aware of?
I don't have a hard out, but my camera might overheat, and I also have some stuff to do at some point tonight. So I don't know. I can go another half an hour, 35 minutes.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Sounds good. Well, with that said, I know that we've got a few people waiting in the call-in list, but before we get to them, we do have another game that we need to play. And this is a continuation from last week where Non-Fawn helped us out testing our new game. And this is a game that is going to be hopefully one of many where we keep track of the scores both in real time on the day of the show as well as overtime. That is over time with our fake stock market. I mentioned earlier that we've got a fake currency system and a fake stock market.
Griftcoin.
Indeed, we run on Griftcoin
that's
here
what
at the
that bot
Marketplace of
was.
Ideas. Yes, indeed. We award Griftcoin for people who come into the server for the first time. We've got other ways of awarding it, and we certainly award it to our game participants as well as our callers.
Do I have to open Discord to participate in this?
Not at all. Well, if you want
automatically.
If you want to actually
I trust
participate
you.
in the
You
buys
can be my
themselves,
You can be my market maker. You can just you're my stockbroker. I trust you with my coin.
I hope you're talking to him because as a communist, I'm going to be terrible at that. You know.
Of course.
I'm talking to him. I see him. He's got the coin bot open.
Well,
Indeed, and as it happens, I've actually got a coin specifically for you. You'll see at the
Oh
bottom.
wait, I have my own coin.
Brand new to the Marketplace of Ideas. The SoyPill soy coin is on the market, and you can spend your Grift coin to invest in it. To be clear, you're not actually investing anything. It's all fake. Don't.
No, it's not fake. Soy coin is very valuable. It's as valuable as Bitcoin if we all make it.
It could be very sentimentally value, indeed.
We just
all right. Well, I don't know how much Grift coin I can. Can you invest it all in soy?
You can invest
it all in
as much of.
Hashtag pump.
You can invest it. We've also got Non-Fawn. Now, as you'll see, SoyPill, Non-Fawn was on last week, and he actually won himself a boost to his stock, putting him at second,
market manipulation,
only to liberalism, and that's thanks to Lethal Lance, who I do want to acknowledge, hanging out in the waiting room. Thanks for being patient with us, buddy. Our in-house liberalism whale, who bought up a good chunk of the liberalism circulating supply.
SoyPill is rage quit.
Horrible.
The call.
What's that, guys? Sorry about that. I tried to click on the coin thing and it kicked me. I accidentally joined a server.
Oh yeah, the waiting room. That's where we've got our callers hanging out. But yeah, if you want to check it out, the stocks yourselves, we got the marketplace tab down towards a little bit further down in our overcrowded Discord server.
The exchange.
Different
okay.
ideologies or different
I'm gonna buy shares
that we've had.
Select stock, soy, all. Amount of Griftcoin to spend. How do I know how much I have?
So, well, you can actually, in the exchange, you can look at your portfolio like this. Just open it up with the portfolio button. It'll tell you what you've got. As you'll see, I've got nothing. Because I've got
500 Grift coin. I'm going to buy 500 soy Grift coin. And what does this do?
What this does
that's going
is
to increase the value of soy coin. And we've got an algorithm there that will create supply and demand pricing, basically. As people buy SoyPill, it becomes more and more valuable. So
it increases shareholder value. That's what it's all for.
Between the different ideologies and the different content creators that we've had on, later we'll add Counterpoints and Pisco and some of the other people that we've had on. We thought we'd slow roll them out as you guys came on the show here.
Yep, and so this is also how we keep track of our game scores. But if people buy your stock and inflate the value of your stock before we calculate the points, that's going to count to your to whether or not you win.
Okay, so understood. Well, I'll say the soy coin is the only coin you can use on sex work. So.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe it is possible to use the exchange to give your shares to somebody else. So if you can persuade somebody to
I'm not giving away my. I'm not. What is that? What's this commie gobbledygook? I'm not giving away anything.
I'm not saying you, but maybe somebody else. Maybe somebody would like to buy some soy. Well, I shouldn't use the word buy. Use Grift coin to acquire soy coin, in order to give to somebody else for illicit services.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying I endorse that, but it theoretically could happen.
The
With that
soy to
said,
sex pipeline. We've created it finally.
the primary thing that we're using to track our creator stocks here is who wins our games or who performs well in them. And in continuation with last week, we're going to now go to a game that we like to call Make James Say the Thing.
Make James Say the Thing.
Indeed.
Brilliant title, Kyle. That's absolutely brilliant.
You know, it works, and it certainly sells what we're going to be doing here. So, if you're familiar with the game Password, it's more or less that. But we've got above me, I have 8 panels hiding 8 different words. James doesn't know what any of them are, and it's going to be your jobs, and by yours I mean our 2 contestants here in Make James Say the Thing. For the first time on the show, we've got SoyPill on my left, and on my right, returning champion from last week, we have Non-Fawn. So each of you are going to pick a number between 1 and 8. I'm going to reveal the word while James closes his eyes, and then you're going to have to get James to guess that word using nothing but one-word prompts. Okay?
Okay.
And so you're going to start with 5 guesses. Now you see these little podiums.
So my ability to perform in this game is contingent entirely on how smart James is.
You've got to rely on James's intelligence to either know these words or discern exactly what you mean.
God.
So, yep, I will. You know what? I pick on James for the sake of the show, but I will say he's a very smart guy. I think you're in good hands.
Sometimes.
In fact, he got Non-Fawn's guess on the first try last week, netting him the entirety.
Still a disadvantage. They're mind melded already. All right.
Yeah, maybe so.
That is a wonderful picture of me, by the way, that you...
And I wanted to choose the best one that I could for the
He also looks bigger than
game.
me. Did you shrink me on purpose to make me have body dysmorphia?
Well, I needed that giant arm that you've got is just throwing the proportions off, and I had to make things look a little bit more normal.
We do push-ups before we start. Yeah.
So,
all right, I'm ready.
These columns. Well, before we get into it, I need to explain. You've got 5 guesses with which to get James to say the thing. You're going to start at 1,000 grift coin, put into your stock. But for every guess that James gets wrong, it's going to tick down to the next one below until you have 1 guess left at 200, and then after that, you're unfortunately going to lose the round with nothing to gain from it.
Got it.
Quick note on this, Non-Fawn was kind enough to help us test this game, and we awarded him with an amount of grift coin that was entirely too much, and we had to engage the regulatory body of you can have your criticisms for sure. It was a hard decision that was not come to lightly. The regulatory body had to rescind some of those winnings for the health of the market long term. To make it up for you, Non-Fawn, for being a good sport, we are going to be donating 5 million grift coin to a charity of your choice. So you can get back to us with where you want us to send that fake money, and we'll even put it in your name so they know that it's from you. So then, with that said, the category of today's show is Democrats. We're going to be examining 8 different Democrats that we might be hearing more about in the near future. Since we are talking about politicians, I'm going to add the caveat that
picked the worst category for me. I'm going to be terrible at this. Go back to commie stuff. That's why I got it last time. Last time the hint was the answer was oligarchs, and so he just said Elon Musk. Bob's your uncle. We're done.
And all 8 are people. All 8 are. I'm going to have to guess a person. It's not a concept. It's a proper noun for each of these.
Each of these panels is hiding the name of a person.
This is going to be utterly painful.
All right.
Since James is not well acquainted with the names of the Democrats, to be clear, I didn't go with any deep cuts. We're not dealing with any James Tallaricos or Katie Porters or anything like that.
Stupid I actually am. Jesus, we're done. The show's done for after this.
Well, don't write it off just yet. With that said, Non-Fawn, as our returning champion, I'm gonna allow you to go first. So if you could please pick a number between 1 and 8.
I'll do 6.
Okay. All right, James, I'm gonna ask that you avert your eyes for a moment. I'll let you know when you can open them back up. Let me know when you're good. Got them closed? Okay. Here is the name that you have to make James say. Got it, Non-Fawn?
All right. Yeah.
Okay, the panel has been closed once again. James, you can open your eyes, and Non-Fawn, we're starting you out at the top of the column. Go ahead and give your first prompt.
Oh boy. There are some things that if James knows, he could get this if I said some things, but I don't know what he knows.
What James knew.
I know. I need to.
Well, you know that he's
You
a
don't wanna know
communist,
what
so
James
if you can attempt to appeal to that sensibility, you might have a leg up.
Assume not much, and you might be close.
I'm not certain he's gonna get this. I'm gonna go with. I'm just gonna say 25.
What?
You don't get that, SoyPill? Oh no, it's Joe.
I don't even get that.
Oh no.
It's Jover for you, dude.
Well, James, give your best guess.
Oh my god, 25. 25. What do we have 25 of for him? When did this person get elected when they were 25 or
Well, you can't answer the questions.
25th president? Probably not.
No Googling either.
I can't Google up because I just don't want to be that embarrassed, but we haven't typed anything in yet.
Hey.
Oh god. You guys are getting no points today, gentlemen. 25. We'll just go because what do we do here?
We say a name, James. You gotta pick somebody.
Let's go with John Ossoff or Ossoff because we're just doing last names.
That is going to take us down to the 800 mark. Nonfon, give us another prompt. One word, please.
Fucking hell.
Fucking
Hey,
hell.
you're not
Okay,
reading
we
my
got-
chat, right?
No, I don't have it.
Me
Hold on.
no.
Don't.
There
read my
is.
chat.
You could have gotten it with that if you knew, if you were in the know. There's other words
Okay.
I'm thinking of that if you're in the know, you could get, but I think they're gonna be, I just think they're gonna be too vague to immediately recognize. I don't know.
Oh, my chat's explaining your clue. I think you're like 3 layers deep, bro. That's wild.
It was like mentioned earlier. I thought maybe regardless. I'm gonna go with cycle and hope that you understand what I'm.
Oh, okay.
Cycle. Okay, James, what have you got for us?
You say cycle or recycle?
Cycle. Not to play. Oh no.
This is way too much for me. No, I got nothing.
You gotta say a name.
We're just gonna start saying names.
Chapingro's right. We do need a timer. We
do need a timer. Yeah,
we got to
especially
put the
for me.
pressure on. I'm just gonna start making tick-tock noises in the background so that everybody gets stressed out.
We'll just say Biden so that we can move to the next hint. We'll just.
That was a good guess. Joe Biden rode a bicycle once. In fact, he famously
That's
fell
true.
over on
That's
one.
true.
Couple times, but that is
Fell
gonna
off the
move you
cycle.
down to 600. Non-fun. Do you have another prompt that you can get James to say the thing?
Oh boy, I should probably stop risking it with the references you may
Don't
not
go for it all
get,
at once. You gotta try and
but-
get some points out of this. Don't go for the.
Get the low-hanging fruit. Just whatever, like, you know. What's the normie gonna know about this person?
I'm
You're mute. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say this is just this is just what the normie would know, you know. I'm just gonna say Brown.
Brown. Okay, that doesn't narrow it down much.
Now,
but
now you're
James,
too vague. He's too vague.
Oh come
bad
on,
at
you
this.
can
You're bad
talk
at
with the
racism,
three
you're
with
bad
the
at
three of them,
references.
bro.
James, who do you think of when you think Brown?
I'm trying to assume you don't mean skin color. Let's just assume you don't mean skin color.
Now's not the time to be politically correct, James. What do you think of? We've
Yeah, there's
got
Griff point on the line, James.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm about to say you can't deprive this man of his fake money just because
We're
you want to
going
be
with
politically
Obama.
correct.
Is it Obama? We're just gonna go real
Wow,
low.
how could you even miss that,
Obama.
Non-Fon? You give him the Brown. Jesus,
Well,
come on,
Non-Fon,
Brown
Non-Fon.
v.
400
Ford
I'm sorry, he's your
investigation.
returning champion.
You
know,
gotta
he's-
use
Look at this
I blame
casual racism over here.
100%.
He's against a competitive racist who is
100%.
absolutely killing it right now. Can I steal? Can I come in and steal? This is painful.
You know what? We might have to institute a stealing rule at a different time. We don't have it in place yet, so I
Thank the
would
Lord.
feel bad
once
about.
he gets to 0, we'll give him a shot.
All right,
'Cause
can
we're
I
on our way to
propose? Look,
0.
I want to be able to do Collins, and we're not going to get through all 8 of these if Non-Fon does half of them.
Oh, we're
It's
not.
5
We're
wrong every
doing.
time,
We're
so.
doing one each. We're doing one each
Okay.
tonight until we institute a timer and a stealing mechanism
All
for
right,
sure.
okay.
But we are of course still in the. We're still kind of trying this one out. With all the new production and glitz, you might think that this is a game that's very well developed. In fact, this is only our second time doing it on the show. So we appreciate your patience as we wait for Non-Fon to think of a prompt that James can understand.
I believe in you, Non-Fon.
I have another one that's gonna be too vague. I'm trying to think of something else. Fucking hell. I have like 2 that are also gonna be too vague. I feel like there's a kind of vague, but I think you should be able to piece it together. I have faith in you, James. Maybe. Epstein.
James.
Epstein. Cycle. Brown.
25.
25. Epstein. Cycle. Brown. 25. Now I need a corkboard to tie these things together. Epstein Brown. I didn't get enough sleep from my brain to put these clues together. Oh, I'm sure it's getting embarrassingly easy if you know the answer.
This is why commies have no power. They don't know anything about politics.
Clearly.
Could be true.
Have we considered the possibility that James just does not know who this is?
We have not.
He's gotta know.
I think
Well, maybe we have.
I think that James might know who this is. James, who can you think of on the Democratic Party who might be brown and is at the very least associated with Epstein in some way? Might not be in the files. He might just be associated with him tertiarily in some manner.
Oh, this is painful for me. I got nothing. I just did not get enough sleep to be good at this game right now. What do we got? Epstein. There's so many people on that list. It's easy to think about that, who it might be if you've got the answer.
Is it the list? Is it the list itself, or is it just a politician who maybe talks about Epstein?
Oh, man. I better get this much fucking hope.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Who talks about Epstein a lot? I don't know.
Give us a name, James.
Raskin.
Name a Democrat. Sir, for $1, name a Democrat.
Raskin. Jamie Raskin.
Jamie Raskin. It's not Jamie Raskin.
Down
That's
to
going to
the
take us down to the
last
final one.
round.
And I'm gonna. I know it's at the risk of some fake money, but I'm gonna ask you to keep it quick, because I don't want to keep SoyPill long enough so that he
This is
doesn't get to do
agony
the other
for me.
things he wants to do. And we've got callers, and I guess I trailed off there, but yes, Non-Fon. One last prompt from you.
I don't, bro. If you're in the know, you can get it off of this, but you might not be in nowhere. I'm gonna say
But if he knows who
SoyPill.
Jamie Raskin is, come on.
What was that prompt, Non-Fon?
My prompt is SoyPill.
That's not a terrible prompt.
SoyPill talk to Rokana?
Oh!
I should have fucking done that from the start, apparently. Goddamn.
He got it. He got it.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
non-fun.
Oh my god.
Indian? Hello? You did
I
ground Indian?
honestly did not know which variation
more
he
specific.
was off the top of my head for certain.
California,
So
representative.
But even
I
if
mean,
even if he was like Pakistani or like anything else in that area, if you say Indian, he'll know.
hey,
Explain cycle and 25 to me.
the 25 with the $25 an hour minimum wage that went at least on my.
I thought
at
you were
least
talking
on
about
my,
invoking the 25th Amendment.
No, that was mentioned earlier
Yeah.
in the stream. I don't know if we mentioned Rokana when we talked about that, but we talked about that a little.
There was an allusion to $25. Yeah, I didn't put that together myself. I would have gone with Epstein right away, and then.
But you ran into the list problem because he's not on the list. I would have guessed Clinton if you told me Epstein.
Possibly. Yeah, that's an understandable bit of
But
confusion there.
Clinton's
but
not.
James,
All right, let me knock it out of the park.
Brown.
My chat wants 7.
Easy
My chat
peasy.
wants
Here we
7.
go.
Okay, James, if you could please close your eyes once more as we reveal number 7. Let me know when you're closed.
We're ready.
Okay. All right, SoyPill, you got that? You got that memorized?
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. Closing the panel once again. James, open your eyes, and SoyPill, give us your first prompt.
Okay. Gruesome.
Newsom.
Damn.
Get fucking wrecked.
Just use
So
Champion
my
of my ass.
Use
Wow.
my caveman brain, okay? It's easy. It's
Easiest game of my fucking life. Let's call it.
Damn.
Wow, this has been an exciting game of Make James Say the Thing. We've learned a lot, especially about how the game should be run a little more efficiently, and we're going to take that back to the workshop. But thank you so much for playing, both of you, Non-Fawn and SoyPill. SoyPill, I suppose this makes you the reigning champion currently, having taken the first guess to Non-Fawn's final. It's unfortunate.
You know what? Non-Fawn
but...
was at a disadvantage is because there's no Trump nickname for Rokana. I pitched Retarded, but he's not on the main stage yet, so it's not happened.
Part of this is,
It's
a little bit of luck of the draw. If you're picking the wrong number, you get the wrong name, and it just so happens that James isn't as familiar with that person as he is the perceived Democratic frontrunner. Indeed,
I'm
it
good at
does.
rhymes.
All right. Well, at the end of the show, we'll be putting a 200 grift coin buy on Non-Fawn and a 1,000 grift coin buy on SoyPill. So
wait, guys, market manipulation. You know they're about to buy it, so go long on it, okay?
I mean, you
buy it now. You can cash out later.
That's true.
It's brilliant. What a great. We should have said that.
Well, we will next time. Thank you so much for playing. And if you are watching, you are watching the Marketplace of Ideas. If you like what you've seen so far, please consider checking out our YouTube channel, giving us a like and a subscribe if you're feeling generous. We've also got a Discord server where we're now going to be taking some call-ins. We've got a couple of people waiting in the waiting room right now, and Lethal Lance has been waiting the longest. Has anybody paid Grift Coin to get into the line a little bit quicker? No, it doesn't seem so. So we're gonna go with the person who's been here the longest, Lethal Lance. Lethal Lance, our local liberalism whale. How are you doing, sir?
Big fan of liberalism.
Hello.
Yes, could you please give me hello
there.
What's up?
We can hear you.
Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, so in the spirit of James and asking slightly inappropriate questions, Non-Fawn, are you autistic?
It would not be like especially surprising to me if I was, but I don't think so. I've not been diagnosed, and I got like diagnosed with like an ADHD when I was like 6 years old or something. I think they probably would have tried to test for autism back then as well. So I don't think so, but maybe if I was, it wouldn't surprise me a ton.
Okay, getting that one out of the way. I do have actually some questions because it seems like you're really big on productivity. It's almost like you kind of worship that metric, and because it seems like you assume, because historically increased productivity means increased standard of living, and it seems like you just assume that's going to continue, right?
I mean that like is one of the primary mechanisms by which the standard of living increases, right? Like, I think there isn't good reason to believe that it's not going to continue, and historical evidence that it is associated with like increase in living standards is evidence for it being, good and important. And just like mechanistically, more output, less input, it is very easy to see how that could lead to, more real resources per person. I mean, definitionally, it does lead to more real resources per person. It's just that, maybe it's also unequally distributed, right? But it's very clear to see how just
so
overall
I think it's
be
all about
very good.
distribution, but
Well, I mean, it can't be like,
I think
I don't even know what you mean by it's all about distribution, right? Because like probably you would prefer a world in which like, let's say the top 10% of people get like, they experience like 300% growth in real resources. But the bottom 20% of people, they only experience a 10% growth in real resources. Probably still that world is preferable to a world where the bottom 20% get 0% growth in real resources and the top 10% only get 10% growth in real resources, right? Like probably the absolute standard of living there matters as well, right?
Yeah, but I think we should also optimize for distribution when it seems you mainly are concerned with optimizing for just pure productivity growth. And I think it seems like you're okay with sacrificing workers' interest to maximize business interests in the name of market efficiency, and innovation was brought up a lot.
Well, I just care about like what's best overall, right? So like, I don't think like business interests is something that like is some cohesive, coherent thing that exists always at the antagonism of like workers' interest or whatever. Like I think, businesses, obviously to some degree the workers are better off for having a job there, right? Like there's, insofar as there's a competitive labor market, I think it's fair to say like employers are benefiting the workers of the firm to some degree, and I think they typically are doing types of innovation or types of whatever they're engaging in is probably helping consumers or other firms if there's some intermediary to some degree.
I want to interrupt here real quick because you're saying
Sure.
I'm doing what's best overall, and I don't necessarily think you're being bad faith or lying when you say that, but I would ask you to reflect on what are you using to measure what is best and whether or not that's skewed by reading econ for 20 hours a day. And then look at other metrics as well.
My ultimate metric, would just be like total utility, right? Like what is, ultimately just what gets the total amount of happiness, total amount of positive quality in the world higher. And I think that is like generally going to essentially proxy with things like long run productivity growth, with things like I think labor mobility and such are like instrumentally useful for that stuff. And I'm not sure, reading econ for 20 hours a day, I think like gives me a framework for thinking about some of these things that might be different than some other people, but I think it gives you, a better framework. I think it's better to try to analyze things with, with as much statistics as you can use, with as much like rigorous causal inference as you can use. I think probably that's, the better way to try to analyze these types of things that do involve genuine trade-offs.
But you can conceive of a world where increased productivity doesn't necessarily increase standard of living. Is that like conceivable?
That is conceivable, yeah. I just think like, generally we don't have good reasons to believe that would typically be the case. Like I'm not sure like,
Okay,
historically.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, so earlier in the conversation, we had a slight mention about like automation and all that. So let's say there's two worlds, right? In world one, automation increases productivity like double. Like worldwide, the global economy like just doubles in productivity. But all of you were pushing back against antitrust laws. So let's just say, I don't know, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they basically own most of this. And they see fit of the fruits of this productivity. And so productivity has increased and it doubled. But in world two, same thing, but let's do like I don't know, some demonic socialist policy, like a sovereign wealth fund where every citizen in America owns a part of this. Because like I think it's Sweden or Finland,
Norway. I'm assuming you're thinking of the big sovereign wealth
one
fund
of those. Yeah, with the oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, so instead of oil, we just have ours like AI automation, and every citizen receives a dividend. They own a part of this, and but the productivity is the same. Which world do you think results in better outcomes for the?
Well, you technically didn't specify enough, for me to fully say. So I think like when you say productivity is increased, twofold, right? But like most of it is like owned by these big corporations or whatever. I don't think like merely because it's owned by these big corporations or whatever, that necessarily implies that, for example, consumer welfare isn't higher than the counterfactual, or that like overall the absolute standard of living is higher than the counterfactual than the other world, right? So I think like I would prefer a world, generally speaking, at least, in which like there is more total consumer welfare, there's more total surplus that is like more unevenly distributed compared to one where there is like more even distribution, but like just less total consumer producer surplus. There are going to be like, margins to some of those things, because obviously like there is kind of diminishing marginal utility to consumption and to wealth and such. So I think like, there are arguments for redistribution. On a very fundamental level, though, I don't think inequality is intrinsically bad. I care about the total amount of happiness or happiness in the world, essentially. And I don't, within the confines that were hypothetical, technically you didn't give me enough information to say for certain which one would have the higher total about happiness.
Alrighty. We should probably limit it because we're going towards the end of our time here tonight. If you want to say any last words on that, Lethal.
Yeah, so my last words will be, everyone has been thinking, what is the perfect message and the perfect policy? Well, I have here to give the answer. The perfect message and the perfect policy are one and the same. And it's simply the only ideology that has been shown to overcome the oligarchy. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I do, because we talked about it earlier, but you mean
turn
positive
of the
economic
century,
policy. Yeah.
progressivism. Oh my God, hella base and non-fun. I don't know why you're so anti-trust laws or anti-union, but man, this is what created this damn nation. It's what created such great wealth and high standard of living. And I think without all these antitrust laws and workers' protections, consumer protections, man, the world would be a much worse place. And I feel like we've been moving away from that. So I think the winning message for Democrats, because imagine if Teddy Roosevelt was alive today, he would beat every single candidate you could put up against him. A conservative would vote for him. A freaking leftist would vote for him because he's so pro-labor. And it's just, that's the winning message.
So do you have anything to add to that?
I don't know if I would vote for a reincarnated Teddy Roosevelt. I have to look into his politics a little more.
Teddy Roosevelt, born in 1980, socialized in the modern society, so he's not as like old school racist.
I'm sorry.
He doesn't believe
I said I'd have to look into it. Not I'm going to listen to this man propagandize and lie about Teddy Roosevelt. Who knows what the real? You have a political bias, sir. I don't trust your intentions.
I understand you got to get through caller, so like I'm not gonna be able to have a full debate with this dude or anything. If he wants to call into my stream afterwards, he can, because I'll still be streaming. But
if you'll still be on, I'll raid you non-fun because I'm getting off soon. So.
Hell yeah, based. I appreciate it. But just like one quick response to that or whatever. If you watch my comment on antitrust earlier, it's not me saying antitrust is intrinsically bad or whatever, or like I'm intrinsically against it or whatever. It was that the standards by which we judge many things today is not, I feel, the appropriate standard. I feel that they are too concerned with concentration as compared to consumer welfare. I feel that they define markets too narrowly and don't focus on sort of broader indications of competition that are more useful to focus on. There are certain things that to some degree, this is not like maybe as common now with Trump or whatever, but like I mentioned the just regressions that they use of HAI, which is the measure of concentration on price, to try to like prove any type of harm to consumers or whatever. I think that's just a totally incoherent, flawed method. And those are my critiques of antitrust. I'm kind of ambiguous on the antitrust historically, how good or bad it was. I've not done a ton of reading into it.
Well, that was.
Can I have one sentence?
My goodness, give a mouse a cookie. Fine, go ahead. One sentence.
Okay. Here's why wealth concentration is inherently bad.
All right, very good. That was your one sentence. And, we are happy to have you here on the Marketplace of Ideas, Lethal Lansing. You asked for one sentence and I gave it to you. But that sounded like
a colon in the sentence, okay?
Yeah. You can't give me a run on if we're giving you 1 cent. But Lethal, we appreciate you calling in every time. We hope to explore this on a day where we hope we have a little more time. Gentlemen, when we have callers here in the Marketplace of Ideas, we like to award them with a certain amount of Grift coin, somewhere in the 0 to 1,000, depending on how well you think you did. Non-Fun and SoyPill, between 0 and 1,000, how much Grift coin should we give to Lethal for calling in today?
Well, he's against non-Fawn's ideology. I think he should have 1,000.
Okay, that's 1 vote for 1,000. Non-Fawn?
Okay, damn, I'm giving him 0 then. Okay, that's how we're playing this, I guess.
We're
wait. Unless he agrees to buy non-fun coin. If he agrees to buy non-fun coin, spend all of his money on non-fun coin.
I will sell all my liberalism stock and buy all non-fun. If I could say 1 sentence.
Okay, 0 then.
All right, very well.
Well, all right. Looks like we've awarded you no 0. Well, I'll tell you what. You're not getting the sentence, so we'll give you 5. We'll split the difference and give you 500. All right. Very good. Well,
concentrated upgrades, concentrated influence into
Get him out of here. Get that guy out of here.
Coin. No, that's it.
Don't give him any more coin.
Sorry, Lethal. We had to cut you off at some point. We are fast approaching 8:30. SoyPill, do you want to stick around for one more caller, or
give me 1 or 2? I can stay for 1 or 2.
All right. Well, we appreciate it very much. And Magnus, our local German, has been waiting for almost as long as Lethal was, so I want to bring him in next.
Oh.
Magnus.
Hallo, grüß Gott, servus.
Thank you for calling into Marketplace of Ideas.
You call me Ayuda? How'd you know I was Jewish?
Gude.
Oh, Gude. Ah, okay, sorry. I just, we get this tingle, Sometimes we got to be careful.
The German accent makes certain words hit a little bit different, Magnus. It's a fault of ours as Americans. But thank you so much for calling in. I hope you enjoyed all that talk of Germany earlier. What have you got for us?
Oh God, that was awful. That was awful. Listen to that, bro. I was dying.
Because I was so inaccurate, or because they were critical?
No. Because of the other dude.
Hell
no.
Oh boy. Well, the alliances have been declared. What have you got for non-fun?
I don't get non-fun here. Like, if the 20 days minimum would be so bad, then why the hell is Amazon offering the people working here 28 paid vacation days, and not the bare minimum of 20?
Well, because again, I think that's evidence of my point, which is that employers have an incentive to sort of meet employees where they're at with regards to what their preferences are for wage versus non-wage compensation. It's notable that they, are competing essentially on what benefits they can offer workers beyond what the minimum is required by the government. That's an indication of, labor markets having some competition.
Why have a minimum then?
Well, I don't necessarily think there should be a minimum for vacation days. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's a big enough failing there for me to feel that's justified.
Yeah, I would love to live in the nightmare you call America. That's.
I mean, if you just look at
have you ever had a job?
Nothing feels greater to be screwed over. This freedom to enjoy to be screwed over. That's awesome.
Have you ever worked a job non-fun like a full-time?
Not a real one.
No surprise.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
Why are these jobless? Why are these jobless having arguments about my body? It's my body, my choice, and I want vacation days. Damn it!
This is my job. Excellent point. TTS in chat. Okay, drop some Prime subs. Let's get some YouTube. Let's get some more YouTube jewels in here. You know what YouTube jewels are? SoyPill.
Do you have non-fun? Do you have?
Me either, really.
Have you been to Germany non-fun?
No, I've never been to Europe, but I think
I really need to disappoint you at this point. It not looks like the Fallout universe here. People are actually driving cars.
Well, I don't think that's
eating and.
I don't think that's the case or anything, but I think it does seem to be. Oh, thanks for the 67 jewels, Dylan Thomas. I appreciate it.
Included in our standard public health care.
Sure. But I think if you look at cancer survival rates in Germany, right? The readmission rates after strokes, those are lower in Germany as compared to the U.S., for example. I think there are benefits for people living in Germany. Probably the bottom 20% of people are better off in Germany than they are in America. I think that's probably true, and I think there are certain things that we should do in America.
That should be more of a metric for whether or not a society is good than if productivity is higher.
I wouldn't
how well the bottom 20% is doing.
weight those like intrinsically.
I would say one of those is
I'm
just
not
100
certain.
bajillion times better than the other one. If we had zero productivity and we never ever changed or invented everything, but the 20% was doing 500 times better, unless you could show me that like in the next generation,
if they were doing
this would double or triple this like standard of living, I'd say fuck it, let's stagnate. I don't give a fuck. Like,
sure, if we're like
spot.
assuming the bottom 20% are like doing a like absurdly amount better off or whatever, then like probably that would increase like total welfare, right? Total happiness. I'd be in favor of that. It's just that it's kind of ambiguous to me, which necessarily is going to create like more total net happiness there. At least you'd have to specify more about
if the workers make more stuff or if the people at the bottom 20% are dying and less and have more money.
But you could obviously imagine like the rest of the 80% of people have like significant improvements in the quality of life, and there are.
Would you live in that city where they have to torture the one kid, but like everyone else is in a utopia?
Absolutely, I'm not walking away from that shit. Okay, I am. Don't want to say that in Twitch, but I am.
Be careful.
I think that.
What
that
if
is
you're
like,
the one kid though?
Well, I mean, I think it would be like the moral thing to do to not I mean, if I'm the kid, I don't have a choice, right, or whatever, right? Like, that's it. That's what a hypothetical.
No, you're allowed to tell them to stop.
I mean, I think emotionally, right? Like, if I'm in pain or doing something that I'm forced to do, like, I would want to tell them to stop. But like, it's hard to. Here's the thing. Like, I would have to be coming out and saying like, you are doing something wrong, even though you are doing what I would choose to do, if I was like under the veil of ignorance. Like if I didn't know who I was going to be in the situation, I would choose every time for them to do the bad thing, right? Or like even if everyone in the town didn't know who they were going to be, right? They would all vote, right? Like probably every single one of them would vote for like, let's torture this poor kid such that so the rest of us could have a utopia. They would all in expectation be better off from doing that. They would probably all vote for that, right? So like going like saying like, oh, I'm made worse off, right?
Well, yeah, sure, but last part of it. What if you knew you could get to the utopia, but it would take an extra 50 years? People would suffer on the way, but you can't torture the kid perpetually.
What do you mean you can't like what?
Like so, either you torture the kid perpetually, and you have it now, or you get it in 50 years, but on the way there, a lot of people die and suffer to get to this utopia in 50 years.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I think you could take any number of views on like the well-being of future people, and some of that's going to be relevant here. But I'm not like I'd probably be okay with waiting the 50 years or whatever. But I think like that's probably more controversial view than the other hypotheticals.
Maybe.
SoyPill, where do you live in Germany?
Ich war in München, der Wohner von Gilching.
Oh God, Bavaria.
Yeah, that's why I said Gruß Gott. I can't speak Bavarian, but I can speak all the Servus.
I live in Frankfurt.
Oh, okay. That's the money capital of Germany. That's like where Nonfon would go if he went to Germany. He would go do all the econ stuff. He'd study abroad there.
It's awful.
Let's go.
It's awful. A lot of junkies, a lot of crime.
Probably
not comparable to the US, but still.
You have a Chipotle in the Hauptbahnhof, so really is it that bad?
We have now a Chipotle.
Yeah, so you almost have burritos.
But
beautiful. Well, I'm glad the Germans can share in our in the destruction of the bowels that is Chipotle.
It's not Taco Bell. Chipotle's fine.
It's hit or miss. There have been some bad.
The Germans have a standard for the meat.
No,
they have good ingredients.
Taco Bell in Frankfurt.
Springer, you cannot be seriously debating.
Well, see
that the who walked away from Omelas, like the expected utility there is ambiguous. There's no world in which the expected utility there is ambiguous. The whole point of the hypothetical is literal utopia for everyone except one person, right? Like there's literally no world in which that is ambiguous. And again, I think part of the way to see that is along the lines of the hypothetical that I gave earlier. If you didn't know who you were going to be, right? If there were 1,000 people that were going to live in this utopia, and there was one child that was going to be infinitely raped, so that such that in order to make the magic utopia machine run, right? You would want their child to be raped, right? That is what you would rationally want under the veil of ignorance, right? Like, an expectation you'd be made better off from doing that. How to do by hand? You understand, obviously you can use your intuition to make those types of judgments, right? No one denies this. It's not ambiguous in that example. There are other examples where it's clearly just not ambiguous. For example, like if you have to, like if there are two people trapped underneath like earthquake rubble, right? Let's say you have to, for example, in order to save one person, in order to save person B, you have to grab person A's foot and break it and use it to break through rubble to, and doing so is going to break their toe, but it's also going to enable you to save person B. In no way is it like ambiguous. Do you need like some magical expected utility calculator to understand what the right, or I don't want to necessarily assume right, but what the decision there of the highest like expected value is, right? It's very clear just based on your intuition, based on any reasonable inference from the facts there, that the highest expected value is to break the person's foot in order to save the person's life, right? That's not ambiguous.
You can do one more. Why did he just have his password? Oh, wait.
Was that?
I've got mine on my desk. What am I saying? Never mind.
Damn
All right.
hypocrite.
Well, I know that
so he can escape Germany at any time once the
Thanks for the
economy
67.
breaks down from all of the anti-neoliberal policies.
This is true, Starfleet. Thanks for the 67 jewels.
So we've got soon, and he'll need
the
to
jewels.
escape.
How much money did jewels
we've got
give me?
one
Did
more
they give me
caller
money?
with SoyPill, and then Non-Fun. Do you want to stick around a little bit longer and take anybody else who's hanging out?
Yeah, I'll stick around. Yep.
Very cool. Well then, let's bring in Sample Text, because Sample Text has been waiting for a minute.
Let's go.
Sample Text, thank you so much for coming out of the marketplace of ideas. Good to meet you.
Yeah, no problem. Heads up, I'm Non-Fon's bestie, so I'm gonna just attack SoyPill.
Okay, very well.
Oh God.
Yeah. For one, can I talk about something not necessarily related to populism? Just like ask him a question about one of his videos.
Let's see why not.
Right.
Sure.
Now look, I hate Trump. Non-Fun, you can attest to that. I'm patient zero of TDS, right?
True, very true.
Yeah, so I have no interest in defending the guy. But the whole Epstein thing has been a complete hysteria. So I watched your Epstein video about Trump. You lay out the things most indicting of him. I don't think you put that much emphasis on the letter, which is, in my opinion, the most suspicious thing out of the files, and that was even before the release of the files. But like, can we agree Virginia Giuffre has never alleged anything wrong about Trump?
I should do this.
Never,
I said that in my video. Of course, we can agree.
Yeah, but also she endorsed.
It.
I was gonna say she endorsed Trump in 2024. Isn't that like a thing we should mention? That she like literally endorsed him.
Sure. I mean, it seems like she's not alleging any wrongdoing. That was the point of my video. That she was not.
Okay, fine. Okay, then that's fine. That's fine. Okay. I felt that
all the other stuff's bad, right?
Okay.
Like all the other
Well,
victims.
what's the other stuff? What's the other stuff? Yeah, I mean,
you tell me.
I think he pled guilty to literally fucking an underage girl. Yeah, so that's bad, right?
Did he do
and
that?
I don't think he was a thing. Yeah, he pled guilty in 2008.
Oh, I didn't know he pled guilty.
Yeah, he pled guilty to 2 counts about the same girl. Now she was, like, if you want the Michael Tracy line.
You're talking about Epstein. I'm talking about Donald Trump.
No, Trump never did. Yeah, Trump. All the other stuff is terrible, right? Like, so, the beauty pageants thing and the letter.
Talking about how he wanted to fuck his daughter.
Yeah, true. That,
Okay, so
and like, I'll
you
date
realize
this girl
you're
in 10 years,
Non-Fon's
whatever.
best friend. I try to defend Non-Fon. Tell everyone that he's not a libertarian, and the first thing you come in is defend pedophiles.
True. Well, either way. Now let me actually defend the libertarian position. No, I'm a neoliberal like Non-Fon. We basically align on everything. He copies all my positions. So on the economic stuff, like, tell me where the logic goes wrong. Okay, on average, just generally as a heuristic, the more costly it is to hire people, the less employers will want to do it. Okay, and unions make it more costly. So you create more unemployment by strengthening all these unions. Is that like a terrible inference? Because it's borne out in the data.
No, that's not a terrible inference, but you have to look at the trade-offs of, are these unemployed people going to be taken care of by the increased wealth that you take from richer people? Are the people who are working going to have better protections and a better standard of living because they're not being abused by their employers? Do the unions negotiate wages in a fair way, or are they stagnated growth by just making sure nothing ever gets done because they're super bureaucratic? Like, there's a million different factors that would not make me pro or anti-union, period.
Yeah, or if they oppose innovation that I mostly care about consumers, right? I think consumer welfare is the best metric. And so unions tend to make the product more expensive. They tend to oppose innovation, which makes it cheaper, right? Now, obviously, workers are consumers, and so if we have more unemployed consumers, they can buy less stuff. That's pretty bad. But yeah, unions sometimes are good. I just think the literature on the whole gives very good reason to suspect unions. And I'm a study bro. I'm like non-fun. I'm econ brain. Sorry, but I'm a study bro. So there's that. About the minimum wage.
Well, real quick, I
minimum wage.
I do just want to say, like, I like, and you mentioned this to some extent. Like, I think when you say, like, you know, are they going to be taken care of with the extra money being taken from rich people? Not the only people who are affected are not just rich people, right? It is other workers, it is consumers. Probably the most transparent example is the longshoremen's union that like oppose like, you know, port automation. That like very directly like hurts consumers and hurts other workers because a bunch of firms rely on imported materials, and those imported materials are, you know, backed up and more expensive because the ports aren't automated, partly because of the unions, right? So like you have to take
but you have to also ask, like, you say hurt as it is inherently negative if the price goes up. I think there's a very good argument to be made that I would be willing to pay more for literally like, everything if it made everything better. Like,
but like just like real output is lower, right? Like kind of like mechanically, like real output is going to be lower if you restrict how much like you could automate something, if you impose sort of like
I'm not saying these people don't
on
stagnate growth in ways that I might disagree with. So
right. So here's like another thing. Here's the neoliberal predicament.
Sample text.
My bad.
Have you worked a job?
Yeah.
Okay, I just checked.
Either way, yeah. So here's the neoliberal predicament. Okay, like I worked in a startup at least. Like my degree is data science, but I work in a startup in AI or whatever. Yeah, I've been like, oh my God, when I was 16, child labor. Either way, whatever. So here's the neoliberal predicament, okay? And neoliberal, we use the term jokingly, okay? I don't know what the term means. It means nothing. But here's the wonky predicament, okay? Corporate taxes are very popular. You know, it's kind of, oh my God, corporate bad. We got to punish them. Let's do taxes. The problem is, the literature is pretty clear that it's like spread kind of evenly between.
I don't believe so.
The impact is spread pretty evenly between owners, consumers, and workers. So when you do that, you fuck over a lot of workers, you fuck over a lot of consumers, and no one seems to care. Now you can do better policy. There are better policies. There are tweaks, very small tweaks you can do to the corporate tax to make it so much better. Everyone can look up destination-based cash flow tax. Shout out, okay, the tax. But look, you can do that, but that's so wonky. That's like not popular.
I'm not
that
certain.
doesn't have
I know he's part.
Oh, I'm angry and I want to do this.
I know he's part Iraqi.
This is the predicament. You either have good policy, but like terrible messaging, or really good messaging but bad policy. So what in your opinion is like really good policy that has amazing messaging that we for some reason don't do?
I don't know if I can think of an example of, wow, like this is kind of like the populist rhetoric where like everyone wants Medicare for all, and like if we just message it better, they'd all vote for it. Like I don't think that's the case. I think maybe there's a very good Medicare for all policy out there, and I think maybe they could message it better, and then people would vote for it. But right now, I don't see the bill that is so perfect that everyone gets on board, or that it's flawed enough that people can message it that everyone votes for it. Like we're just not in that world right now. I don't know.
We were talking about unions and minimum wage. Study bro, but he ignores.
And with Medicare for all, I want universal healthcare.
I don't know what the second person is, but Richard Friedman.
He lives in Germany, so it's pretty good. Yeah, basically what Pete Buttigieg said, right? Like Medicare for all who want it. Okay, you can. There's like a baseline. It's universal, but you can go to private insurers, and I think that's ideal. We're close to ideal. But yeah, Medicare for all is by far more, like, I guess, rhetorically populist. And if you do that, you're going to harm innovation, which is going to kill lots of people. The studies...
Will it kill more people than it'll save?
Probably.
Possibly. I mean, if it's less profitable to develop medicine, companies are going to do it less. And so more people are going to die because they don't have the medicine. Unless you think most medicine is bullshit. Like that is research.
I could be wrong. I thought it was pronounced Dubé.
Do you think they'll just stop producing medicine, period?
No. On the margin.
It just changes.
All medicine.
It changes what the best investment is on the margin.
If it's less profitable, they're going to do it less. Yeah, I don't think. Of course, they're going to keep researching a lot of stuff. Right, and I mean, like Denmark has socialized medicine. They got Ozempic. Okay, we waited 20 years. Finally, we have a big drug from Europe. Okay, good. Okay, so like, yeah, of course you're gonna have some. but less, and I don't want less.
Oh no,
You
she
know,
must be even worse.
so
Like I said,
there are
I'm willing to
trade-offs.
stagnate growth for the fact that people can be better off today. I am disgusted by the decadence of wealth in this country and across the
So
planet.
you're
And I'd like to
anti-climate
redistribute
change
a lot of it.
action? You're anti-climate change action, I take it.
I don't follow. No, I'm not.
What climate change is going to harm future generations, but if we act on it, I'm sorry. If we act on climate change, it's going to help future generations.
I
but
see. No,
harm
the
growth
reason
right
this
now.
is not inconsistent is because I think the actions that we need to take to mitigate climate change are not akin to what we're doing right now for like workers' rights in America or healthcare. It would be, in fact, now if you want to call me inconsistent, you could. I have said I have sympathies for the idea of like if we needed to do like an eco-fascism to stop the planet from exploding, maybe I'd be okay with it. But that would be a whole nother situation where I'd have to knowably see that everything was so bad that if we did not take immediate action now in like almost a dictator level, sweep, that millions, if not billions, of people would die. But that's a different story.
Right. Yeah. Well, that funny you mentioned that. I think like okay, economics is very important to me. I read about it a lot. I'm annoyingly wonkish about it. My top 3 policies, like only one of them is really economical. First is like AI risk. I think it's existential. So yeah, I think pausing AI is like a really top priority. Even though it's gonna, if it goes well, it's gonna be like a super boom. It's very likely to go really bad. Whatever. Veganism. I'm sorry, cuck vegan, whatever. I think animal harm is really bad. But then the third one is housing. So housing,
Wait,
I think the
what if
Democratic
eating
Party is
animals
making
makes us
it
more
really
productive?
Maybe.
All right, I gotta go.
Well, I mean,
say,
we regulated
more.
away the cannibal industry, right?
All right.
Thank you for your call, partner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Before I go.
All
Okay.
right, final word.
Final question.
No, not a final
I guess
question.
if you were president, what top 3 econ policies? And I'll go.
Top 3 econ policies for me? Man, I'm not versed enough to be able to like just say it off the top and be like, this is definitely what I need. Like if I look at what progressives are pushing for now, like yeah, I'm good with a more robust like progressive tax system or like better social programs. But these are so vague. I'm not going to like get into it and be able to give you a satisfying answer at all.
Particularly when we're so pressed for time.
I'll go. Yeah.
But
Just
thank you.
everyone go read Econo Boy's tax series.
0 grift bucks because then he'll be motivated to work harder. His productivity will increase, and this will make the world a better place.
Wow.
Non-fun. What say you about that amount?
I give him 1,000, so he buys more non-fun stock. #pump non-fun.
We're going to split the difference and give you 500 grift coin. Thank you so much, Sample Text, for calling in. We will hope to hear from you in the future. With that said, SoyPill, thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Yeah, this was fun. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, we would love to have you again sometime if we could afford you.
How else am I going to maintain the belt?
Well, and with that said, before you go, we should probably execute those treasury buys and see how you stand on things. So I'm going to open up the commands here. We're going to execute a 200 grift coin treasury buy for
the Discord link is pinned for
Kyle,
people who if you want to call in. It's there.
Minutes and
it's a
run
podcast
one
Discord.
round of the more salacious.
I already closed those in anticipation that we would be ending soon. So
well, then he'll just have to come on another time.
Indeed, that would be a great time indeed. It's unfortunate we didn't get to play any podcast or Prisoner President, but we will hopefully get to that at some point in the near future. And with those treasury buys executed,
we
are now looking at SoyPill has overtaken non-fun in the marketplace of ideas by just barely. Both are standing at about 0.0168 grift coin.
Can I make a proposition?
Sure.
Kyle, chat just gave me a good idea. Can I give all my soy bucks to Israel?
You can get absolutely. You know what? We'll hold them in reserve.
If they have a Discord account.
Yeah,
Send them all to
if Israel wants to make a Discord, they can join the server and they can play podcast or Prisoner President with us as much as they want. All right.
I'm really treading the anti-Semitic community line here.
Well, you know, you got to get audience member stuff. Oh, you've the numbers have just shifted. SoyPill has pulled ahead by a little over 0.002 points. So for now,
we're having a bidding
SoyPill,
war.
You are the reigning champion of the Marketplace of Ideas.
I'm putting a huge short on Soycoin, and I expect the drop off, guys. We're market manipulating, okay? I'm rug pulling, all right? All right, I got to go. Non-Fawn, my last words to you. First of all, thank you for the show. This is great. A lot of fun. I love the production value. Non-Fawn, my last words to you is that the world is not ideal, and I believe in a better world, and I think you should too.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk again.
Incredible.
Bye, man.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thank
SoyPill.
you so much, Soy.
All right, Non-Fawn, thank you so much for sticking around. Is there a time that we should be aware of that you would like to do a hard stop?
No, not really. I mean, I guess there's I'm more interested in call-ins or whatever, people who have disagreements than I am
sure.
any more games now that SoyPill's gone, now that I'm the only player.
If you are interested in
time.
If you're interested in disagreements, we do have your dedicated snarker hanging out in the waiting room. We've also got North.
Who is my dedicated snarker? What?
Well, that would be our good friend Localist.
Oh.
Who's been spending some time in the server lately, and we've gotten to know him a little bit.
We can.
North has been waiting for longer, so I feel like I should probably pull in North before we pull in Localist. So let's bring in North. North.
Oh, I got dragged in. Honestly, I have no idea. Oh, I guess I could ask. Are you still of the opinion that Hassan can be appealed to, the SoyPill?
He's gone.
Or am I not allowed to ask that? Oh, he's gone? Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't even paying attention to stream. Oh, hello, Nodfon.
What's up?
Do you think that unions inherently mean a loss in production?
No.
In a society?
They're obviously, I don't think this happens that much, but like there can be models of either like labor market monopsony where firms are colluding, or there's too few, there's one firm and they actually pay kind of below the optimal wage, and unions conceivably could push the wage up to the optimal wage and actually lead to an increase in production. That's one of the arguments for minimum wage. To some degree, it kind of tied to it, but there could be like efficiency wages. It could be the case that sometimes there's kind of like productivity benefits to paying workers higher wages or giving them more benefits or whatever that offset any of the decrease in like hiring or whatever, or any of the increase in wages, right? So like it's possible that they can do that, and there probably are some papers you can find out there demonstrating that has happened at least once.
Okay, and then question number 2: will you ever play League of Legends?
I mean, I've played it a single time when I did a Lib versus Lib with Isaac. I lost immediately. I didn't know what the fuck it was doing, and I immediately uninstalled it. I don't even really know that I lost at first. I just kind of kept playing, but
you just kept playing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If what's her face? What's that? Candace. If Candace said that she loves
Cadence, but yeah,
League of Legends. Cadence. Sorry.
If Cadence said she loved League of Legends, I'd be on that bitch every day.
I want to like pay her like $20 to say that she loves League of Legends.
Goodness.
I mean, I don't know how well that would work. You can try.
Have you seen Donfon's Twitter? Like, Jesus H Christ.
I wouldn't worry about that.
A total gooner simp.
Oh, have you been posting like hentai girls? What have you got going on there?
No. I've just
he responds to the pretty women. He sees like the boobs and then he'll respond to them.
I mostly only do that with Cadence, and Cadence and I we're buddies now, so it makes sense.
What kind of guy goes nuts for boobs? That's can't relate.
That's what I'm saying.
Probably only capitalists.
North, did you reach your DoorDash goal tonight?
I only did $100. I got mentally worn out.
Well, you started off pretty strong. I was hoping that you would get where you wanted to get.
So I feel right already.
A decent night, if
you should really notify me. Thanks, Sophie.
Yeah, it was a decent
I appreciate
night.
it.
At the minimum,
make sure to like, subscribe,
misspeak. At minimum,
Embrace
I'm always trying to make
neoliberalism.
at least $100. So as long as
Word.
I'm hitting that goal. Then,
Well, what's your
yeah,
Griffcoin goal for the night?
Griffcoin. How about this? Instead of paying me Griffcoin, you could just give it all into like non-font coin or non-font stock or whatever it's called.
Okay.
And then,
So with
Unlimited
that
non-font
said,
stock.
Yes.
non-font. I'm assuming the full 1,000 then.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I see that you just pulled ahead of SoyPill once again in the marketplace of ideas by what is that? 2 shares. Is
Welcome, Big
that
Jerry.
what happened there? There was like a 2-share buy that just pulled you ahead a little bit. You're
Let's go.
currently sitting just
go.
underneath liberalism. But
Fuck
yeah,
yeah.
okay, very well. Since North has okayed it, we will be doing a treasury buy of 1,000 Grift coin towards non-fon token.
Let's go.
When am I gonna get my payout?
And
by the board of directors.
With that said, that puts non-fon at the top, at the very, very top. We have now ascended past liberalism. Non-fon is the top stock in the marketplace of
Non-fon,
ideas.
as a neoliberal, worth more than all of liberalism itself. That's
true.
impressive.
Yes.
Figure that one out.
Oh, did you see that book called "Why Neoliberalism Failed"? Did you see that posted on Twitter?
No, I saw people talking about. I bet
People were
that's what-
memeing about it because
Yeah.
they were comparing it to why liberalism failed. They're
I bet that
you
was-
You can't just
I
make a
saw
book and
people,
call it
like-
why X failed.
I read that one.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I saw people making what I assume to be references to it, but I didn't see the actual book. For now some of the posts starting to, the context started to make sense.
Yeah.
Did any of you read Why Liberalism Failed?
No, I'm currently reading
not worth
"Why
your
History
time.
Mattered" by or "Why History Matters" by David McCullough, and then I don't know. I think I might read "Guns and Germs and Steel" next. I think that's what it's called, or "Germs and Guns and Steel." I don't know. It's all wacky.
A horrible book. Read Why Nations Failed instead. Okay, fuck that. Fuck the.
Actually, I do. I could read that one.
I think I'm not familiar exactly with Jared Diamond. Is that his name? Who wrote Germs, Guns and Steel or whatever?
Yeah, I think I have a
it's-
couple of his books saved on my tablet that I need to read. He did like a whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not familiar exactly with his entire background or whatever, but like there is a there is kind of a long running dispute from my understanding between people like him. I don't know if he specifically has commented on it, and the people who wrote Why Nations Failed, like Darren Acemoglu, who, his big thing is institutions are what matter, and states have to be in the narrow corridor, and they have to protect property rights but not be too overbearing and such and such and such. But my understanding is Jared Diamond's big on the more like what I would call factor endowments, like more natural resources and such are bigger roles in
I
country's
think
development.
he wrote 2 other books. If I think these were him. It was about one was about like the geographical determinism, and then the other one was like I guess it's like chicken and the egg. Like one he did the chicken, one he did the egg, and which like how geography shapes nations, and then how nations react to geography. I forget what they were called. I should know this. Fuck, I'm a LARPer, clearly. Jesus. I don't know. I was just kind of arguing with that lethal guy because we were talking about Teddy Roosevelt in the side thing.
Sure. Oh, yeah, it did come up. Yeah, I see him still hanging out in the waiting room. I wonder if he's gonna try and get in once we talk to the other callers. Yeah, that are hanging out.
Yeah. All right, yeah, bring other people in. I'm boring. Go.
All right. Well, it was
here.
good to talk to you as always, North, and we hope to see you again real soon. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll put you back in. There we go. All right. Well, that leaves us with your friend Localist, Rin, and let's and then there's
His
also
actual best
Lucas who
friend.
just joined a little bit. So we will now pull in Rin. How you doing, sir?
Hello, show.
Hello there. You're on the Marketplace of Ideas. Thanks for calling in again, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. I didn't, I haven't been here to watch the show at all. I've been busy all day. So if you wouldn't mind catching me up on what we're talking about so I don't say something not relevant to.
Sure. So we've mostly been talking about what are the goals and what is the philosophy and the practical goals for the Democratic Party as we move forward towards a very winnable midterm election and a still quite possibly, I would say almost certainly winnable 2028 presidential election. So we've talked about some policy ideas. We differentiated between more neoliberal ideas about limiting labor protections for the sake of allowing businesses to do well in our economy. I mean that there are some. We talked about Germany for a while, but I mean, in a nutshell, that's what we've been discussing today.
All right. So my opinion on that would be that the Democratic Party needs to embrace federalism.
That's crazy.
States' rights.
Oh my God,
and,
insightful.
Now, I know that these are your preferred policies, but for the sake of winning the
vote.
No, I think that these, well, a lot of people have said this about the Democratic Party for a long time, is that, because if you want to combat Republican tyranny at the federal level, let's say that Trump is, doing these ICE things. Well, sanctuary cities, for example, is the invocation of the anti-commandeering principle. And so the Democratic Party should be focused on those types of things. And also,
you've also said several times before that Democrats have to go against, one of their mainline policies of like welfare, right? Because it's your opinion that essentially the federal government should not be doing like essentially any welfare spending. I mean, you don't believe the federal government should exist at all, but Democrats would also have to abandon, and you've explicitly told me before that you don't think that it's feasible to do this because these welfare programs are so popular. So clearly your views generally are self-admittedly not popular and are not going to win any elections.
I mean, that may be true, but I don't think that this is a nothing. There is something to the idea that the Democrats might enjoy some success if they discuss limiting federal power, like leaving Rin's other previously made statements aside. What do you think about the idea, just in and of itself, about messaging on that?
I'm sure there are ways to campaign on like state rights and such that would be like net beneficial to Democrats and are popular or whatever. But I just don't think the effects of that would be that big compared to almost anything else they could talk about.
So like a lot of Democrats, for example, will want a policy like universal health care. And, my position would always be that if you want that across states, then that's best achieved through an interstate compact instead of federal intervention and usurpation. Always, because let's say that, for example, there was a federal universal healthcare system and that it was an absolute disaster. It totally failed. Well, because that policy will quickly become entrenched because it creates a dependence where the people receiving those benefits, to repeal that law would be to lose those benefits. And so it makes it very impossible to repeal on the federal level if it were to go bad. And so it's best to have a compact where states are able to opt in and opt out at will.
Wow.
What do you think, Namfon?
I think that's the same thing I've heard him say 100 times, and it's not actually like kind of directly contradicts the initial point of your question, which was essentially how can Democrats do better with regards to certain electoral things or whatever, and like localists, would say that we should repeal, ideally, repeal Medicaid, right? He doesn't want any Medicaid, Medicare spending on a federal level. He doesn't want. Wait, localists, you agree with that, right? You do not want any Medicaid or Medicare funding on a federal level, correct?
Of course.
In fact, you view it as unconstitutional. Oh, wait, but okay. So you agree with that. You can see that, as you just said, they quote unquote create dependency such that like it's just very unpopular to run against cutting them or removing them entirely.
Yes, there will never be any
political. So from that, don't you agree? It can't possibly be the case that the optimal strategy for Democrats is to campaign on anywhere close to your ideals, because you admit part of the reason your ideals are not like working or whatever, are not getting traction is because of because they're so unpopular with regards to welfare spending.
No, you just change these things from like you just change these things from a federal policy to an interstate compact where if Texas
do you think Democrats just to be clear,
they could opt out.
Do you think Democrats would be, perform better if they said we're going to get rid of Medicaid and Medicare and replace it with an interstate compact? Do you think that would, like, polling wise, electorally, perform better?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
What's the evidence for that?
That's probably good. I mean, you think about Democrats in states like Texas or other like hard red states that probably aren't going to go for any sort of a universal health care type of option. That seems like it's not going to energize anybody but like the bluest of blue locations. Wouldn't you concede that, Ren?
Why would it even energize some? The bluest of blue locations can already take like state expansions in Medicaid, right? And they already do that.
Is, like in the states that are blue, we've kind of already got something similar to that. That's not perfect, maybe not exactly what we want, but it's certainly a hell of a lot better than what you would get in a state like Texas.
And think about like one of the like main critiques of some of the Democratic policies is that it's too paternalistic. Is that it's forcing people to do things that the government is forcing people to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do because the government is like it thinks it knows better or whatever. One of the critiques of Democrat policy has always been, you're forcing people to save for retirement when that should be someone's individual responsibility, right? You're forcing people to save for healthcare, or I mean, not directly save for healthcare, but pay taxes in order to fund a government-funded healthcare plan, rather than having it be on the individual, right? That has always been one of the critiques of Democratic policy. I think a lot of Democrats just support that type of quote-unquote paternalistic policy, and that apply, and they would not favor a policy in which that didn't force people to do some of those things, right? Like, that seems clear that a number of Democrats at least would not support allowing certain states to opt out of a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, and those are more ideological and philosophical critiques. I'm not making those arguments.
But given I think that is a relatively common view among Democrats, and given that you agree that like there's some cost to like giving up Medicaid and Medicare, right? Even if it's replaced by a interstate compact or whatever, presumably people are going to be worried about like the switching costs there, and many of them are going to be worried about if their state is actually going to join it. I don't know what on earth is the rationale for believing that would ever help Democrats electorally, even if you think it's optimal policy. I just don't see why it would help Democrats electorally. There are plenty of things I don't think are optimal policy, but that may or that I think are optimal policy that wouldn't help Democrats electorally. Like,
yeah, well, what were your thoughts there?
I mean, because I could address many of the different things he said, but in terms of elections, I think it's always, well, the federal level is always going to be a failed thing, right? Because there's always going to be states that don't want certain policies. There's always going to be states that do want certain policies. There's always going to be areas within a state that want certain policies, and and it's best to allow people to govern themselves instead of trying to brute force everything at the federal level, and then basically are we going to just vote for congressmen and then we're just going to live through congressmen instead of actually having the ability to decide on these things ourselves?
None of that has to do with electoral. We're asking, the question originally is what is going to help Democrats electorally. You're just stating your view about what is like optimal with regards to like morality and your principles about on what level policy should be organized as. But that's not what I'm interested in right now. I'm interested in your claim that it would help benefit Democrats electorally, as in to win elections, to support these types of policies. I just don't think that's the case. I think there's good evidence that that's just the opposite of the case, actually.
I mean, if you want me to just dump it in the conversation, then I can go, the Democrats, they would do better and would attract more people if they abandoned identity politics. And if they...
Well, no. You claimed earlier, unless you want to retract it, right? You said that Democrats would benefit electorally by supporting something like an interstate compact for healthcare as opposed to a single-payer plan or some plan on a federal level. I'm asking, what is your evidence for that?
Well, I mean, I don't think that Well, for me, the federal-state relations isn't really an electoral. That like it's not about elections.
Okay. Do you agree or agree, disagree, or are neutral on the claim Democrats would perform better electorally if they supported an interstate compact for healthcare as opposed to a federal plan? Where do you stand on that statement as of now?
Okay, so there's two different things about wanting to win elections and wanting those policies to actually become in effect. Right?
What do you think I mean when I say electorally? I'm asking, didn't I literally say to win elections? Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to ask it again.
Yeah,
do you agree with, disagree with, or are neutral on the claim Democrats would perform better in elections if they supported an interstate compact for healthcare as opposed to a federal level plan like a public option or expanding Medicaid, Medicare, etc.?
I think so.
What's the evidence for that?
Well, the evidence for that is that, there's a few points we could make here. Is that, so a lot of people aren't opposed to a state or an interstate compact federal, of universal health care, but they are opposed to federal, like universal health care. And yeah,
I think a lot of people are opposed to federal universal health care. That much is true. I'm not sure there's significantly more people who are in favor of some interstate compact for healthcare, such that they would that would be an issue where they would support Democrats based on that. Certainly not enough to outweigh the people I mentioned earlier that would be against the type of plan, right? They're concerned, again, one of the main critiques of Democrats and more liberal whatever woke policy is that they're forcing people, they're forcing states to do things they don't want to do, and I think that's part of the argument from Democratic senators, Democratic politicians, people who support the Democrats, is that it is true that sometimes we should be forcing people to do certain things, like save for retirement.
Well, not fun. So, you said earlier that a lot of people are ideologically opposed to a paternalistic, form of governance, and so a lot of those people are turned off by the
dipshit. What did I use that as evidence for? What did I use that as evidence for? I said that, right? What was the no, because you're not understanding, you're not tracking. What was what claim was I trying to support with that piece of evidence, right? So I brought up a piece of evidence. Many people are put off by the paternalistic policy of the left or whatever, right? I brought up the point of evidence. What claim was I trying to support with that evidence?
Well, I'm making a different claim. I'm not trying to...
I'm asking you to answer my question. What claim was I trying to support with that evidence?
And then make the claim that you want to make, Rin.
Well, I just want to make the claim,
No, it sounded like, here's just transparently. It feels like you weren't tracking because you said non-fun. A lot of people are put off by this paternalistic policy. Maybe they vote for the Democrats or whatever. If because you're not tracking, because they're put off by this. You said they're put off by this paternalistic policy or whatever. I think what you were implying there is that doing this policy that's not as paternalistic would have netted the Democrats' votes. What I was using that as evidence for is the fact that many Democrats support this type of paternalistic policy, right? The fact that people are so often critical of that aspect of a lot of Democratic policy suggests that it is part of the Democratic ideology, right? It's part of their general ideology that they support policies that you might consider more paternalistic. So given that seems to be the case, you would expect many Democrats to not support the type of plan that you were talking about compared to the plan that the Democrats currently campaign on and message on.
Non-fun, your vibe is really talking, doing a lot of
okay. I'm good. I agree with chat. I agree with chat. This is so boring. This is just the same convo for the 50th time. I'm good. I think I demonstrated he can't even track the argument, so I'm good. He can say whatever, but we can move on.
What I was actually going to say is that a lot of people are turned off by a paternalistic government, and so when the federal government, I'm trying to wrap it up, but non-fun keeps fucking interrupting my goddamn point. So, what I was going to say, actually, non-fun, don't interrupt me this time, is that a lot of people are turned off by a paternalistic governance style, and so when the Democrats aggressively pursue that at a federal level, it turns off a lot of people who would otherwise be willing to vote
Wow,
Democrat.
that's crazy. That's crazy. Isn't that
And so-
exactly what I just said that you were implying earlier and weren't tracking? Okay, I'm good. It's dipshit, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I think that I think that you're not necessarily wrong, Rim. But to Nanfan's point, I do think that by trying to draw in voters who might have more of your sensibilities, what that's going to ultimately do is turn off people who are the Democratic base. I think a lot of people who are Democrats would kind of go like, "Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Why are we running on this policy? This doesn't seem like it's ideologically aligned with what we want."
Yeah, and if the end, the goal of this conversation is to, figure out how to energize, Democratic voters, then yeah, that's not going to be it. But if you want to draw in a more wider range of voters,
I think that it would bring in new voters. I don't think it would bring in a wider range because, again, if you're bringing in people who have this ideology that you've got, it's going to turn off people like me and Nanfan who are like completely opposed to this. And at this point, we're going to.
What are you opposed to?
I'm opposed to this idea that there should be a state opt-in thing as far as like that should be what the Democrats run on. I think that that's pretty far away from what it is we've been trying to get this whole time. It seems like a step backwards in a way.
If it's about elections, I think that by not doing that, they will draw in a lot more voters because, especially at the federal level, because when they're not, trying to aggressively force states to do specific
repeat yourself
things.
for the fifth time. Yes, it'll be true this time. Yes, let's go.
That turns
oh my god, I didn't consider that.
Every Republican, everyone with those types of sensibilities, and
I'm sorry. What's the support for like Medicaid and Medicare with Republicans?
I don't think this is going to work for the left. But I do think maybe you could get a moderate conservative to run this route.
Just really quick,
and bring in some of the center left with it. But the people for a left-wing strategy, I just don't think so.
The people who are already going to vote Democrat are already going to vote Democrat.
Not necessarily, though. I mean, if the Democrats pull too far away from their stated position, it's going to turn off a lot of people who do care about policy. There are a lot of people that vote Democrat because the Democrats have policies that more closely relate to what they want. And if the Democrats start moving in this hard direction of focusing on more like states' rights, it's not going to be a clean fit for the people that are already voting for the Democratic Party. So I understand that this is more matching with your ideology and maybe people that you probably run in a lot of circles that share your opinions, but I think for the Democrats this is probably not what we're gonna vote for.
I do think the Democrats will continue to vote Democrat regardless, and that this will just really open up
as long as the Republicans are insane, they don't have to have any policy. I mean, we're just kind of in a situation where we definitely don't have to be that desperate for.
If it's the federal level, if it's bad policy versus no policy, I'll choose no policy any day.
All right. Yeah. Well, last thing there, Rin.
Well, the Democrats completely abandoned the Constitution completely. So, we're
not going there. We're not going there.
Okay. We can't open this can of worms every time you call in, but we are happy that you called in, even though things got a little contentious there. Non-fun, any charity towards Rin
No,
here
you
as
get
far
zero.
as
Nope.
zero fake money? Rin,
I'm
sorry.
happy to have won the argument.
You couldn't even track the conversation.
If you think that's what happened, I suppose that's a nice consolation. Rin, thanks so much for calling in. We'll hope to see you again, all right?
All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, babe.
All right. Well, no surprises there, right? That's kind of it's more or less what we were expecting. It's like a rerun of your favorite show, right?
Yep. Every time.
Your parents' favorite show.
We've got Lucas hanging out in the waiting room, has been waiting patiently. Lucas, you are on the Marketplace of Ideas. Thank you so much for hanging out and waiting to come on. We're happy to have you here. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I hope to give maybe like a qualified defense of what's often considered slopulism.
Sure. Before you do, if you could just turn your mic down a little bit. You're coming in kind of hot in the noise.
Okay. Is this better or?
Yeah. That's a vast improvement.
Okay. So I think that for some policies, right, which we often consider slopulism, there is like some empirical evidence for them. For example, a popular policy for Democrats is running on really high tax rates, right? But we do actually know that this can be beneficial. For example, there's a paper by Stancheva. It's Stancheva and the French economist, right? And they essentially find that like if you have really high like marginal tax rates, when they like will like if there's like economic shocks, right, and there's a really high marginal tax rate, right? It essentially, yeah, it essentially like high marginal tax rates make it so that like there's less like CEO rent seeking, and they test this by using like economic shocks and seeing what happens to CEO pay. And I think this is like a pretty robust result. Yeah, and there's also like the general correlation, of course, like as like essentially CEO rent seeking increased as marginal tax rates at the very top went down.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, I mean, you can probably predict some of my responses on it stuff. Like, I don't know, like I wouldn't brand it as slopulism or whatever. I wanted there's some things like I don't have a huge issue with if people are like, I don't know, like actually using, you know, well-identified studies, like good arguments to do stuff or whatever. It's just like a lot of that stuff is going to be then dependent on, like, yeah, like, you know, literally what what causal inference mechanism do you prefer? What identification strategy do you prefer? What do you, you know, like if you're debating income inequality, like the very slopulist way to talk about income inequality, wealth inequality, whatever. You're talking about it with an informed person or whatever. Like a lot of what you're debating at that point is just like, how should we treat health insurance and like, you know, government transfers with regards to income, and like maybe how do we account for like the psychological effects of receiving like transfer versus government income. Like that stuff I don't count as slopulism, and there are gonna be like certain things where like I'm gonna, you know, I ain't a total fucking libertarian or anything. Like obviously like I can definitely conceive of higher taxes being net good, especially with where we are like in the US right now with our deficit. I think like probably it would take more than papers like that to convince me that like the truly optimal policy wouldn't be like some type of DBCFT, you know, plus land value tax plus et cetera, right?
I think the argument would be that like a DBCFT, right, that is essentially like a corporate tax for tax nerds, if you accept that classification of it, right? But the key mechanism essentially that like if there is like such like low, is that like the top having a high marginal tax rate essentially just like changes like the incentives for those in like the managerial and like C class, right? And it makes it so like there's less incentive for them to rent seek compared to, you know, distributing their gains more equally or like equitably, whatever word you want to use.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, it would just depend on, some of it might depend on a political constraint. I could conceive of economically why that might be the case, but then I don't know, some of it would just depend on the political considerations of like how much more, because we do also have evidence that like, for example, there's a study from China looking at like what happens when you cap CEO pay, and it seems like CEOs consume, you know, more company perks. They draw more resources away from the company for their personal gain, and like you know, do I trust the government not to or the slopulist? Do I trust the slopulist not to do that type of policy instead? Easy Money's in chat. He wants to know what is CEO rent seeking, but I'm assuming you just mean, you know, sort of paying themselves or trying to get favorable deals out of the board. Beyond.
So essentially, I'll give an example. So imagine that you're the CEO of Exxon, right? And oil prices massively increase, so your bonuses massively increase, right? And you essentially like CEO pay goes up, right, as oil prices go up, right? That's like a typical like CEO like strategy, right? But let's say that the CEO prices, the oil prices rise again, and your the firm's revenues falls again, right? We have papers showing that CEO pay does not usually go down again, right? Like in fact,
sure.
This increase in oil prices leads to a permanent increase in CEO pay, and I would say that is probably
called sticky wages, buddy. Okay.
Yeah. I do not buy the CEO sticky wages argument.
Unbelievable.
And I was also going to say that, like, also, I think, like, you could probably say that, like, maybe, like, that my exact, like, way of arguing isn't slopuist, right? I think, like, the policies are often, like, those promoted by slopulists, right? Let's say if more, like, policy wonks, like, let's say, like, Aaron Dube, right? And we actually engaged more of what the slopulists actually want, right? We could end up getting some relatively optimal policies.
I think it's just more likely that you're not going to get optimal policies, and I think a lot of times you're getting there in a way that promotes some type of some type of dumb thinking that's also likely to lead to not optimal policies. But like, I don't know. It's just gonna be, my impression would be that they're few and far between enough that it would just not be, I don't know, not be worth it. And most of the, electing any truly Slopulist leader or whatever would just be like net bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think like, for example, that there are like Slopulist leaders that could possibly be net good. Like, for example, Bernie Sanders, right?
Well, I think
Sanders...
if I'm factoring in like AI extinction risk, then like I can conceive of that being net good for like Bernie Sanders and some other people, right?
Oh yeah. But I mean, you do recognize that because like there's a possible reason that like why Bernie Sanders cares more about AI risk than let's say like like Brian Schatz or something, right? Is because like he is essentially in his own little like sphere. Without like corporate donations or without any of these like other influences, right, that affect other people on the valley, or even not on the valley, but like Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big. I feel like I don't know. There's gonna be a endogeneity issue there, right? I mean, the people who are more likely to be concerned about that stuff are probably also the people that are going to be more likely to not accept corporate donations in the first place or whatever. So I'm not sure if that's I don't think that's the mechanism by which
so sure about that. Like, I don't think like let's say for example, like I don't think that AI risk views and like AI risk views in politics track very nicely in like Silicon Valley, for example, right? A lot of the AI risk people are essentially like center left or center right, right? That is like the rationalist community, for example. So like I feel like there like has to be like some explanation for the disconnect between our actual federal government, right? Like, why is Bernie the one that cares about AI risk?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, so, some of it might be at a Slopulist circles and stuff, I think, because there are other concerns of AI that they care about. And like Bernie's obviously big on automation and being concerned about that. So like, conceivably those mechanisms are in place. I'm just not sure like how much the donation specifically would affect it. And I guess I'm not sure like, I don't know. I could, is there any other congressman who's talked about AI risk like at all beyond like extinction risk? I'm not sure actually. I don't think there is, I guess, right?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I think maybe there's a possibility that Bernie could pull more of like the essentially people that followed in his footsteps, right, to talking more about AIX risk. But
sure,
I'm not entirely sure on that one. I was also going to my next point was going to be about labor unions. So I think like there is like we do have some evidence, right, that there was like the causal impact of labor unions on the Great Compression, and by the Great Compression I mean essentially like the late 40s, 50s, and 60s, right, where essentially there was a compression in like the wages between like the top and bottom, right, and I think that like there was because we do have this paper by Suresh Naidu and others, right, I think that like you should probably there is a plausible case for essentially like strengthening the National Labor Relations Board.
But I think that probably
which is
also
a popular Slopulist
to the extent there's wage compression, at least wage compression within firms, maybe not as much between firms. Probably there's going to be like brain drain associated with that. Like there's that one paper, I forget the author of it, that looks at he looks at like union elections as a regression. It's like a correction to like other regression discontinuity designs, because I think he argues that like the variation isn't like truly random in close union elections, and it finds that like unions actually decrease like average worker pay because there's enough like brain drain, because the firms that have unions compress wages enough such that like the higher compensated workers leave to go to other similar firms, right? That like the average pay actually decreases. So to the extent there's wage compression within firms, there's probably going to be some type of brain drain issue. And then I would expect if there's like a substantial degree of wage compression between firms, probably it's just kind of going to be broader issues with innovation there. I'm not sure how well you can measure that exactly. I mean, there is some evidence on like just unions and investment generally, and from my reading of it, it tends to be
I think
somewhat negative.
I think like the general like essentially like the papers try to like do like unions versus like unions on productivity, unions on let's say like innovation, right? I think those are like very dependent on essentially like your like essentially like the institutions you build your unions around, right? Like for example, like the longshoremen are kind of like I won't say they're uniquely American in their rent-seeking behavior, but I think you would probably have to acknowledge that like American unions, because of their relationship, right, with the companies and with like essentially like the state, right, are unique in that they go to such rent-seeking measures instead of like, for example, a Scandinavian union, which might have like come to an agreement with the company for like retraining or something like that.
I mean, probably, like, I don't know how common it is outside the U.S. to not do sectoral bargaining, right? Because most of the Scandinavian countries, they all have, like, sectorial bargaining stuff, don't they?
Yeah, but it's also a matter of like, let's say like, for example, like the decline in union density, right? The decline in union density was worldwide, right? But because of the sectoral systems, because of the sectoral systems, and because of the fact that a lot of these countries grant the union as like the sole bargainer for the laborers in these companies, right? They don't have what like the right to work laws, right? Stuff like that in the US, right? It actually gives the union still a ton of power to bargain for wages, even if union density has fallen.
Sure. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I would imagine that's the case, sure.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure.
I think like there are some like in certain cases, right? In certain cases, if we are able to strengthen NLRB and we are able to essentially design our unions in a way where they're like more like sectoral or more similar to a Nordic union, I think like that would probably be a good thing. And I do think that like I feel like you have a conception that like Slopulists are like totally like unable to like listen to essentially what you would call like technocratic policymakers. But I do think there have been cases, right, where like, for example, like Aaron Dube has talked to, you know, like some like progressive politicians, like the one in California. I can't think of his name right now, but I do feel like there is like room for technocrats and essentially the people you would call slopulists, right, to collaborate on genuinely decent policy.
Sure. I guess I can see that. I'm not, you know, views at least marginally updated. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
Any final thoughts there, Lucas?
Okay. Then my last final thought will be that we should democratize the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve from 1979 to now has consistently kept unemployment over Nauru, and that is probably not a good thing. And a good way to solve that would be to democratize the Federal Reserve, get more people that care about labor in there.
First of all, NGDB targeting would fix this, obviously. Second of all, I'm not sure. I don't think Nauru was like that good of a policy tool. I think the Fed should have. I think they still use it too much, and I think they should have been more skeptical of it in the past. You know, before they kind of rely less on it now. To my understanding, you know, you can see Powell telling AOC that, oh, the Fed, yeah, we did mess up there with our Nauru estimates, right? I don't know. I'm not sure the public has any better understanding of like Nauru and stuff, right? Like, I think probably to the extent you democratize it, it's not clear to me that like you would get substantially better on net policy for labor, considering you probably, I think you'd probably just see more volatility and probably generally higher inflation, probably.
Well, with that, I will thank you, Lucas, for calling in. We're going to investigate non-fun. Do you think we should give any grift coin? Sorry, I'm losing my words. A full 1,000. My goodness, Lucas. I hope you enjoy that fake money that you just received. 1,000 grift coin to you.
And you might as well buy non-fun with it.
You might as well.
Okay.
Be part of
thank you.
Be part of the winning team.
I'll eventually donate all this script coin to Kazakhstan if they ever appear on Discord, because that is the country of the future.
Beautiful. We would welcome them with open arms. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Lucas.
Got a list of nations to bring on.
Very exciting. Yeah, the marketplace of ideas is going places. Israel, Afghanistan, or Kazakhstan. Is that what he said?
Yeah, Kazakhstan. They're one of the only countries in the world. They have a higher GDP per capita than China. They have a over 2.1 TFR. They're developing more. They are the country of the future. Soon you'll be buying Kazakh products.
Do they just have like a ton of like minerals, or what's the story there? I'm assuming it's got to be mineral wealth, right?
They've got a reporter who got really famous named Borat, who brought a lot of notoriety to their country. And
he's 90% of the GDP per capita. Let's go. Yeah,
Indeed. All right, Lucas, thank you so much. We're gonna move you back to the waiting room, and with that, we've got Lethal, Lucas, and Rin hanging out in the waiting room. However, it is past 9:30 and fast approaching 10 o'clock, and it is getting close to the time where I have to be quiet for the sake of my roommates. James, do you want to hold the fort for the show, or shall we look at wrapping here soon?
You want to throw a couple rounds of P3 and then wrap, or?
Non-fun, it's up to you. What do you think?
No, I think it's best to wrap at this point. I think.
Cool.
All right. Well, we enjoyed having you as always, and of course, we hope to see you again. I mean, and also congratulations to you might not have won the game, but you are currently winning the marketplace of ideas, as you sit atop of our stocks list at 0.0229. Well done there, using what I can only imagine is some highfalutin economic
magic
strategy to dominate the market. So good on you there.
Yep. Hell yeah.
But yeah, we'll look forward to having you back sometime, hopefully in the near future. And
of course.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thanks again, have fun.
I'll definitely come on again at some point at least. Yeah. I'll see y'all.
Beautiful.
See y'all later. Whoa, real. What was that one dude? I don't actually believe in democratizing the Fed. I mean, I assume so. In my opinion, I don't think Nauru is that useful. But I think that it's often an overestimate, which makes historical Fed policy even worse. I would tend to agree. Okay, I don't know. There's that one Lance dude or whatever who I think maybe wanted to talk, question mark. He did join my server. But I don't know if he... wants just to cleanse you of your bias. Beat out Pisco? Oh, that was a pretty fire episode. Highest rating yet. What are the ratings? Is the ratings the viewership?
It's David Ricardo.
I gotta clear out my bias. What's my bias like?
Keynes, Friedman, Solow, every canonical model you've learned in economics likely traces back to this small group of people. And what do they all have in common? They are all
maybe every canonical model. Maybe.
Solow, every canonical model you've learned in economics likely.
Sectoral unions might be worse than something that avoids the Italy trap, e.g. common wage. Yeah. I remember you were there when I pulled up that study right from Easy Money. Common wage yield for the North rich and South poor, causing greater unemployment.
Traces back to this small group of people. And what do they all have in common? They are all Western and they're all male.
True. Whoa.
In every model I was taught, from trade theory to growth models to policy frameworks, they all came from the same intellectual tradition. I didn't question it at first. I thought these models were neutral and universal, and I thought nobody else worked on economic questions like these before. Then I started reading more outside.
Does neutral and universal mean like have to come from some DI sources? We did get the diversity. We did get the Black woman's opinion on specifically certain models for it to be universal. We need to have like a diverse group of people coming up with them. That's not like the canonical models are not even taught to be. If she means what I think she means by canonical models, not even taught to be like truly universal, right? When you go to your Econ 101 class, I don't know, like maybe they overstate their importance or something. I'm not sure they do, but like I was certainly taught this is a simplified basic model. These are not going to be like 100% applicable. but there's still useful approximation and such.
All came from the same intellectual tradition. I didn't question it at first. I thought these models were neutral and universal.
And like, same intellectual tradition. Not really.
I didn't question it at first. I've studied economics in the West for 6+ years, and every model I was taught, from trade theory to growth models to policy frameworks, they all came from the same intellectual tradition. I didn't question it.
What Freeman model they're referring to, the plucking model? Well, I'm assuming like the monetarist version of the Phillips curve, right? I mean, we were not taught the plucking model. What's up to Hammer? Welcome back. We were not even taught the plucking model in like my basic macro class. We basically taught Austrian business cycle theory and Keynesian business cycle theory.
And at first, I thought these models
Why don't you support equity for minority classes? You must be an evil Republican. That's true. Exposed.
were
It's over.
and universal, and I thought nobody else worked on economic questions like these before. Then I started reading more outside of this tradition, and I realized there's a whole world of economic thought that we're just not.
Marx was white and European, by the way. Just so we're... and a male. Wait, they taught ABCT the fuck? I mean, it wasn't like explicitly that. Like, they didn't call it that. But like, you know, we watched like the Keynes versus Hayek rap battle, right? Like that was, I think we did that the first day of macro class. And I mean, Hayek is, you know, is saying, is that guy joining? I don't know. I don't know. I DM'd him and told him to, if he wants to, but he's just in the waiting room still. I don't know. Marx was Jewish and basically black, to be honest. You know, he was Jewish. But yeah, I mean, you know, Hayek in the rap battle was obviously doing the Austrian business cycle theory. I wish I could remember. I should remember the lines off the top of my head. Real savings comes first if you want to invest. The market coordinates time with interest. You're focused on spending will make us. It's not make us dead. In the long run, my friend, it's your theory that's dead. Oh.
Not taught. So you might be thinking, what's the big deal? Most fields are like this, like math and physics, for example, are both Western dominated.
They gave harder lines in that rap battle, by the way. Pissed me off again.
But these fields have a stronger case that mathematical truth is universal no matter who discovers it. Economics is different in that it's not just theory and equations, it actually makes claims about human behavior and about how society should be organized. When a discipline is built by one group, it reflects their priorities and their assumptions, and automatically you get their biases and their blind spots also
Savings comes first. No, Lavi says better comes first.
built into these models. This matters because these blind spots don't just stay in textbooks, they actually shape real-world policy and they affect people's lives. The predictions our models make are prescriptive. So
I think you should make, sorry, I still think you should follow what Frank said and make a mass genocidal shrimp species in Stellaris. I feel like I've heard the game before. Is it free? It's not, is it, right? I think it's, yeah, money. You think I have money?
when economic models make inaccurate predictions, which they're notorious for doing, couldn't this partly be...
What?
Economic models make inaccurate
Unlike all the, you know, sociology models that make all the accurate predictions and the psychology models that make every accurate prediction, like what? Huh?
So when economic models make inaccurate predictions, which they're...
Obviously, there are models that are like, obviously any model is gonna like make predictions, right? But like when certain models you use just as just to deal with real world data, I think they're misusing prescriptive. No, I mean.
Organized. When a discipline is built by one group, it reflects their priorities and their assumptions, and automatically you get their biases and their blind spots also built into these models. This matters because these blind spots don't just stay in textbooks, they actually shape real-world policy and they affect people's lives. Predictions our models make are prescriptive. So when economic
I mean, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, obviously, the predictions our models make are prescriptive. That doesn't make sense. Unless, like, models can imply certain things about total welfare and stuff, right? But like, no one would say like, you know, if a model demonstrates something is like, you know, net bad, like the prescription is like, what's the prescription there? Like, you infer the prescription based on, you know, whatever your values are. The model gives you useful information. Not every model is used like exclusively to make predictions about the future, right? Like, you can make a model and like calibrate it to real world data to tell you information about the past, right? Like, you can, you know, you make a model of how trade works and then you use real world data from the China shock and you calibrate it to the real world data, and that doesn't necessarily give you predictions about. I mean, it is informative to some degree, right? I mean, I think there are issues with Arthur Jordan Hansen, obviously, which paper I'm referencing, but like, you know, that doesn't necessarily tell you how free trade is going to behave in the future, but it does. Lucas critique, guys. but it is a model that helps inform you about how the China shock affected things in the past.
They shape real world policy and they affect people's lives. Predictions our models make are prescriptive. So when economic models make inaccurate predictions, which they're notorious for doing, couldn't this partly be because they work off of incomplete perspectives? Here are 5 non-Western economics that you probably weren't taught and you should look into. 1. Ibn Khaldun, he wrote about taxation and state decline way before Laffer did, with a different perspective. 2. Hajun Chang, who showed that rich countries...
Well, he's a male. Was educated in the West, was he not? Maybe I'm mistaken. Where's this like? Oh, Seoul National University. That counts as South Korea. That counts as the West. Capitalist evil South Korea. Yada yada yada. Well, Ibn Khaldun is literally responsible for fascism. He's mostly Cambridge. Exactly. Yeah. Also, he's Korean, basically white. Really. Exactly. This counts as the okay. North or American colonial puppet state, South Korea. Okay, like University of London. And I read a Bad Samaritans book a while ago.
Chang, who showed that rich countries didn't follow the free market rules they preached.
Industrial policy caused Hajun Chang, and that is kind of true, isn't it? I think he talked about in the book some of the industrial policies of South Korea did that. It like employed his father or something.
Samir Amin, who explained how global capitalism can lock countries into poverty. Or Mahbub al-Haq, who realized in the 1960s that GDP was an incredibly flawed measure of progress and capitalism can lock with a different perspective. 2. Hajun Chang, who showed that rich countries didn't follow the free market rules they preached. 3. Samir Amin, who explained how global capitalism can lock countries into poverty. Or Mahbub al-Haq.
Wait until you hear about Jason Hinkle, who is a white man he is white, right? I believe he's white. Who also explained the same thing. Koreans are white. What the fuck? Freedom might ask himself, how can we call Koreans white if they don't look European? Let's first determine be like white. Let's go. Paste.
Haq, who realized in the 1960s that GDP was an incredibly flawed measure of progress and created HDI, now used by the UN. And Justin Yifulin argued that a developed...
This is taught like everywhere. We were taught about HDI in my high school macro class, like
HDI, which is now used by the UN. And Justin Yifulin, who argued that a development strategy...
Which, by the way, highly flawed measured. How much does HDI correlate with GDP? Like plus 80%? Like 180 R squared, I'm pretty sure. Like, does it give me an R squared here? It doesn't. But you can eyeball it. Very high correlation here. On a log, it is a log scale, but...
strategy must fit a stage that a country is currently...
Isn't HDI just like Gini per capita, use of education, life? Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, it's basically that. it's measures of income plus like education, health, outcomes, certain, but it's a bunch of different. It's basically GDP plus some other outcomes that aren't necessarily included in GDP.
And not just copy the West. If you studied economics in the West, I'm curious, were you ever taught anything outside the Western canon, or were you taught one way of seeing the world and told that it was universal?
Incredible. This isn't a girl, right?
Today, 590,000 people paid for a Trump phone.
Wow. Oh, Hassan. Hot woman. More hot woman. This is awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. Now 2 people in the VC? Oh, Lucas is there too. What the fuck do you guys want to talk? I'm not interested in talking to y'all. I don't give a fuck about y'all.
report. Oh, hang on, Tom.
What's up?
Well,
what are you doing, man? How are you doing?
I was just I'm probably gonna answer him relatively soon, but I wanted to give Lethal Lance the opportunity to talk to me if he wants to.
Sure.
So I showed up here.
Yeah, I'll shut about the conversation we had. You can talk to him later, and I'll just be here.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's up to. I don't have to. You guys don't have to end your conversation if you don't want to. It's up to you guys.
No. I mean, we'll just continue that later. I mean, that was a pretty long conversation. So I guess my only questions would be, how confident are you that when you are looking at these studies or you're having these models, like, do you feel good about the externalities being assessed and all the outcomes and all these metrics? And you like, do you think like, yeah, I think we're tracking basically what we want to track. Like, there's not something else that we're missing.
I don't know what you. I don't use the studies to like track those things or whatever. The studies have like more narrowly defined things that they're measuring. They don't typically. I don't believe have any studies like measuring the externalities of unions or whatever. Right? Like, studies are going to be more narrowly defined to measure certain things, and I'm going to take the results of that and I'm going to apply, what I believe are, my own values to it or whatever to judge whether or not they make something like a net benefit or not, right?
So you're taking a narrow study and basing on your values and the externalities you want to see and the outcomes you want to see, you apply it.
No. I'm saying like a study might like look at the effects of like unions on inequality or like look at the effects on of unions on like wages, and it'll have findings, but it's like findings are not when I say externalities, like most things measured by these studies, like wages or whatever, they're not going to be externalities. So like the study is just too narrowly defined, right? The study should be narrowly defined, right? It should only be looking at one specific thing for the most part. It's not good to have a study that's like taking into or like trying to measure a bunch of different things at one time. You want a narrow research question. And I use the results of multiple studies, right, to inform my view on what the outcomes of certain things are or whatever. And then I'm applying, I weigh that with my own values, right? So if I don't particularly value inequality, right, then I take the results of, whatever union's effect on inequality is, and I take the results on whatever union's effects on investments are, and I'm, weighing those according to my values. The study is not going to give you
if you don't have any like inherent like disposition to like fight against inequality, then what really is the study going to tell you whether it increases inequality or doesn't? It basically means nothing to you at that point.
Well, I think for one, there is some value in adhering to or like responding to other people's views on things, right? Like if I have and I do this to some degree all the time with some of my more controversial claims, right? Like it's like, I talk about the fucking shrimp welfare project. I understand most people are not going to have my extreme views on the welfare of animals and effective altruism or whatever, but there's a pretty modest case to make for the shrimp welfare project. So I think, the findings of whatever are still going to be relevant. They're going to be relevant in debates and conversations and with people because, like, I'm not always going to be able to convince someone of my view on broader topics, and it's useful just to focus narrowly on the results that they might value, right? Rather than focusing on trying to change their value. But I also think inequality can have instrumentally negative effects, right? I think there are in some cases reasons to be against inequality. I don't have any intrinsic consideration for it. I don't think.
But instrumentally, isn't that what matters? Because we don't live in a hypothetical world. We live in a pragmatic world where like this is what probably we should focus on. Like if inequality does have like material outcomes, and you're like, well, it doesn't intrinsically have to be that way. Well, how much does that really?
No. I'm saying
how much is that really relevant?
I'm saying I don't value. So I don't think inequality in and of itself is like morally important, right? I don't think. I think really what's morally important intrinsically is some type of utility, some type of like positive qualia, and I don't really. I don't view it as morally important intrinsically as to how that is distributed. Now, I think when I say instrumentally, what I mean is like there are reasons why instrumentally certain types of equality would be preferred, like the fact that, for example, with regard to like income, there's diminishing marginal utility on someone's income, on their consumption and such. So it makes sense to like redistribute some, because the gain to the poor people is just going to be a lot higher than a loss to the rich people, right? But I don't think there's any, I think the reason why it's good to do that is because it increases like total utility, total happiness, not because it simply makes society more equal. That's what I mean when I say like intrinsically versus
When
intrinsically.
most people aren't thinking super deep philosophically about this. Don't you think that's what most people are pointing to when they say, hey, I think wealth inequality is bad? Is basically they're saying this person's happiness can only be maximized so much by hoarding all the wealth. If his wealth was distributed, there would be more overall happiness, and therefore like the quality you're looking for is increased. And it's like not because, I don't know.
I think most people probably do care more about the instrumental considerations. Now, I think a lot of people probably do have like some type of egalitarian intuitions about it being like fundamentally more morally valuable. I think like that is a lot of people's like first gut instinct or whatever, right? But I think probably that is what most people care more about. But I'm just stating to you, like, when I look at these studies or whatever, they're not like measuring all these things at once and coming to a conclusion broadly. They're like looking at a narrower thing, and I'm looking at the results of them, and I'm weighing them against, you know, my values, what I think should be considered the most and such. And one of those things is like inequality. I use that as an example. So if I don't believe inequality is intrinsically morally important, I'm not going to find it like a worthy cause to reduce total utility or compromise on that to some degree just to increase just a decrease inequality.
You're not willing to compromise at all to degrees, but what about the instrumental effects? You live in the context
insofar instrumentally, I could be in favor of that, but that would be because that would be in virtue of it increasing total utility, right? So I'm saying I'm not willing to like I'm not willing to decrease total utility to reduce inequality, but I am willing to, insofar as reducing inequality does increase total utility, I'm willing to do that.
When can I say something? Like you know, that's the problem I have with these studies is that they make very narrow claims, and they're, you know, it's very narrow.
But that's what you want you want a well-identified research question. Like that's what you.
Well, the problem is that you said like you know, as we said, is that we're pairing it with our broader conclusions and our broader external, you know, and when it, you know, and that goes both ways. So that if a study is supporting something that you externally and broadly agree with, then you're going to use the study kind of as ammunition. But if you don't agree with the conclusion of the study and the broader conclusion, then the study's kind of moot in those person's eyes. And you know, because
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think that's coherent.
Because if you know, because if a narrow study is making a claim that supports something that you're generally not going to, you know, like your broader conclusion. Sorry about that. You know, when you're using a narrow study to support a broader conclusion, well, if you have a different broader conclusion than that study,
I don't think you're tracking. I don't think you're tracking
narrow.
I don't think you're tracking what we're talking about. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, the study is supposed like a good study. There are studies you can do on like broader things or whatever, but you know, it should try to have a research question. It should try to have a question that's answering that like is relatively narrow, so it's relatively easily measurable, and there isn't like a lot of room for like bias in the question itself. You don't want like a study that's just like, is capitalism good or bad? Because there's just like, that's just like so broad. There's so many ways that can be interpreted. There's so many like so much area for like bias and defining certain things, and like it's so broad. Like how do you even get data on? There's no way to get data on that in an uncontroversial way, right? But like a study that's like does protection of private property rights generally lead to increased productivity. That's a much narrower question. It's easier to get data on that. It's easier to like avoid bias when answering that question, right? So and that's going to be, you know, you don't want a study to like draw a bunch of broader conclusions for you. You want a study to answer a narrow question so it can inform your view more broadly on given issues.
You know, I think he understands that. I think his question.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does. No, I don't think he does.
I think he was recognizing like when you stitch these individual studies together to create a more cohesive view, there has to be some level of subjectivity within that stitching. And when you're creating that cohesive view with all these, like, there's no
I don't even
100% objective way to do this.
I don't
Like,
know
we're
even by
not-
subjectivity. It's going to be so whether or not you view certain things as good or bad is going to be dependent on your kind of broader values, and those do have to be argued for and
When I make
defended.
it.
I agree, but that's trivial. That obviously everything is like that. Obviously.
Well,
I think that's really just
your broader claim isn't opposed to it. When your broader claim's opposed to it, then all
I
of a
don't know what
sudden
you mean by that. Yes, you have to. Yes, certain evidence is going to be evidence is going to be taken more or less strongly based on your values, right? I could come in here and just say I'm an egoist. I literally only care about myself, and no evidence you cite me is going to like change my mind on things unless it's directly relevant to me and how it will affect me, right? Like that is like. Yeah, I could do that. I think that's a really dumb set of values to have that leads to just a bunch of like really stupid conclusions and such. But like you could do that, and that's like
even if we share the same philosophical foundation of trying to increase overall like positive qualia, I think your interpretations of each study and how they all interact with each other, there can be like rational minds could disagree on the overall interpretation of these studies.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's literally all he was pointing out. It's like
if
we just have to recognize that we can't. There could be disagreements in the interpretation of these studies and the cohesive view. We just have to recognize that.
I agree. There can be different. I don't know what I'm supposed to take away from that. I don't think I ever would disagree with that point. I mean, Localist has like never read a study in his life and doesn't actually think that. I don't actually think he doesn't think studies are valuable like at all. So
a neuro study can't be it can't confirm the broader claim and it can't deny it. And so if you deny that,
you're so smart. Wow, that's crazy. Yes, wow.
Then that neuro study doesn't really matter.
Yes, it does because it informs you. It is evidence of a certain point.
Only
brick in the wall you're building.
But not broader.
But look, this is retarded because again, I could just say I'm an egoist. Like none of your sites of evidence matter or whatever, right? Because I'm an egoist. I only care about what benefits me personally. No, that view is like absurd, and I think it leads to insane conclusions or whatever. But I don't think that should make like. I don't think like the studies are still informative of like specific claims, right? They're still going to be relevant to specific claims, and what claims you weigh is going to be dependent on your broader set of values or whatever. That is true, but that just means you also.
Studies that you cite, the studies that you cite are going to be representative of the broader conclusion that you're making, and if I'm
making a claim, I'm going to cite evidence for that claim. Correct.
You can find but you can find every study you can find four or.
Whoa, you're so intelligent. Yes, whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, yes, you're someone who's read a study before. That's crazy.
That refutes or supports a claim.
Whoa,
and so the one,
wow. I didn't consider this. I just thought, wait, look, so to be clear, what behavior should I change or what view should I update based on what you just said about you can find a study that supports or debunks everything? Do you think I should stop citing studies altogether, or do you think like what view am I supposed to change? What behavior am I supposed to change?
Don't use a narrow study to support a broader, or not support, but to enforce a broader claim. Because
what do you mean enforce?
You can just,
what the fuck do you mean enforce? I don't know what that means.
Or reinforce. You can
reinforce. I can't. Wait. To be clear, wait. So I should not use studies as evidence to support a broader claim. That's your position.
You don't rely on them, and don't use them as
rely on.
You don't hold them to such a position to where they're like, you can use it in exchange for the actual broader point.
I'm not doing that though. I'm using them as as evidence of particular claims.
Even if you don't do it, that's how everyone uses claim.
I don't think so. I don't think you've read a study in your life. I don't think you can. What's a regression discontinuity design, Localist?
You got me.
Yeah. What's the instrumental
if I could try
variable?
to salvage this, I think I think there is a point to be made on using studies that are in this current context and this current, economic system, whatever, the situation, the material reality we're in right now, and then the results of this study is we have to well, does this apply as a broader principle, or is this what are we getting these results? And it's and it seems like you may use some. I mean, I don't know you like that well, but like when we got to. I think we got to be careful when we're talking about. Well, I mean, you already admitted to me that you do care about the instrumental effects of like wealth inequality, even though you don't find it intrinsically. So, I think that should inform your fucking what's the word I'm looking for?
I mean, it does inform my view, right? And to the extent that like
Yeah.
like you can certainly find you can absolutely
I don't know,
find
it seems
evidence.
like you go back and forth though. It seems like, well, I don't really care at all. Like my policy positions don't matter. Like I don't take wealth inequality at all in my policy positions.
I don't find it intrinsically important. I also don't find it intrinsically important, like whether or not you I'm trying to think of another simple example, but like there are many things I don't find intrinsically important, like whether or not we fucking give people.
Yeah, but how does that inform your actual poly position? Like, does it affect it at all at the end of the day?
Yes, it makes me like to the extent that unions reduce inequality, and there's absolutely evidence of them doing that to some effect, right? And there's evidence of them decreasing the value given to shareholders and such, right? Like that is I think a benefit to some degree from unions that I am weighing against the other drawbacks they might have. One of which is that the way by which they increase equality oftentimes can have the negative effect of brain drain, where if you compress wages within a given firm, the more skilled workers at that firm will go leave to work at other firms, and in that case you are probably hurting the firm that unionized and potentially hurting the sort of longer run effects of or longer run benefits of the workers at that firm, because their firm is less likely to survive against competition now. So like I'm weighing those things.
But the way the inequality at all shows, like you recognize that there is a material importance to it, and that it's. I don't like. Would you weigh it more? Like, let's say you switched your philosophical foundation. You're like, actually, I do intrinsically care about wealth inequality. Would your policy positions change? Or are you still going to base it pragmatically?
I'd be more willing to I mean, it depends like how extreme my views would go on that. Like if I did value it intrinsically to some degree, I would absolutely I would be more supportive of certain policies that increase equality at the margin, because I at that point I would say, even if this is a decrease in total utility, it also leads to more equality, and I believe that's a good thing, right? There are certain things on a margin that my views would change on. Now, I think just because you think equality is intrinsically important, which I think is I think that view has some counterintuitive conclusions to it. But I think like most people who have that view are pluralists. They don't think the only thing that matters is equality. They think equality and utility matters, or equality and some conception of rights matter. So I would also probably still continue to hold a view that utility matters. So not all of my policy positions would change or anything.
Are you a pluralist?
I would not consider myself one, no.
Oh man. So you're gonna kind of ignore, other things?
I don't even know that.
So yeah, a study can be used to support.
I don't care. You're an idiot. You don't have anything informative to say on this. On this, I don't care. I'm more interested in what Lance has to say.
So I don't inherently think wealth inequality is immoral. I just care about the effects it has, what we can see, in this current context. If there was a different context of one individual hoarding, let's say, a certain percentage of wealth, and I think my problem with it is what we see in our current context is they wield in-proportionate influence and power, which I don't think necessarily is I think that's something we should reduce. And but if our system was different, where we were able to restrict how much influence certain individuals have based on their wealth, I would be less against wealth inequality. I at the end of the day, I just care about the effects I see or that we see in current society. So you can either say one or two things. We could try to enforce the foundation in the system and the framework that we're operating in to try to limit the overcompensation. What's the word I'm thinking of? I think they just hold too much influence proportionally. I can't think of the word, but
Sure. I mean, so it's gonna be, you know, it's dispute over one, to what degree does that happen? And like, I just think the best identified evidence doesn't like strongly support the view that it's like absurd the amount of power the wealthy have or whatever. You know, you can look at studies from like the state level effects after like Citizens United.
Can I give one example?
Sure, but do you understand what I say when I say well identified evidence?
Yeah, it's on the. I was going to say on the margins, but I don't think that applies. It's like
it's evidence where
statistically significant amongst like the population, where you can see like the metrics you're looking for overall. Like
it's evidence where like you can where you can like clearly isolate the effects of certain things and, you know, do some type of like actual causal inference to it rather than just.
I do think it's important to look at outliers though, and I think like if like I'll just give my example. So like Elon Musk being able to buy Twitter and then basically push his propaganda to influence elections. You can say, well, the studies show that like, you know, wealth inequality doesn't, you know, somebody who's more wealthy doesn't necessarily hold in proportionate power. But if I can point to examples such as extreme as that, you could say, well,
and I think that like to you know, to be fair, like the issue here to place on most of wealth inequality is those effects of like you know, power over the media environment and power over politics or whatever. And I do think like I don't think anecdotes are worthless or anything. Like I do think you can obviously look at Elon Musk and say, you know, if he didn't have all this money, he clearly would not have been able to do that. But you know, it's just going to be certainly the studies are going to be relevant to like the magnitude of it, and it's going to be. And then the second part is, you know, essentially how much your union's actually going to prevent that, because like if you look at, for example, you know, unions in the US is a bit different if you look at like unions elsewhere, but where they do like sectoral bargaining or whatever. Unions are mostly compress wages within firms, but most inequality in the US is not.
I'm providing to reduce inequality, though, right?
Well,
like, that wouldn't be my
but I mean, we're talking about like unions specifically right now. I would say, you know, but like unions typically in the US compress wages within firms. A firm unionizes, and now within the firm, you know, CEO is paid less or whatever. Maybe Twitter, you know, maybe Elon Musk wouldn't have been able to buy Twitter if all the Tesla's employee unionized and try to cut his pay package or whatever. But most inequality in the U.S. is not within firms; it is between firms, right? It's because some firms do a lot better than others, and those firms compensate both their executives and their workers much more than the firms that aren't doing as well or aren't growing as fast. So I'm not even certain that unions would address inequality particularly well. And then it's a question of, you know, what are the trade-offs involved? So, like I said, like if the unions like potentially unions could reduce inequality at least within a firm, but maybe the cost of that is brain drain. Maybe the cost of that is actually on net harmful to like workers and consumers, because it leads to less innovation, leads to less investment, and there is absolutely evidence of that you can find, and that leads to, you know, just less products for consumers, leads to more expensive products for consumers.
Is there any level of innovation loss you'd be willing to take to optimize for wealth inequality, since you do recognize like there is like pragmatic effects? So
of course there'd be some level, sure.
So we aren't that far apart. I think the only difference we really have is like what we view the effects of wealth inequality is. I think and I honestly don't think, because I don't view it as intrinsically immoral either. So like there wasn't really much distance as initially, like I'm sure how I comprehended your position was you're like, it's not going to factor in at all, and you're 100% maximizing for productivity, and all, you know, high tides rise all boats, and standard of living will go up, and you're trying to increase the positive qualia. It's like, and
I mean, I do think like just like long run productivity growth is like very important, and that like that increases the standard of living for everyone. You know, like
I don't think it's the only metric to optimize though for. I think there's other things to optimize for, and I think the only optimize for that is missing the bigger picture.
Well, I don't view productivity as intrinsically important, to be clear. I view productivity as instrumentally important insofar as it promotes, you know, positive qualia, and, you know, clearly, I think
to the point where it's instrumentally important. I don't think it's the like end all be all intrinsically not.
I don't think it's important. The only thing that's instrumentally important. I think, you know, there's hundreds of thousands of millions and billions of things that I view as instrumentally important. It's just that like it's a very important thing to try to keep on track, in my view.
Yes, I would agree with that. But how much do you take in like distribution of whatever wealth this productivity is creating. Like if you could have real GDP growth or whatever metric you want to use, I don't know, 5%, and whatever percentage, like more of it's going to asset owners or whatever, like, and the people who sell their wages or sell their labor, kind of like they're not seeing that much of the growth. Versus like if you installed some sort of like sovereign wealth fund where everyone kind of has ownerships and assets, and then that growth, you have a little bit less growth, but the lower half of society will feel that growth more. Is that something you value at all, or the more growth you're going to go for that?
I evaluate insofar as the utility of the bottom 20%, you know, or whatever, whoever we're redistributing to, would grow more than the loss in utility from the higher GDP growth, right? And I think, like, you know, I value the effects of like GDP growth are going to compound over time, right? If you grow by even just like, you know, 1 percentage point less per year, that compounds over time. And like, you know, in 30 years from now, the country that grows 1% faster than you every year, it's like, is quite far ahead of you. So I also care about future generations, or the lives of people that in the future that are born now. And I think, like, you know, that's another reason to care about like productivity and such. They're certainly, like, you know, there are like taxes I support that like probably cause some degree of negative growth, but I support because they are, you know, still redistribute to the bottom half of society, the bottom 20% of society, and that just increases their welfare. And I do value that because, again, I think there's diminishing margin of utility on their consumption. But then it's the question of just how efficiently do you do that? And I think probably unions are not even the best answer to that.
What is, I guess, what are your prescriptions then for boosting positive quality for like the bottom 20%? Like, if you're going to sacrifice GDP growth by like 0.5% to like fund a social welfare program, like what is the programs you like to see the most?
Well, many of the things I would like to see now probably are like net gain GDP growth relative to where we are now. They might still be net negative just in terms of like pure GDP compared to if we just like didn't have any or like very minimal welfare. I think probably some welfare is pro GDP growth just because, like, you know, probably decreases certain crime rates or probably you know, has positive effects on the children who get food stamps or whatever, like their long run health outcomes and earnings. But like I would, you know, for example, replace like the corporate tax that we have now with like a DBCFT, which is like a fancy cash flow tax that would essentially it avoids the burden of that corporate taxation currently has on investment. It only taxes kind of like super normal returns, and it's destination based, so that avoids essentially it's harder to avoid because companies can't just like station some of their.
I'm not as well versed in economics as you. I didn't get one of your points when you said how our corporate tax right now has a burden on reinvestment. I'm not well versed enough to understand, like,
so essentially
I thought it incentivized investment because you're
no. So you know, there are certain types of investment that are obviously expensible under with our corporate tax. Right now, not quite everything is. Since 2017, we've had more and more stuff be expensible. Like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act had like what's called full expensing, where corporations could deduct. I think they added a lot of their like R&D costs in 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, that they could expense from having to pay taxes on. Now, because there are still certain things like the way like businesses are only able to deduct certain investments over a longer period of time, as opposed to being able to immediately deduct it, immediately not have to pay any taxes on that income. Certain things like that still.
The return, like capital gains on investment.
No. Like as in, if I like buy a plant or whatever, like a new factory, I think probably this is exempt now. Like I'm only able to currently, at least with some assets, maybe not a physical plant. You have to deduct that like over a period of 10 years, and essentially you end up paying. You end up having some tax burden for that. With the cash flow tax, you would be able to immediately expense all of it and just deduct that all from your taxable income, because it only taxes your cash flow. Insofar as you have like negative cash flow, it's just not taxed at all. You're only taxing your positive cash flow. But with regard to like so there's like some effect when you say like it incentivizes investment or whatever. yeah, investment is deductible. But certain things that are like returns from that investment are not, right? Like dividends and
Well, it's not only
a lot of the value they
deductible, but
return.
the profit. Well, what would have been profit, it's not taxed at all because you're using it as an investment. So it's not only like
Well, like I said, there's still some burden there because of how the deductions work over a long period of time and such. But more importantly, it just increases the after tax return, or sorry, decreases the after tax return to investment, right? Like you just have to pay more. Like if you do investment and the corporate tax is 0%, like you could just capture more of that gain than if you do investment and the corporate tax is 50%, right? Like there's just more return that you can get with lower taxes.
So you think this would the main reason why you want to replace corporate taxes with this cash flow is you think it would boost investment, which would boost growth?
I think it would boost investment and reduce it.
In the long term, the tax revenue will increase because you have more growth, therefore you have more tax.
Yeah, well, it would reduce investment and decrease avoidance, I believe. So those are the two, like, reasons, yeah. And then I don't know exactly what optimal everything looks like, but probably some type of like a nominal GDP target for the Federal Reserve. I'm not 100% sold on that or anything, but instead of targeting inflation, target nominal GDP at like 4% a year, and essentially there are a lot of other like benefits and stuff you can get into with this, but like kind of one of the big benefits supposedly at least is like essentially you would allow the rate of inflation to vary with productivity. So like if we have a roughly, typically in an ordinary year, we have like 2% kind of real growth and then like 2% inflation for 4% nominal GDP growth. Nominal GDP growth is like, essentially our real GDP, our real output plus inflation. It's nominal, so it's just the current year prices, which includes inflation. Real GDP is deflated with old prices, essentially a base year's price. And essentially, it would allow in years where we have kind of abnormally high productivity growth, like let's say 1 year we have 3.5% productivity growth, instead of the central bank or kind of artificially printing more money to increase inflation back up to 2%, you just have 0.5% inflation that year, because 3.5% of the 4% GDP growth would be real growth and 0.5% would be inflation. I think allowing a rate of inflation to vary productivity is probably...
And your target's 4% to try to avoid deflationary periods, I would assume.
Yeah, basically. I mean, there are like different justifications you can kind of give, but yeah, essentially, it's to keep nominal income stable and to make sure people's expectations are also that nominal income growth is going to remain stable, which avoids it can avoid issues like debt deflation, where we might be concerned people like just if nominal GDP falls, people just have less income, right, to pay back their debts. Debts are in nominal terms. And so like if you took out a loan and you expected your income to rise at 4%, but then actually and GDP goes down and your income in nominal terms only goes up at or let's just say goes down by 1%. Not only are you down that 1%, but compared to where you thought you would be, you're down 5%, right? So that puts you in a really tough situation. It puts companies in really tough situations when they try to like pay their debts, right? So like that's an issue you can potentially avoid with nominal GDP targeting, is having any type of debt deflation there, where you might be concerned that people can't pay back their debts. So I think that's a potential benefit.
Okay, and then now we're talking about taxes, and I'm interested in your opinion on it, because I'm pretty big on land value tax. What's your opinion on that?
Land value tax is probably good. I mean, you can look at like studies from fucking, I think it was Denmark or whatever, like, probably in the real world, it's not like literally 100% on landowners or whatever. But yeah, obviously LVT, good tax, nice.
You think it would increase like better land use utilization? Maybe incentivize.
So relative to our current taxes, kind of, but I think people misunderstand that a bit. So relative to current like property tax we have, yeah, because you're kind of disincentivized right now from like building bigger homes or whatever and such, because you have to pay more property tax on it. Probably the effect is not that big, but like it is, probably there to some degree. And then, but the benefit of land value tax is not that like it creates some crazy good incentives or whatever. It's just that it doesn't like distort incentives, right? Like whatever was profitable or the best thing to do before is like still the best thing to do now, because you know, it's only capturing the sort of land rents and not any of the value of the property. So it's not necessarily like relative to right now. Yeah, I would do that. Relative to like just like no taxes, it wouldn't really do that.
And from my understanding, generally, one of the best taxes is property tax. So
yeah, I agree with that.
Already best tax.
Property tax is like probably the best tax the U.S. has like implemented right now, at least economically. Politically, it's probably not not that popular. But
I was gonna say, because
you know.
fuck you, we
That's
hate
what's
property tax.
Wow.
Everybody hates property tax, but it's like literally the best.
That's true.
Property taxes on businesses, sure. Property taxes on people, individual homes.
That's like worse. Why would you like what?
No.
That's the best wealth tax there is.
Like you don't want to tax businesses property because one, they're not really like consuming it. Like it's some type of investment that's like generating value for people, not as like a final consumption good, but for people as or for the company so that they can provide services or goods to people. And you don't want to discourage that activity. The reason why you probably want to tax people's individual homes is because they are consuming like a city resources or whatever, and that is like final consumption, right? That is their end use consumption they're doing, and you probably want to have some type of system to like fairly try to account for who's using city resources and such. And then two, they consume just a flow of services by living in that house, right? And that is another final consumption thing. They are consuming the household over time, and because houses are like very long lived and very expensive, it doesn't really make sense to do like an upfront sales tax. That would be like an absurdly high amount on when you first buy the house, and the consumption value of a house will change over time. It would be kind of silly if I bought, like, imagine buying a house in Detroit, and you pay like a ton of sales tax on it up front, but then 20 years from now or 20 years later, suddenly the consumption value of your home is actually way down because everyone else left, and now there's no good businesses around, there's no good neighbors around, there's no good parks around, right? Like, so you want to have a consumption tax on homes that addresses the fact that the consumption value of the home will change over time.
Yeah, like there's probably good economic arguments for it, but
I just don't care.
My position is always going to be that you don't want to pay the government rent to live on your own property.
Wow.
Like,
this guy's libertarian.
That doesn't account for.
Crazy.
His whole ideology is state rights and leave me alone.
Localism. Exactly. Localism.
Yeah, but you're
and the Constitution.
That's a detriment to the people who live around you, though. And you probably
I disagree.
Even if you're selfish, you probably want to live in a good society and like a wealthy.
How does that stop you from monopolizing land, though?
Okay, real quick, people, I'm gonna head out now, but I appreciate talking to you guys.
No antitrust.
Dude, non-fun. I just want to kiss you.
Wait, non-fun.
Uh-huh.
What do you think about my? Because we all agree that the future is going to be robot communism, right? Because they're going to have all the productivity.
It's gonna be robot capitalism, but yeah. No, I mean, I think probably, yeah, you will see like more insofar as I don't know how long term this will be. You probably will see some type of advanced AI automate a lot of stuff. I think probably in the short to medium term, eventually.
Think about it, 50 years, like super robot.
Yeah, I mean 50 years probably you'll see some pretty major gains there.
Do you think what's the employment rate going to look like?
Zero.
Well, I mean, probably, you're going to have some type of redistribution system to give to people who are persistently kind of unemployed. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's very, very hard to make. Wow, that sounds really ridiculous. Very hard to make predictions there, but I would guess short to medium term, AI is like probably going to. There are going to be certain sectors harmed by it, but like probably overall, it's not going to decrease employment on net like that much. And then, but certainly like over the next over the next 10 years, I think because it depends on the elasticity of demand for certain jobs or whatever. Like, we're probably just going to consume and you already see there's a bunch of slop memes about this sometimes, but if you look up, I think there's some slop article AI didn't decrease work, it intensifies it, right? Like, if the price of a certain good goes down, if the price of like, you know, a fucking hentai comic books goes down, I'm not gonna like continue buying or continue spending the same amount on like hentai comic, or sorry, continue buying the same amount of hentai comic books, but just buy like less of them. I'm gonna be buying, you know, or sorry, continue buying the same amount of them and just spend less money. I'm gonna spend the same amount of money.
Interested on the large language models. I'm more interested, like in 50 years, if there's robots, where if we have the resource, like ability to collect enough resources, and then the production capability, basically making artificial humans, and you can make.
Obviously, in that case, yeah, eventually you would have enough substitution away from like human labor that you would see persistent unemployment there.
So the endpoint's all the same. It all ends in communism.
No, you would have to have some type of socialized ownership to deal with some of that stuff. Yeah, but
that's the.
I think like
it all ends in
like I said, like short to medium term. Probably some sectors are going to be like hurt more than others, right? But like probably there are going to be a lot of places where like people are not, you know, AI is going to essentially people are just going to consume more of the services or goods that they consume that AI is helping with, rather than like, you know, consuming the same amount but spending less because of AI. Like probably there's it's called like the old version of it is like the Jevons effect, right? But now really
we'll still have growth, but the labor market will be it's basically non-existent other than like human services.
Well, I think in 50 years it might be the case, but I think like I said, like I don't know how big of a deal with regard to total employment
would it be good to say non-Fon's official position is robot communism? Publicly owned robots.
I mean, here's the funny, like
locally owned robots.
I gotta go, so I can't get too deep into this. But like DBCFT is actually equivalent to a sovereign wealth fund that is that just has an equal share in every company essentially. So like in a way, DBCFT is a way to like socialize the returns to all that stuff. I think that's probably another reason to do it. But
hell yeah. Okay, well, have a good one.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll see you guys again. I'll definitely talk to locals again, but see you guys. Appreciate it. Okay. I don't have time for you, Lucas. I don't got time for that. I don't got time for that shit. 1 sec. I don't believe you. It's never 1 second. What's up?
Okay, I just want to say one thing. The person that they were citing as like Justin Yifu Lin, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was actually like the chief economist of the World Bank for a very long time. That's the heterodox person they were citing.
Oh my god, they're a traitor. They're an imperialist. What the hell? That's funny.
Yeah, that's a very heterodox person. Very hates the first world. So yeah, I thought that was a bit funny.
That is funny. Okay, good to know. Look at that. It was 1 second. Okay. I should probably streaming it tomorrow, I believe. If I don't, I'll stream the day afterwards. I think I said that last time, but then I didn't stream tomorrow, the day afterwards. But I had school finals, and I hung out with my friend one of those days. So, and I fucked up my sleep schedule. So I had excuses. But now I am done with school for like 2 weeks, and once I start school again, it'll be like I got like 2 online classes, so hopefully I'll be I also got the studies I mentioned from the new Tube book. I love Tube based. I gotta read. I have a bunch of his shit and a bunch of responses to his stuff saved in like my minimum wage Notion. It's not organized at all. It's just a bunch of links to a bunch of fucking bullshit. Okay, I got a bunch of stuff bookmarked on Twitter. Okay, I don't care. DBCFT plus NGDP plus LVT plus yeah. You get it. Okay. Like, subscribe, share, love streaming. Love to guys watch you stream. Hopefully, be streaming tomorrow or the day after at least. And see you guys then. Yep, love you guys.